Yeah. Yeah. Normal things happening behind the scenes here. Normal things happening. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I didn't just like shock Eve almost to death or anything.
I'm crying.
Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follows. Hello, everybody. Do you want to say hello to all the little fellas? I've been calling it the leaflet wrap every morning because it's like the Pokemon wrap.
The
leaflet wrap.
Yeah.
Hi, Purple. Hi, Solvane. Hello, Purple. Hello, Solvane. Hello, hello, Arctic. Hello, hello. Hello, Tran. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flora.
Hello.
Hello, Tran.
Hello, Lucky. Hello, Sylvain. Hello, Newt. Hello, Mittens. Yeah, I go through and I'm like, okay, it's like the Pokemon rap, you know, it's like Bulbasaur, you know, Ivysaur, you know, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll learn how to rap and I'll actually do it. Trying to rap God. Dude, Eminem wishes he could get anywhere in my league. Right?
Whoa, dude.
Right?
Oh my god, I'm so flummy today.
You're so funny. You're so funny every day.
I said I'm so flummy today.
Oh!
What the hell?
I was like complimenting her.
Yobaseo?
You're funny every day.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you think so.
How's audio, everybody? How's audio? Is audio good?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. This is an audio test.
Hey, babe.
Yeah?
Two kinds of people.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm flummy, you know, I gotta put it to good use, right? That's how it works.
Oh, yeah,
right?
you gotta do like the sultry voice.
Yeah, the sultry voice.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey, babe.
Oh, so like the vocal warm-up I did right before we unmuted.
Yeah, you gonna tell them about that or?
Yeah, so right before we unmuted, I was like, I have my doggy style. Yeah, I have my doggy style. And then I said, oh, that's my vocal warm-up. And Eve was like crying.
Bro, why you can't just spring that on me before we start streaming? Bro, made me tear up. What do you mean? That's your vocal warm-up.
Dude,
it's not.
Vocal stem.
Yeah, dude, new vocal stem. Yeah, I have my whittle doggy style right here. Yeah. Oh,
tick damage.
It fills my mouth with the best flavor.
Shut up! Oh my god, stop! Oh my god. What the
Well, you know, I thought, Amalia, I thought we said that we're gonna get it out of our system before we start.
That's true. You already sent me the like Blowjob Brothers porn right before we went on stream.
My god.
Yeah. And the earbuds going, yeah. Echo DM'd me some wild shit right before stream.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta do it together with bro.
Yeah. 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 You know, that's sometimes you just gotta. The tick damage has begun. I feel like
I'm actually busy next Yapcast.
Really?
I know we haven't scheduled it yet. Yeah. But I'm busy that day.
Why are you busy? What are you busy
with? I'm busy. I gotta be somewhere.
You gotta be somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, because you're busy with Yapcast, right?
No.
Busy with Yapcast, love that.
This is actually my final one.
Yeah? Yeah, that's crazy. She's like, I can't take it anymore.
She has a dentist visit. Don't worry, I'll be sure to hook up the computer at the dentist for her.
That's wild.
She has the walker fish, but her fish is right here.
Exactly. Where are you walking me?
Did you know? I have a fish emote, and chat actually named the fish in the fish emote Eiko.
Which one?
Oh, you're a fishing one.
The one that I fished up.
Oh,
it's Eiko.
They
That
decided
one.
that one's named Aiko too.
That one's named Aiko too? Oh my
Well,
god.
Aiko, comma Too.
Oh, I
Not
was like,
Aiko 2.
Aiko 2?
You're not
Like,
Aiko
what
1.
the-
I mean, you would be in
The
this
eyes
case.
of the fish kind of look like
You know,
Aiko stare, dude.
I feel like I see the resemblance. Maybe that's like your Cletus.
Excuse me?
That's your Cletus. The Cletus of
I do not
Aiko.
look like that when I stare.
Mm,
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 mm.
mm.
Aiko 2 just
Why is there
subscribed. Thank you so
actually
much
an Aiko 2?
for the gifted
That's
sub to Aiko 2.
crazy.
Also, I think thank you for the gifted sub to Dragon Cloaca's Dripping, but that's not wild
Is that-
anonymous.
Is that allowed? It's not allowed.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff I've
You don't
seen.
have.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Oh.
I forgot this one takes up the full screen. I should have moved that. Oh well. Jump scare. They're awake now.
repent,
Repent.
repent.
Or I'll make you.
Did you see I was
Sad.
6'7" in need
You
of
were.
smiting?
6'7".
6'7".
Yeah,
dude.
Oh.
7.
They.
Whoa.
Another
Uh,
one. Oh,
Oh. What's happening?
Holy
Oh, there
man.
was Pyramid Head
Wow.
Sloppy Toppy and Batman's hairy nipples. I do remember that. Yeah. There's a lot of wild names out here that I'm like
Mm.
kind of surprised they let those slide. Kind of surprised about that.
True.
But how are you guys today? New year, same silly goobers.
Oh my god, is this the first Yapcast? Yeah, it is.
This is
Of
the
It
2026.
is. It is.
Wow, what a way to start it out.
What a way to start. Full
Happy
of
2026,
energy.
everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And if you were a nudist, you could say Happy Nude Year. I don't know why.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't think
I'm
my
naked
filter's
under my
working.
clothes. Mm, mm.
I did get them both up early. I was talking about a little bit why we're doing this a little bit early, and that was because we wanted to see, because we have a lot of like European gang on my channel. We kind of wanted to
Mhm.
see like if this time would be kind of good to like introduce them to Kisa content, since sometimes I think we're streaming at like 3 a.m. their time. It's not exactly. I mean, I'm awake at 3 a.m., but I'm trying to go to bed at 3 a.m. Sometimes,
But you-
unless it's last night.
But you act like as if I wasn't up since like morning.
That's true. You legitimately are up early.
Yeah.
I think you're up
You're-
around
My
the same
chat
time
was
I'm up.
so convinced that I wouldn't be able to wake up in time.
Oh, I was, well, who was I concerned about the most? I really wasn't worried. I had faith in you both.
Yeah.
I had faith in you both. I had to remind people that it was actually Eve's idea that we do this early.
Yeah, it was.
was.
Because I was like, we can wake up early so that we can match your time better.
Yeah, like it was Eve's idea. Oh my gosh, I didn't tell you this yesterday. So yesterday before my power went out, someone mentioned something to me about Eve.
Uh-huh.
Because I was talking about playing some more older Nintendo games that I haven't had a chance to play yet, like Metroid Fusion and stuff like that. And someone said to me, you know, Eve is really good at setting up emulators. If you need help with setting up an emulator, Eve knows. Eve is really good at it. And I
who's
think
lying
I
to you?
crashed out a little bit on that. I like laughed.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Do you know
How do you
who
think so?
helped me set up my emulator? Amalia Solaris.
This for her. Who got a PC with her?
Amalia walked me
was
through how to
me.
set up the emulator for like 30 minutes.
Yeah. It was so funny. I forgot to tell you that happened. I
That's so
laughed.
funny.
I laughed. I was like, they're not knowers. They don't know. They don't know it was me all along.
I'm here for the Eve emulation setup stream. you
Yeah,
know?
me too. Teach me. I don't know. You
Dude, I
gotta
don't know
teach me.
shit. It's a miracle I can get it running at every single time, honestly.
Yeah, I actually got Twilight Princess set up for Cap recently too.
Oh.
Wow.
He's been playing it.
Yeah, I don't use an emulator. I use the funky console.
Hey, emulation is not illegal. The piracy of ROMs is illegal. Emulation is fine.
I don't emulate. I use funky console.
Yeah, funky console.
It's different.
Distribution is illegal, yeah. Having the ROM is fine if it's like your copy. Yeah. So basically that happened yesterday and I was laughing. Wait, is Chaotix from okay, wait, did you guys hear there's gonna be a Sonic podcast? I saw that this morning.
No.
Yeah.
Is he gonna
there's
be like a VTuber?
There is a Sonic VTuber,
Oh.
but it's
Come on
like
now.
the detective team from Heroes.
Oh.
They're doing a podcast.
Oh, wow.
Do not get your legal advice from internet anime people. That's true.
I think you should definitely get your advice from me.
Yeah.
I give
He has
good
like an
advice,
audio
yeah.
drama podcast. Yeah. You know what? I get all my advice from Aiko. Aiko, you should hit us with some heavy, good advice
Yeah,
right now.
what's
on
your
spot.
advice of the day, Miss
Yeah.
B? Waiting.
You know,
It's gonna be about the Blowjob Brothers, isn't it?
no, I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just thinking of something that I that I said yesterday. I told my friend who was having trouble sleeping, and then I was like, "Well, just pop some pillies." I meant melatonin, but then he asked me like what? Because everybody knows melatonin helps you sleep, right?
Yeah, there's like a
Everyone-
whole game
yeah.
named that and everything.
What? There is?
Isn't there?
There's a game called
rhythm game.
melatonin?
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah.
Isn't it like a rhythm game?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
We're
Well,
we're
I
earning
was-
the educational tag today.
I was referring to melatonin, but then I decided to take it for a spin and I told him Xanax.
Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah? And what do you say?
Well, it was like a multi-layered joke because we were actually talking about hip hop right before. So I was actually saying it in reference to old Travis Scott and Sicko Mode. But
Travis Scott.
dude, that's his name, okay? His name is Travis Scott.
His legal government name is Travis Scott.
Yeah, isn't it cute? Like,
Yeah?
hey, Travis Scott. Hey, boy, how you doing?
Yeah?
Yeah. Travis Scott, dude. And then but then I thought it was really funny and he didn't get it. So I just laughed at my own joke. Like I'm doing now.
At least you made yourself laugh, right?
I did make myself laugh.
Good.
And that's been Aiko's advice of the day. Thank you, Miss P.
Pop them billies. That's
That's
crazy.
so awful.
That's
What?
crazy.
Please don't take
Melatonin
her
is
advice.
pillies. Melatonin is pillies. They're like in pill form and they're like
Do they
I
come
don't
in
know.
pill form? I've only ever seen them in like gummy form, really.
they come in pill form. I've never
they?
actually had the gummy form of melatonin.
I don't think I've ever
You're not-
had melatonin.
You've never had
I
melatonin?
don't think I ever have. Remember my sleep aid advice right before we unmuted was read nerds arguing on Reddit to fall asleep.
Dude, I read shitty like manhwa.
Yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, everyone's got their thing.
I mean, like it either way, it's like it de-stimulates your brain so much that you eventually drift off to sleep, So
True.
it works.
True.
Mm-mm-mm.
Like
But
one
yes.
time I read about the historical development of toilet paper.
Okay,
And people
that's kind of
arguing
interesting.
about it. It kind of was, but I still was like, Oh shoot, me after a
Dude,
while.
I think that's pretty interesting personally, but you know.
I watch Minecraft videos to fall asleep.
Oh my god, that's
Okay,
such
little bro.
that is like that's like little bro energy. Yeah, I was gonna say that's like actual little bro energy.
Little
Holy
bro.
dude. Do we need to add like Eve, do you need to add like a little Minecraft parkour video at the corner of your stream?
Didn't they announce what is it, Subway Surfers 2?
Dude.
Dude.
Wait, like low key kind of yes.
Dude,
That would help.
that's so funny.
Gosh.
That's actually so funny. Holy moly. Eve, that is so little bro energy. That is so insane.
You know, it could be worse. It could be Roblox.
It's better than reading freaking Reddit drama to fall asleep.
Listen,
I don't Reddit drama to fall asleep. That's all Amalia.
I know it's weird, but it works.
No,
It
you read
works.
Reddit drama too. You're on the D&D subreddit reading D&D drama.
Okay.
It's
well,
worse.
dude, I'm all about that D&D drama, dude. Hey guys, hey our D&D. Like my DM put this insane thing into our campaign, and instead of talking to my DM saying this is freaking insane, I just quietly sit through the session and let them do whatever they want. What Reddit? What should I do?
Dude, do you listen to D&D Court?
No.
No,
Podcast,
but now I
there's
want
a
to.
there's a podcast all about this where people bring their stories before the D&D court, and the juries decide if the players or the DM is guilty.
Oh my god, that sounds so fun.
It's
though,
so
actually.
good.
It's so good.
Yeah, there was the one that I was telling you guys about, I think right before we went live, was like, because I watched like a TikToker who talks about like crazy stories from like tabletop, and it was like another player had fallen in love with another player's character and had made a chat GPT bot of the character because she wanted to date him. And it gets worse. I just remembered this.
So crazy.
The character was gay, and she changed him straight for her chat GPT bot to date him.
What the?
It was gross.
What
It was
the
like,
fuck?
that's weird. That's
Giga weird.
Crazy.
Giga weird, but it's like, you know what? Maybe it's me, but I'm like, okay, that's like one step better than falling in love with your D&D character and then projecting them onto the real person, and then, you know, that one I see.
that
a
would
lot
be
happen.
crazy.
I've heard the stories about where they fall in love with a D&D character and then they project it onto the real person, and they're like, dude,
This hits so weird
Cringe.
for me because the last time I was a player character in a campaign, I was a dumbass bird that punched things and yelled "scree," and I'm like, if people projected that onto me and fell in love with that, that'd be insane. Like, that'd
You're
be
my favorite giant scree bird, dude.
his name was
It's
Scree,
true.
yeah, because that's the sound he made when he punched people.
Cute.
Kind of
Wait,
cute.
I kind of love him.
He was like intelligence, like in the negative modifiers, but he had a big heart.
Scree.
Aw, kind of
Yeah.
cute, dude. I don't
He was my little
know.
guy, my little fella.
I feel like you know, I just like reading these D&D stories, and then there's always the good ones where it's like, well, if you read the ruling this way and then you read the ruling that way, my DM ruled it this way, but it's not roll and blah 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 blah. Now I'm angry at my DM. You know?
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. I'm here for the tabletop drama, dude. Like it's always really funny because I'm like, "Oh, yeah, sorry guys. After so you know how I took a week off to Final Fantasy raid, right? And then everyone else is like, "Oh man, now that I clear the tier, there's nothing to do." And I'm like, "Now Meanwhile, I'm like, oh man, now that I've cleared the tier, I can finally go back to my hobbies of tabletop and tabletop and tabletop and my like my 4 different campaigns of tabletop.
I could never. I do have D&D this week, but we haven't met in like a month, and I'm like, I don't even remember what we're doing. Oopsies.
Dude, I legitimately get like tabletop withdrawal if I don't play for a month. I'm like,
She's hopeless, Chad.
y'all got any?
Got any of that tabletop?
I'm like scratching my neck, like,
yeah.
Y'all got any?
Got any of that tabletop?
Even a one shot, it's okay. Like I can.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
That
Oh
is
my
so wild.
God. Even one shot is fine.
Even a one shot. That's crazy.
Even a one shot
That's
is fine.
crazy.
Please, y'all have any tabletop? Oh my god. No tabletop for a month because of holidays. Guess I just better live these imaginary scenarios that come from the 5 different D&D subreddits that I follow.
She's cooked. She's cooked.
Absolutely cooked. Yeah, I haven't played D&D in like a month and a half maybe, but I did restart BG3. This is so weird because these are some of the like, funnily enough, some of the topics I like prepped in case we wanted to like have little topics to get us yapping about various things is tabletop stuff, and like it's funny we ended up
already
on
there,
that
dude.
subject.
I know,
Anyways,
right?
All on our own.
I know.
yeah.
I'm
Super
This is
sorry.
like
bunch
the
of nerds or something.
7th time I've played the Act 1 of BG3.
Dude, you've only played. Wait, have you gotten to the end of it?
I've gotten to Act 3, but
Okay.
I like put it down, and I think I just got busy with other stuff, and then I was like, I have no memory of what I was doing or anything, so I'm gonna restart it. And then I was in a loop of that for like a year.
Yeah, that's the problem with that game. You gotta see it through to completion, or you're never gonna finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
And that's
you
why
never get off the
it's hard to
island.
stream Baldur's Gate because like people will
is.
always watch the first act and then you'll get to act 2 and they'll be like, "Oh, I can't watch because spoilers." Bitch, you're never finishing this game. You're never
That's
if
true.
you put down this
So
game,
true.
if
True.
you
That
put
is
down this
so
game and you
true.
didn't complete it and you're not watching anymore because of spoilers, girl, you're not finishing it. Just
True.
sit your
That
ass
is
down
so
and watch my
true.
stream.
True.
It's so true. Oh my god. Oh, I can't watch because spoilers. Okay, listen, like, listen.
Then go play it right
listen.
now. You
Yeah,
won't.
go play it. Go play it right now. Then play along with me, then.
Yeah. Yeah, I've made it through like a decent ways into Act 3, and then I just go like, oopsies. Smile.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's kind of
This
like
year,
that
though.
from- Yeah,
I'm doing it.
sure.
I'm doing it this year. I'm gonna finish
I'll
it
also finish
by
Expedition
2027.
33 this year too, Amalia.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, but
Let's not lie to ourselves.
You
I
I
thought
believe
we
in
were-
myself.
I thought that we were lying right now.
We're not
know?
lying. I'm doing it. I'll play some after stream even.
I thought we were
Actually,
lying
wait, I
right now.
gotta cap tomes. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought we were lying right now. I thought we were busy. I thought we were just here lying to our viewers' faces. So that's why I said that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was just staying on topic, honestly.
Staying so on topic.
That's so toxic.
That's crazy.
You know, Eve,
That's
you haven't.
crazy.
You should also tell a lie. You know?
I'm going to defeat the final boss of Silksong live on stream.
Yeah. I
Yep.
still haven't started that. I know it'll be there. Like it's always gonna be
Yeah.
there. Like I have it already. So it's like,
Yeah.
I did just finish one really difficult Metroidvania yesterday, so I'm like, okay. Ugh. Super Metroid, really good game. Really hard though, but good. I beat it and
You know-
immediately I DM'd one of my mods and I was like, hey, so like how randomized your settings go for this game? Smile. Really good game though.
Yeah.
Definitely gave me trauma a little bit.
Dude, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I've never played a Metroid game before.
I haven't.
I haven't
Metroid
either.
is, I mean, obviously it's a Metroidvania, but it's
True.
there's some stuff that's a little bit different, I would say, about like the design philosophy of it. I feel like it's easier to get stuck in them, but I did not grow up with them. So I think that's kind of, I'm still just really new to it. I've only played 2 of the 2D ones now. I could never play Nine Souls. That one looks way too hard.
It's not that bad.
She's played a Metroidvania, not a
That's true.
Metroid game.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what she means.
Yeah, I've never played a Metroid game before, but I've played a Metroidvania. I mean, I literally am playing Silksong, so
Oh
like
yeah, you're
that's
playing Silksong.
counts, right? So
Skong, dude.
Yeah.
Skong.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Nine Souls is really doable. Like I don't know. It takes time to like get used to it though. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Silksong.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Did I stutter? You're playing with that silk thong.
Babe, you playing with that silk thong or what?
Whoa! Holy moly!
Just no level ups, just finding power ups and secrets, dude.
Mm-hmm. And you will go into a room and be like, I feel like there should be more here. And the answer is just start bombing shit. Explosions. Explosions.
Cute.
Yeah. So it's a game that goes like really hard randomly. Like it will just like you'll be like la 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 playing the little Metroidvania, then it'll be like, yeah, you're gonna melt the flesh off of this guy's like body. It's like, oh, this is a kid's game. Haha.
Do you guys have like any games that you're like going to play in 2026? Like that you're challenging yourself with?
Ooh.
Like Metroidvania?
Challenging yourself with. Oh.
Or that you're stepping out of like the norm?
I'm just such a gamer that no games are challenges for me.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, you're so cool, Miss P. Wow.
I'm kidding.
My streamer, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought the only game you played these days was just chatting. Do you know how many times I see Silksong on Aiko's schedule, then I tune in and it's like 4 hours into stream and she's still just chatting?
Why
making
are you
fun of you?
making-
She's just telling the truth. That's just
Why are you
that's
making
just
fun of me?
that's just the reality that we live in.
I play Silksong. I play Silksong.
Yeah, we'll see on Thursday.
You guys are bullies.
Am I wrong?
We're just truthers.
I think all of our chats
Listen.
love Yap.
Listen. I don't know. Like, I let chat distract me. It's not my fault, okay?
Chat do love a yap. Dude, I feel bad when I like start playing the game and people are like,
I kind of do too.
Like,
I kind of do too. I kind of be like, "Aw, I'm sorry. You have to stop the conversation because it's been an hour and a half." Or, you know.
I mean, okay. Like, I feel like sometimes I feel so empty-headed, right? And I feel like, okay, well, sometimes it's the kind of empty head where I should play a game, or so other times it's just like, okay, the conversation's going so well. Why would I want to stop it to play a
True.
game? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of just let it take over.
Let the Yap flow through you.
Go with the yap.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, in terms of like stuff that I challenge myself for, I don't know.
Or like, do you have any 2026 plans or like certain games you think you want to get to this year?
Yeah, Crusader Kings 3.
Huh?
Oh,
Yeah,
Crusader Kings 3?
Yeah, I'm gonna do an incest run and then make all my mom's brothers and sisters.
Wait,
and then
okay, that took a turn. What?
huh? What is this game?
Crusader Kings 3.
Crusader Kings 3. All right. I
Are-
see lots
are
of
you being-
mods.
Are you being FR or are you being JK? Whoa.
No, I'm being FR,
Is a
dude.
grand strategy role-playing game set in the Middle Ages. It's been out for 6 years-ish. A little less than 6 years.
Ah, dude, retro.
Oh my god, just like Minecraft.
Yeah, true.
Dude,
True.
Minecraft actually might be getting a little retro.
It is
technically.
3 years, technically,
Yeah.
from now.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's actually really common for like a CK3. It's like a genuinely a challenge run where you try to keep the family because you get like a lot of negative debuffs when you do an incest run. So it's like for good reason. I
Wow,
mean,
wow.
obviously. Wow, are you surprised?
What have
That is a
thought.
sentence. That is a sentence of all time, perhaps.
Okay,
You
but
get a lot
it's
of negative
actually really
debuffs with
common.
incest run. Yeah?
Okay, yeah,
I
and-
know
and-
it sounds crazy, but it's actually a super common thing. Like I know it sounds really insane.
And when is this is legit something you're gonna play?
Yeah.
Your family tree is a pole. No.
That's wild.
No.
What the f? Holy shit.
That's insane. That
Okay, but
sounds
it really
Teasing us
isn't
for
kind
that
of
weird.
2
fun.
months.
But what the hell?
It's
That's
really
great,
not that
Miss
weird.
P.
It's really not that weird, guys. It's not that weird. I know it sounds weird, but it's really not that weird.
What about you, Amalia? What games are you looking forward to playing this year, this 2026? Something normal,
So-
please. Please say something normal, please.
I will.
Please.
Okay, so I've always been scared of streaming 2 different kinds of games, but I've kind of been dipping my toes into them a little bit. I'm not doing an incest run. What? I've been like really in my Nintendo and retro era, and I do love that for me. I'm having a great time. But I'm like, I kind of want to try some like action games, even ones that wouldn't necessarily be considered retro, like Nier Automata. I've never finished Nier Automata because my
dude.
copy died, and I was
Sonic,
sad.
but anime.
What?
Do you remember? I think it was Sonic we were comparing it to.
Sonic?
Was it Sonic we were comparing
How?
Nier Automata
Sonic?
to?
How
Anime
is it
crazy
Sonic?
for you. I cannot, dude. This is crazy.
What?
You were in my stream and I was playing Nier Automata and you were like, oh my god, this is just like Sonic. This is something you said.
None of you are correct. There is no way. I'll
I
tell you
remember
how
this.
you're incorrect. I
There's a
already know
clip
you're
of it.
incorrect, but I'm going to tell you all the
Sonic
ways after.
anime, dude.
That's
You
Wait.
did this.
are you
Dude.
implying? Wait,
There's a clip.
is it 2B runs fast? Is it nobody's blue? I don't think.
Roll the clip.
Dude, you know,
We're farming TikToks right
That's
now.
insane.
we are on
Um,
our crazy comments arc, right?
It's the characters.
It's the
What?
characters.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Nobody in the
2B
Sonic universe has thighs like 2B. I can tell you
Dude,
that right
2B
now.
really reminds me of Sonic, dude.
That's insane.
Anyway, yeah, Nier Automata. It's a game.
Yeah. Yeah. I was also given or gifted Final Fantasy 16. And I'm like, okay,
Ah.
I'm gonna have to play that. Final Fantasy
Joshua.
16.
Clive! Joshua!
Please.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
literally what they say. Like, that's like basically the entire game. Joshua! Joshua! Clive!
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm like a pretty big Final Fantasy fan. So I'm finally like, okay, you know, I know it's not really what I usually stream, but I'm gonna give it a try. And then there was another one. I mean, DMC. I was gifted the bad DMC, so we're gonna play that, I think, in the near future.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and then I also have the other two DMCs, 4 and 5 that I need to play. So just kind of like action games. I'm kind of like, okay, you know, I'm kind of feeling like trying those. I'm also kind of in my turn-based RPG arc.
Expedition 33, great game.
Already played it
You wouldn't know.
because they gave me a key for it for launch day, actually. So I played it on launch day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm a hipster. I knew it was cool before everyone else knew it was cool.
It's kind of true.
But Chrono Trigger is one I want to play. Just a lot of like older turn-based RPGs. I want to go back, play a bunch of those that I either have played or I played part of or I've wanted to play. But I really liked Paper Mario. Really liked Paper Mario when I played it.
Dude,
It was a vibe. It was so cozy.
Paper Mario.
Paper Mario. Already got the next one downloaded to my Switch too. Yeah, Golden Sun's also on the list.
Golden Sun. Oh my god. That's a name I haven't heard in a hot minute.
That's a name I haven't heard since this morning when I was talking to somebody else about Golden Sun. But yeah, I guess
what about you?
trying new stuff. What about you, Eve?
Yeah, what about you?
I think I'm gonna play more Slop this year.
Play more slot. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna play like more Slop game, stupid horror game, like one-off stupid horror games, Plants vs. Zombies, Peggle, like stupid
Plants
shit.
vs. Zombies slop?
Yeah, it's a brain off Slop. I love Slop game.
Are you gonna play like Bejeweled next?
Oh, dude, no. That's more.
Yeah.
I can't say.
Candy Crush?
Candy
Cookie
Crush.
Run?
No.
Isn't
No.
Dude, Cookie Run Kingdom with
We learned.
apparently the sexy cookies.
Yeah, the sexy lewd goon
The
cookies.
sexy goon
Ew.
cookies.
Dude, I'm gonna
No,
goon
no.
to some ginger snaps after
Ew.
stream. That's crazy. Never mind.
No.
It's insane.
I'm gonna be sick. Yeah, me too.
Dude, that was crazy. Wait, Eve, did you see me play the how many Rule 34s are there existing in
It's
the
so
world or
good.
something like that?
It's
And
so
then I was
good.
like, why
What?
is there cookies from Cookie Run Kingdom? These aren't even sexy. This is like playing like one big hear me out.
Yeah. So I
Like,
almost had that for today's. I thought about suggesting it for today's
crazy.
Yapcast was Rule 34 doll.
Rule 34 was insane,
Yeah.
dude. Like
It's like
literally was a-
Wordle, but Rule 34.
It's like a you get two characters.
What?
It gives you two characters. Save for
Mhm.
work pictures, and you have to guess who has the most or like who has more
Most.
Rule 34 entries.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
crazy because there's literally cookies from Cookie Run Kingdom, and let me tell you, they are literally like the biggest hear me outs. Like it's like
Yeah. Yeah.
Ew,
It's crazy.
What?
Like- Yeah, so it's funny. I watched Doki Bird and Mint play it for a collab, and it was the funniest shit ever. Because they were like, surely it's got to be this guy, and then it'd be like the other one. They'd be like, what the fuck,
dude,
Holy moly.
Yeah,
dude, it's actually insane, dude. And that's when I learned Cookie Run Kingdom fans are crazy.
yeah, dude, they
apparently.
goon for those cookies. It's insane.
I
They
see, I
make-
see, I
they're-
see.
it-
It's
like,
just
imagine-
the new Homestuck.
Imagine
see.
it's like Homestuck Tumblr sexy man, but just like cookies.
This is this generation's Homestuck. I see.
Yeah,
That's not true. I was actually pretty good with it. I actually was pretty freaking good with it. Based on my guesses using facts and logic.
Facts and logic.
Facts and logic. Yeah,
Certified
totally.
gooner.
Mm. Yeah, grip my goon stick firmly in both hands, dude.
Dude, Eiko might be the freakiest of all.
You know? That's true. I'm not DMing people gay sex before, collabs. So it's like,
there's
yeah.
no way, dude. That is no way. It's 100% Amalia. What the hell?
There's no way.
I think it might be you, dude.
No, how is it me? How am I the freakiest? You know what? I was literally just making a Dragoon joke, by the way.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, it's a grand joke. Grab my gay bulge or whatever that spear is called. Yeah, the gay bulge or whatever people call it. I think it's like gay bulge.
Literally what it's called. It's just a dragoon joke, dude.
I know it's an Irish mythical weapon. I know it is.
Yeah,
But I don't know
it's
how you pronounce it. It's like I know people call it the gay bulge though.
It's the gay bulge, bro.
What?
Hi. You never had you don't know about the gay bulge? Eve? It actually appears in more than just Final Fantasies in general. It's a mythical weapon.
It hasn't come up for me.
Dude,
Yeah,
you
Eve
never heard
doesn't know
about
about the gay bulge.
Dude, Eve doesn't know about the
Uh,
gay
Saddies.
bulge. Dude.
Not a knower.
Not a knower.
It is in Fate Stay Night, that's true.
Yeah, dude. You wanna play with my gay bulge?
Is this a weapon?
It's a
We
weapon.
do have a
it's
table
weapon.
right here, Aiko. I could be playing with your gay bulge right now and
Why,
nobody
yeah.
would know.
No dollar jar? No. The dollar jar always exists. They were talking about Final Fantasy before we started streams. They could get it out of their system.
I mean, I could bring out the Yowie hand too if you want.
Yo, yeah, but what about Okay, I think the gay bulge is a sword, right? Actually.
Is it?
Let's-
I thought it was a spear.
Look, I got it. I'm checking. Hold on.
You checking the gay bulge?
Yeah, I'm checking the
Yeah?
gay bulge. Oh, it is
Yeah,
a spear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a spear. Yeah.
Okay, so the spear of mortal pain and death, gap notch spear. The name of the spear of. I am not saying this bro's name, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
But it's a real thing. Yeah.
Isn't it the guy who Vors? Yeah, it's a Vor guy. It's a Vor guy.
Well, I mean,
Um,
it says it's called the belly spear here, so you know.
It's Kuhalain. You know,
Yeah.
he's in FF12 too.
Well, I mean,
he's also in Fate. Yeah, he's also in Fate. Because he was an actual like hero of like
Oh,
mythology.
He's a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure lots of people would like to grip his gay bulge in both hands.
I'm sure there's Rule 34 about that. And if he popped up on Rule 34, we would have to take that into consideration.
His spear is called the gay bulge.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Eve
Eve
has
needs to
entered
find out about
airplane
the-
mode.
Eve needs to find out about the gay bulge, dude.
I'm billing you guys for all the Botox that I'm gonna need in my forehead from frowning so much during Yapcast.
Dude, I want to see what the gay bulge looks like.
Yeah? I'll show you mine. Actually, I still
Yeah?
think I have my gay bulge in my inventory in 14.
What does the
Dude,
gay bulge
It was
look
like the first relic.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the Final Fantasy version. I'm talking about the fucking mythical one.
The real one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, look.
I do
the gay
have
bulge is also in
topical
Assassin's Creed.
questions. If Eve wants a reprieve.
Oh, please, God,
Hey, you can't
please,
spell-
anything else, please.
You can't spell reprieve without Eve. Let's go. Okay, these are randomized, by the way. I have 13 different ones. So this was something I recently heard on TikTok. People associating different emotions with the color red. What emotion do you associate? It could be emotions. What emotions do you associate with the color red?
What emotions?
Yes. Some people associate passion, like being passionately in love. So it's like, like big red hearts or stuff, or like Valentine's, but some people associate it with rage.
Rage and
Like
passion, says chat.
ragey. I actually realized I associate it with confidence. I feel like it's a very confident color. If you wear it, you are a confident person. Because it's a very... I don't know, it's a
That
bright
makes
color.
sense.
It like draws your
Yeah.
attention.
Actually, that's actually why, like, people, not to get too deep into this, but actually, when during political debates, I think I believe that they tend to wear red or red ties.
Mm-hmm. I've heard
That's
that too.
actually a thing. Yeah, that's actually a thing. So I think it's very normal to associate red with confidence.
Yeah.
Mhm.
To me, it's like a
I
confident...
associate it with the Sith.
Huh? And I'm a nerd. Like, hello,
My brain went to Star Wars.
Star Wars. I forgot there was a Star Wars movie coming out soon.
There is.
I think. Yeah, there's a whole
I
ass
didn't know that.
Mandalorian movie coming out.
Oh.
Mandalorian.
Oh yeah. I guess.
I just think it's weird that I haven't seen like any advertisements for it.
I think I associate red with strong feelings.
Okay, that's a good. Yeah.
Because
Also, hi Raiders. We just
Hello?
got raided.
Hello,
Hi Raiders. Hi Pixie
Raiders.
Pop. Welcome in Raiders. Hope you guys had a great
Hello.
stream.
hello.
Oh, just chatting, dude. One day we'll beat the just chatting final boss.
True.
Probably.
That was my
Thank you so much
biggest
for
stream
reading in.
category, dude. This past year.
Huge.
My favorite
Was
game, just
it?
chatting. Yeah.
I think it might
Well-
have been mine too.
Cause like for me, right? Red is kind of like it could mean so many things, right? It could mean lust, it could mean
Mhm.
love, it could mean anger, it could mean like confidence, like you said. So I feel like it's just context dependent, eh?
Mhm.
So I think overall, I think red is for me a very it's just strong emotions kind of thing.
Yeah. I definitely, yeah. I feel like it's like a strong, it's such a vivid color that it's like
Yeah.
no matter what emotion, it's a very strong one.
Yes,
Eve.
it is.
It reminds me of the Sith.
It reminds me of the same.
The Sith are really strong too.
That's true.
True.
That's true. That's true. Red is for Dante. That's true. Red is for Dante, funny pizza man, Spartasun. My loser man baby girl. Stream is going good. Raiders, if you guys got a raid and run or do any post-stream activities, do what you gotta do, gamers. We are just kind of yapping. We have some little topics that I've prepared that are very random, and I did not think of them on the toilet at 3 a.m. That'd be crazy.
Wow, people poo-poo thoughts.
Poo-poo thoughts.
Bro.
What?
This is
What?
funny because you guys kind of mentioned this. Do you listen to any podcasts? We do this once a month, but do you guys listen to any podcasts?
I listen to so many podcasts.
Really?
I listen to so many. Yeah. I listen to, what is it? Smosh Mouth. The like Reddit Stories Smosh podcast.
Location confirmed.
They have another podcast.
Pending
Wait,
supply.
Smosh Mouth is with two of the, what is it? It's like Amanda and Shane from Smosh, and then they have a Reddit Stories podcast, which is really good. I listen to D&D Court. I listen to My Brother and Me. I listen to oh my gosh, what's it called? With another McElroy podcast. With oh man, I'm so annoyed I can't remember the name. With Griffin McElroy and his wife.
Griffin McElroy and his wife.
Mm-hmm. It's something really wholesome. It's a really wholesome podcast about just talking about what you really like what's a nice small thing and a nice big thing that you like about the world. It's really wholesome.
Oh, that is cute. I feel like I need something like
That's
that.
so cute.
It's really wholesome. I'm sad I can't remember the name of it. And then I listen to a ton of other D&D podcasts as well. Critical Role. There's also Brennan Lee Mulligan's podcast, which are
yeah.
really good too. Wonderful, thank you. Oh my god, yeah, it's literally
Wonderful.
just called Wonderful. It's so good.
It's so
Yeah,
wonderful.
I listen to a lot of podcasts. Those are just some.
How about you, Aiko?
I don't really listen to a lot of podcasts. I mean, you wouldn't really count like stuff like I watch like some videos once in a while, but not listen to really like any podcast at all. I basically watch Librarian. obviously. And I watch I like watch Annie Austin videos, but I don't
Oh, I
I'm not
love
really
Eddie Austin.
Dude, I love Annie
I love
Austin.
his stuff so much.
Dude, it's like every time, babe, new Annie Austin video dropped.
Yeah, dude, catch me like hot bubble bath with a glass of wine, watching an Eddie Austin video.
Is
Eddie
he the
Austin's
one
so-
that's like, where do the Skyrim rivers run?
Yes.
To?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Yes. I
love
love
his
those
stuff.
videos.
I love his stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, did you guys watch the Skyrim tree one?
Yeah.
I haven't watched that one yet.
Okay,
I
there's-
did see him upload that one.
It's so good. It's so
The-
good.
Rivers in Red Dead Redemption is really good too.
Mhm.
I really like the electric poles in Red Dead one.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Gosh, he's
that one was
fantastic.
really good. Yeah, so those are my kind of non-podcasty podcast, I guess, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to
about you?
listen to a lot of true crime ones. I used to be a true crime girly. I used to be like the white girl listening to true crime like stereotype was me, definitely, for a while. But I
Okay.
stopped a couple years ago.
Mhm,
Because so I have a degree in sociology,
mhm.
specifically in criminology. And so it was like, for me, it was less of like, oh my gosh, like tea, like gossip and like tea and stuff. But it was more of like I don't know, it's like an academic level. And I liked listening to true crime podcasts that were kind of taking it in like an academic like perspective and not like, oh my God, do your makeup with me while we talk about someone getting brutally murdered. Like that was kind of like icky to me.
Oop.
She's always leaving us.
Oh.
Yeah. I hate you guys.
Oh, wait. It's Tuesday.
Hmm?
I forgot about Steam maintenance. F.
Um,
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Erm.
I've come to talk with you again.
Is it like down?
It'll
How down
be
is it?
back in can you guys come
says-
back? Does it
says
say no?
connection to Steam servers failed.
Okay. It must be the Steam maintenance.
Do you want to get our Fugis up?
Yeah, I'll get the Fugis. Oh, I forgot that this was a thing. I forgot this was a thing. No, my friends. My friends left me.
Dude.
Well, we will consider that for
Depot's
next time.
mean.
Eve don't sit on chat. That's weird.
Sadie.
Sadie.
Diddy, dude. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I used to watch a lot of true crime ones or listen to them, but I kind of was like, I kind of don't fuck with it anymore. Because it became very like, I don't know, even the ones that were taking it kind of academically or like talking about like historical stuff, because a lot of them would cover like historical crimes that ended up like causing laws to shift or, stuff that was like,
Mm.
like big events, like cults that, the Branch Davidians, that was like a really big one because that like domino effect a bunch of stuff that happened in like America. So I liked listening to it for like an academic reason, but then it turned into a lot of the ones that I even listened to that were doing it academically kind of turned into that like, let's do our makeup and like, I don't know, they treated it more like gossip than like with like proper respect and care. And so I stopped kind of listening to that. So I do listen to, I have two friends that started a podcast. They do theirs once a month as well. And it's mostly about gaming stuff. My friends Tarvold and Pyrrhic, they've started that. And yeah, that's true, Arctic. It's become, the true crime slop has become like, yeah, it's become really bad.
Did you ever get into the ghost hunting kind of
Oh
like
no.
stuff?
Oh.
I feel like Merp tried to like send me some, and I was like, I'm a weenie.
I'm
I'm a weenie, dude. I don't care if it's like fake AF. I'm a weenie.
Oh, I love those like spooky story podcast things.
right?
I'm a
They're
baby.
fun. Like I don't really like follow any of them, but I kind of really like those. Like I really love horror stories. So
Me
even like
too.
yeah, even like mangas and stuff like that, I really like those case of the day kind of like basically like that same kind of stuff, right? Like they go ghost hunting or like spirit hunting. Like, dude, those are so fun. I love them.
Yeah, I'm a baby weenie. Like maybe with friends, I could watch that, but like I'd be like,
Oh, dude, I love the spooky ones, especially when they're so spooky. And they set up the like atmosphere so well that you have nightmares about it later. Oh, mwah, bellissimo.
I have enough nightmares. I'm good. I don't need extra. I don't need the bonus content.
Yeah, but
Bonus
it's like
content.
living the story out. It's kind of cool.
Oh,
Don't you think so?
are some of them like, what is it? What is it? Like
ARG.
ARGs? Yeah. Are they
It's more
like that?
video though.
Yeah, that's a little different. But listen, when like the setup is so good that you have nightmares about it, it's basically like playing a spooky game, but like actually being in it. It's kind of, dude, that's hype.
Oh, you mean the thing that I don't want to happen?
Okay, but I mean, look, it's kind of cool to have it like experiencing it yourself, you know? And it's not lasting, you know? So it's kind of exciting for me.
You have fun with that. I'm just a weenie. I'm a weenie. I feel like, you know, like ARGs or whatever. There was one that I got sent to, like, I got sent it, and I got so mad. This was a couple months ago, I think. It was by one of my mods. They sent this to me because they're like, dude, look at this dinosaur game. And it turns out, like, I watched the full video. It's like this lost media dinosaur PC game from like the 90s or something. And I watched the whole thing. I was like, dude, this is terrifying. This is like really cool though. They're like going on this hunt to find this like lost game. And it turns out the whole thing was fake. It was all unfiction. It was all like, which I guess is like a branch of ARG now, where people just make this like video essay about this like thing that they've made up.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm like, what?
that sounds about right.
What? You got me hyped that you guys discovered this like lost media and it was all fake? You made it up? You lied on the internet? I was mad.
They were
Yeah.
fake. Of course they were.
Fake dinosaur game.
I mean, you know what? Sometimes that's why, dude. That's why the nightmares are the best because they're always real in the nightmare.
Okay,
In the
Mikolash.
nightmare.
Okay, Mikolash. You calm down over there. My sources, I made it the fuck up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I agree, Cathal. It kind of sucked because I was so like invested, but then it was like at the very end, it was like a 30-minute video. It's like at the end, it was like, oh, by the way, this is all in fiction. This is like not even, we just like made it up. And I was like, bruh.
Not real. Saddies.
Saddies.
Dude. Like I actually, you know, this morning I woke up from a crazy dream. Too.
Yeah.
That was kind of
Oh?
spooky. Yeah, but I only remember a short part of it. Basically, like I had a dream where like me and my girlfriend were getting hunted down by a ghost or something, like a demon, and like it was like one of those stereotypical horror movie things where like the lights flash and they all turn off and stuff, right? Um and then like I fell asleep at some point, and then I know I locked the door, and then I woke up with all the doors open, like to the apartment and everything, and it was kind of freaky, and I thought I was gonna die.
Wait, you
That's all I
woke up
remember.
Spooky.
in the dream?
Yeah. So I fell asleep in the dream, like I blinked,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep in the dream, and then I woke up to like the front door and like the door to the bedroom open, and I was like, dude, it was so scary because like I remember in the dream I was so scared, so I was like holding my girlfriend like, babe, I'll protect you.
Oh my god.
And then, dude, it was kind of freaky though, because like if you're
She's so
living it,
brave.
right? Dude, dude, haha, people blush. Oh, babe,
People
don't worry.
blush.
I'll protect you, babe.
I'll
Um,
protect you, babe.
I'll protect you, babe.
Well,
But yeah, it's I don't know. I woke up, I was like, whoa, that was so scary, and then I was like, wait, that was kind of exciting. Put me, can I go
Put-
back to
what-
sleep?
what? You just wanted to go back in? That's crazy.
you're
Go back to
crazy.
sleep.
That's
put me back to
crazy.
sleep. Dude, don't you
I don't
ever get
remember
those
my last
dreams where you're
dream.
like, put me back to sleep? Like, do you ever feel that?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Like, yeah, it's just so lit. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so lit.
It's so
dude.
lit.
It's so lit, dude. Me protecting my girlfriend from the horrors that go bump in the night, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. One time, do you ever have dreams where you're not yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Because in this dream, I was a man.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
I definitely had a dream that I was Pikachu one time, like Ash's Pikachu. That was crazy.
Cute. What the heck?
Cute.
but like we were old. We were like older. And like I had to save everybody. I was like this old, like Ash's Pikachu, but old. And Ash was old, and I had to protect him from this like really mean, like
Aw.
crazy Pokemon that was gonna kill everybody.
Oh.
It was kind of scary, but I was like an
Oh my
old man
gosh.
Pikachu.
My heart, dude.
Pikachu. Aw.
Yeah. I also
Cute.
remember having a dream where I was like, I lived in a cabin with my wife and kids, and I would like go hunting in the woods. I was like this guy, and I had like a dog. And I feel like I lived like that whole guy's life in a dream. It was crazy. Like I woke up and I legitimately was like,
Spooky.
who was
Where's
that?
my wife?
Yeah, I was like, where's my wife?
wife?
Where's my kids? Where's my,
wife and kid?
where's my like hunting dog? And it was like kind of, it was
Oh my
definitely like,
God.
I don't even think they were like guns or anything. It was like a long time ago, like very long time ago.
Yo, ye oldie timey, dude.
Yeah, I was like, where's my wife? I
Where's
don't remember his
my
name.
wife? Oh my god.
Maybe that was my past life. Maybe I dreamt of my past life. I don't know. Maybe I had a wife and kids.
Oh.
Maybe I became Arthur Morgan. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's wild.
Dude. I feel like yeah, I mean like I've definitely had dreams where I'm like, yeah, I'm not myself, dude. I'm definitely like someone else. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. Oh man. Have you ever had those dreams before, Eve?
You know what? It's a little strange, maybe, as goddess of daydreams, but I don't dream often.
Mhm.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
and I
daydreams are
can't remember
different.
dreams very well. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't actually dream all that often. I'm kind of like a pillow, like head hits pillow, I'm out, and then I blink and I'm awake again.
It'd be that way sometimes.
Dude. I've had some crazy dreams where I'm like, this has got to be some kind of whack alternate universe kind of
Yeah.
stuff, like But
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I was telling chat the last dream I had, I was having a Minecraft nightmare.
Minecraft nightmare.
Was it a creeper?
No. I was in full netherite gear in the end, and I ran out of rockets for my wings, and I fell into the void.
Oh no.
It wasn't like Herobrine or anything.
No.
No creepypasta. It was just no me rockets.
No, I'm out of rockets. Ah.
Whatever. It was scared of me. Okay.
Aw. I can see how that's scary, plummeting to your like inevitable doom of the void,
Yeah. Right.
That's scary.
Right.
That would be
That
pretty
is.
scary.
That is.
Eve starts falling asleep, and the cutscene starts, and she mashes the skip button. Basically.
Skip that, skip that. One time, this is so dumb. Like, brace
Mhm.
yourself for this. This is the stupidest thing ever.
Bracing.
Bracing?
When I was young, this was around the time that I think like Lord of the Rings was in theaters. So this was a long time ago. Okay. I was pretty young. I had a dream that I was fighting. It was kind of like a Mount Doom kind of area. And
Mhm.
I was like swinging my sword, and I remember like slashing like a human dude's arm open. And I
Ugh.
think
Ooh.
like I was really young, and I think my brain, like I had seen violence in media before, but I think my brain was like, no, we have to censor that because that's scary and gross. Which actually, my brain does kind of censor things sometimes in dreams, I've noticed. So when I looked at the guy's wound, don't bully me. Don't bully me.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
It was like
Oh,
the
boy.
inside of a chicken nugget.
Bro.
That's
It was
crazy.
like I cut him open, and it was just the inside of a chicken nugget.
Bruh.
Bro, that's crazy. That's insane.
And I think about that. I think about that a lot. I'm like, why did I dream the inside, like people's insides looked like chicken nuggets?
No, dude, yummy.
Yummy. Take a bite out of that.
Mm-mm. Speaking of which, I think VNet's back up.
Oh, is it back up? Let's
I
go.
think so.
Come to me, my friends.
I'm coming.
Is the thing open?
It should be.
I don't know if it's open. Well,
is
I'm
it not open?
connecting, but I don't know. It's connecting.
It should be. It says that I still have a collab going. If not, I can like stop it and restart it.
Offline, it says.
Oh.
Yeah, you might have to restart it.
Let's see. I'll just leave the same password and stuff.
Very cool.
Oh. Okay. Let me grab that.
Let me in, Amalia.
I'm letting you in.
Let me in!
Will you let me
All right.
in, Amalia?
I'll let you in.
Don't say it like that.
What?
Some warrior nuggies? That's crazy.
Dude, we are.
Is that a little joke cat emote? That guy's so silly. I still can't believe he drew that fan art. That's crazy. It said
Dude,
Aiko joined. Aiko will jump scare us in a second. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
the resub.
Will you let me in?
Yeah,
Sinner's moment.
I'm gonna turn the light on. Oh, here we go. I froze, so somebody's dude, she's so menacing. She's menacing.
Hi.
Look at her. Wonka.
Monka.
Standing there. Menacingly.
Uh-oh. Next. Oh, Jesus. Dude, I'm the titty censor.
Dude, we're all
That's
back.
crazy.
She's right behind me, isn't she?
She's right behind me, isn't she? That happened to me the other day. I was at VTuber Talk for a little charity thing, and somebody spawned
I saw
in.
that.
Yeah, like right behind me. I was like, I'm in danger, chat. I'm in danger.
Real size Eve is wild.
I mean, you're like a goddess. Are gods like big?
Yeah, it could be ginormous.
You could
never
be.
know.
You could be
Dude.
giant woman.
She's
All I
literally
wanna do.
she's literally one of those like Final Fantasy bosses where like they look normal in the in like gameplay, and then you start the boss fight, and then they grow like 10 sizes, dude.
I
That's
love-
$1.
I love when games do that. Because I mean, Elden Ring does it too. I've
That's
noticed.
true. Remember,
Elden Ring does it too.
are you a minuscule little guy, little tarnished in a big world, or are you a normal?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you?
I'm gonna ask that Mario question to the Mario YouTuber Discord that I'm in. I'm gonna see them crash out. Half of what I do in there is just a little bit of trolling as a treat, and they're like, "God damn it!"
Dude, it was
Why
a
did
good
we
Mario
invite you?
question. It was
Why
it
did
was
we
a
invite
good
you?
Mario question, okay? Like
It's a
you
great
know?
question. I want to see what they
Yeah.
say. They're all like, dude, I'm like, so maybe you guys have been like YouTubers for like over a decade. I want to see y'all's professional opinions.
The question was, is Mario when Mario eats the mushroom, does Mario return to normal
Oh.
size? That one. Or
Yeah.
yep, that one. That was the question. It's food for thought, you know? I think it's very important.
Mhm. It's food for thought and for Mario.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, the cloning cherry one. I did troll them with that. Where I was like, because you guys know the Mario games where he eats the cherry, then there's two Marios. It's like, so if one of the Marios leaves, how do we know that it's the like clone and not the real one?
The
Dude,
Mario
it's like
Prime.
dude, that's like the ship of Theseus.
Yeah. I did troll them with what Mario. They did not like me for that either. What Mario? The pregnant ship
No.
of Theseus, yeah.
Pregnant ship of
Yeah, so like what if
Theseus?
Mario
Whoa.
gets impregged?
Okay.
And he eats one of those cherries. Does the cherry have a clone baby? Or not the cherry. Does the clone have a clone baby? Yeah. Does the clone
Okay,
have a
what's
clone
the-
baby?
What's the next question you have prepared, Amalia?
I have so many great questions, and they're all about impreg for the rest of the stream. I'm just kidding. So this is funny because we talked about this. I realized that before stream, I was like, dude, all three of us, we played TTRPGs, but
Mm.
we don't really talk about it on Gabcast that much. And I was like, dude, I should like do some questions about that. Then we ended up talking about it anyways. For TTRPGs, do you tend to play whimsical characters or serious characters?
I've played more serious characters, I think. Like I don't play like little Jingle Bob, the silly little elf slayer, you know? Like
Yeah.
I like I do play like serious characters, and a big part of what I really like about D&D is like figuring out what my movement is going to be in battle situations, or like figuring out the puzzle of battling.
Mm.
I like playing a druid a lot because there's like a lot of different things you can do
Mhm.
as a druid. Like you can heal, you can like help take up numbers with transforming, you can there's so many other things besides just attacking.
Mhm.
So I really like the strategy part of TTRPGs. But hey, I love doing a silly little bit at the same time. I love having silly little side moments for sure, but I think I tend to lean a bit more serious.
How about you, Miss P, and your horde of TTRPG OCs?
I tend to play serious characters, but that doesn't like sometimes I do on different campaigns, on like less RP focused campaigns. They're serious characters, but they also have like kind of a bit to them, right? Like
Mhm.
I played a druid of Stars, Circles of Stars
Ooh,
druid.
good choice.
And yeah, and her name was Playa. She was water themed, so that's why I called her Playa, because after the Pleiades, the rainy stars, she was a Simic hybrid, and so she had a lot of water themes, and she was a character that acted like an old grandma,
Oh, I
like
love that.
Cute.
kind of like character, right? And she's like this like non-human freaking fish looking thing. Like she's like based off a jellyfish. So I do like I do like having like whimsical, but she was also like she wasn't like a joke character, you
Right.
know? Like there's still like
Yeah.
a serious backstory to her. That's
Mhm.
just her personality, and it is kind of a bit, but like yeah, but I tend to play characters that like I like them having like a lot of like emotional story. So sometimes my characters like they die and stuff and it's fine.
Yeah.
Like but like it's like the emotional impact or
Aw.
whatever.
Mhm.
Or they
I think-
like Mhm.
No. You go. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say like they have like very deep emotional ties. They get really attached to things and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, I think after playing, like I've played a couple more serious characters in my past campaigns, and now I want to lean into more whimsy and silly. I think having like a little bit is great to lean on
Mhm.
because I played a druid. That was like one of my first characters, and then I played a paladin, like who had the whole kingdom like resting on her shoulders. She had a really intense like backstory and like a crazy like tale of revenge, and it was like very moving and like inspirational, and there were so many crazy turns and stuff. But like I'm kind of tupid. Like it's hard for me to play a smart character. I need a little silly whimsy guy because I feel like I can embody that a lot better than I can like a really like important character with like a lot of weight on her poor shoulders, man.
Yeah.
It required me to like lock in a little bit more than I would have liked, maybe.
That's why I'm in 4 campaigns, dude. I love plotting, you know?
Yeah.
Like I love plotting, and I know some people will really hate this, but I love like low key screwing with my party a tiny little bit,
Oh
you know?
yeah,
Oh
for
gosh.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause like, okay, like, I like there's times where I get them really attached to my character, and then I do something terrible to my own character.
Oh my god.
Okay, but like I'm not a DM, you know? I'm just
Yeah.
another player.
Yeah.
So it's fun, but I know like a lot of people don't like to play with that. So it depends on it. Like again, it really depends on who I'm playing with.
Mhm.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude,
As a DM,
Dude.
it's like in my job description to torture my players.
dude.
I was I was asked this recently. I was like, what is like the way you torture your like player, your party? Lately it has been enchanted dolls. Not malicious
I've
enchanted
heard of
dolls.
this, yeah.
But yeah, there is an item that it's just a doll that has been enchanted to memorize. I think it's like 5 to 10 pre-recorded lines, like magically. And I've just had those little dolls like show up sometimes specifically to freak out our gunslinger because that character hates that kind of stuff. But that character, I feel like, also gets us into the most interesting situations. But the one time they were kind of like looking around a deserted town and they found a doll that sounded like half garbled because it was just like kind of like ratty and had been worn quite a bit. And it was like, let's go down to the beach. It was like just really creepy, really like unsettling things. It was like, oh, don't think I like that, you know, and just little things like that, just to kind of like, the doll was perfectly like harmless. Like it was just a doll, but just little things like that Because he didn't know. He didn't know. His character didn't know. He didn't know as a player. So he was just like, you know. Yeah, he was on his toes the whole time. For me, I end up playing, I feel, a character that has some sort of ongoing bit. Like I told you guys about Scree. His thing was that he annoyed his monk mentor so much that his monk mentor said to like, oh, what was it? It was like, go find nowhere. So he was on a quest to find nowhere. That was his quest because he was an idiot. He didn't realize that. Or like go find someplace else. Like he was like, okay, so he was like on his way to go find that. You know,
oh, kind of cute.
He was kind of dumb, but he was like I don't know. He became friends with like a lot of NPCs. He ended up being kind of the like, I don't know, the good little fella, not the smart guy, not the strategist, but the good guy that people liked.
That's
Himbo. That's so cute.
Yeah. Sometimes I play a serious character, but I feel like it kind of depends on the setting. And if it's a one shot, you know, sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I'll bring in like a whimsical, not a joke, but like a character that has like a bit going. I've also played a tabaxi that was scared of water, but was also a pirate captain. That was pretty fun.
Lol, that's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like I don't know. I feel like for me, I like having because I really like plotting, you know? Like
Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually know what's gonna happen in the campaign, but I just kind of plot like different things to happen for my character, and I have like so many contingencies that like, dude, I like playing a really complicated character. And then it's just fun for me, right? So like in between when I'm not, so this is like I literally have tabletop as like, I would not say it's my whole personality, but like in behind the scene. Oh my god, when I'm not playing tabletop, I'm like, oh, but what if I made my tabletop?
What if I was?
What if I did do this to my character? You know, like, oh, but this line will go so hard if something comes up that's similar. I'm gonna write this one down and I'm gonna drop it when the time is right.
I love that.
I'm just like plotting throughout the time. So then when it comes to the thing, like people are like, oh, you actually like you have so much stuff for your character. I'm like, yeah, because like when I have the shower thoughts, I'm plotting. When I'm pooping, I'm
dangerous
plotting.
almost. But as a DM, I would love that.
Oh my god, I love doing that. But yeah, I love tabletop a lot. Like I'm obsessively like about I'm kind of obsessive.
Ready.
Yeah, I do. Dude, I'm the plotter. I'm John Plotter, dude.
Dude, I love plotting. I also like I love plotting in like as a DM, I love plotting in like I'm gonna give the characters like backstory stuff and like dynamic stuff, but then also I will like fuck with my players a bit. And like one guy decides he's like, I'm gonna take up like wood carving, you know? And then one time I'm like, okay, yeah, you're gonna take up wood carving and you're starting like a little side business. That's like one of your character things. He gets so famous with that. He gets so popular. He ends up attracting the attention of this really busty orc woman. And he plays a kobold.
Yoo-hoo, boys.
And she's like, carve me like one of your French ladies.
Woo.
And he's like, what have I done? And yes, he did end up taking the commission. Yeah.
Nice. I mean, I just feel like I don't know. I don't know. You guys don't like think about your characters like every so often. I literally sometimes I read a tweet about like something I know in fiction and I'm like, holy frick, this is so perfect for my character. Oh my god, I'm gonna start. You know, don't you guys ever do that?
I mean, I do for my novel characters.
Yeah.
I do for my novel characters. I have 3 Blorbos that I rotate in my head like a rotisserie chicken all the time. They're rotating right now.
Yeah.
And I love all 3 of them so very much. I will be torturing them. I will be making their lives miserable, but I love them so much.
Dude, torturing your OCs is so fun. Like, honestly. I love a good
Dude,
OC
I
torture
feel
session.
I feel so bad for my OC. My last campaign unfortunately fell apart because my DM went and had children, and then he
Oh,
got busy with that. So
it'd be that way.
yeah, but like before that, like it was a very serious and tortured campaign. It was
Mhm.
very sad. Like I would try and have little whimsical moments. I like enchanted a sword to play like a prank on one of my friends
Mhm.
in the campaign. And the DM made it so that it like backfired and started like taking over my character's like body and stuff. And if you know anything about paladins or
Uh-oh.
berserkers, if they become enchanted or taken over, that's really bad for the party. And she's
Mhm.
a paladin of the realm, everyone before
Mhm.
herself. So I made my character chop her own arm off because that's what she would do, so that she couldn't get taken over.
That's
So it was
so metal.
my little
That's so
whimsy
metal.
moment turned so incredibly serious.
Oh my
So
god.
yeah, like even I just feel bad
Oh
for
my
her.
god.
I did what needed to be done. My DM
Dude,
was like,
I
"Are you
love that
sure?" And
for
I was like,
you.
"That's what she would do. I'm playing my character, bro."
I love
Really,
that
the
That's
for
so
arm,
you,
metal.
Eve. I love that for you.
right?
I do. I love that for you. That's so cool.
It was such a cool story moment, though. It
That's
was
a
I
really cool
beautiful as
story
know.
hell.
moment. Yeah.
My DM was not
Yeah.
expecting it. I was like, "Well, that's what she would do."
That's what she would do. Oh my god. That's so cool. I love story moments like this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's really cool.
Hell yeah. I oh man. I actually just love like dude, what's wrong with me? Why do we like torturing our own OC so?
Everybody
It wasn't
tortures their own
intentional.
OC.
For my
Everybody
character, at
does at
least.
some point.
That's true.
Oh
I guess
my
in Eve's
god.
case it wasn't intentional, but yeah. I kind of love a good OC torture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. They know what they've done to
They
deserve
know
this.
what
Actually,
they've
they don't
done.
deserve this, but you know
Yeah, they
what?
don't. Well,
They
But it's
don't.
gonna
They
happen
two
don't.
of them
anyway.
It's gonna
might.
happen anyway. Yeah. They
Poor
don't deserve
guys.
it. Yeah.
Poor little
But
fellas.
you know, sometimes I want bad endings for them. Like I want them to be happy, but also the bad ending just hits so juicy. I'm like,
Bro, no.
I like
Saddies.
bad ending as like a writing tool to make a new story. Like a fic that's a bad ending. Sometimes those just hit so good.
I know, right? It just
But
hits
then I
so
want to make them
good.
happy a little bit at the end, make them go through it, but make them better at the end.
Dude, my
Well,
first campaign ended so sad. I like cried on the way home in the car from the session.
Oh
I
my
was so emotionally
God.
invested. I felt so bad for my character.
no, see, I love a good cry.
I have not cried over D&D unless it was like
Really?
prepping. Unless it was prepping. I haven't been a player character in a while though. I've been the
Mm.
But
DM.
you're the DM.
You're
Yeah.
John DM.
I'm John DM.
Yeah.
John DM.
I don't know. Dude, it's so cathartic when you're crying over your OCs, man. Like you're like
True.
crying, you're like, this story is so sad, but it's so good. It's so sad in a good way. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, no. What?
Dude, I love that. I love grieving for a character, you know?
It was
But
true
I-
grief. Like I felt like I lost someone. I was so sad, bro.
Aww.
Dude, I feel that. But dude, it makes me feel alive.
It makes me feel alive. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of a drama queen, sorry. Sorry for being a drama queen, guys.
I don't play with them anymore. That's probably a good thing. We haven't had anyone die in this campaign, but we did come very close twice. Very close. We
My character
had
didn't even die. I just felt so bad for my other characters.
Oh,
My other friends' characters.
oh, that's
Sometimes it's not about the
sad.
death. Sometimes it's just
Yeah.
about the things that you've lost, you know. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my heart. Oh.
my heart. Oh, but it hurts so good.
Yeah. I think I've only ever had one conflict with a DM.
Oh.
And it was funny because the DM was Cap. And we had a debate about how a certain effect should affect a character, but we ended up coming to a compromise. But it wasn't like
Who was
a
right?
really big
So who was
fight.
right?
It was like
So who was right though?
Yeah,
who was
who's right?
right? Okay, on paper him, but the logic didn't logic in my opinion.
Wow,
On paper,
Rules is
Wow.
written.
I
DM.
was like actually a little bit. I was the little actually.
Yeah, this is our D&D court now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is.
I don't remember like what it was exactly, but it was like how a spell
Location confirmed.
should
Sending supplies.
be versus how it was written, because it was complicated. It was a complicated, like, I don't know. I don't remember the exact
Mm-mm.
scenario because I think it had to be like 7 years ago or something like that.
Oh
Makes
man,
sense.
It was a while back.
dude, retro.
It was retro.
Ooh,
it was a retro
retro.
problem. It was a whole
I'm just
retro
inserting a little
problem.
rage bait every couple.
Was it
lines.
fifth? It was
Yeah.
fifth. Yeah, I've really only ever
Retro.
played fifth, like for the most part.
Okay,
But-
but I'm kind of on the it's if you have to read it as written because okay, I think that D&D rules do not follow real life, but however, the biggest but is that if it's cool, I'll let it work
Mm.
once kind of thing, you know? I'll let it work once, but never again, and it's rule of cool. But also, I'm kind of a raw person, you know?
A raw person.
Yeah, rules as written, you pervert.
Oh, I kind of am too, but in this scenario, there was something that I was like, why is it called X if it does Y? It was like,
Okay, but
Yeah.
like, I think what was it? Well, there's like a cantrip that is exactly that. What was it? It's like cold.
Yes.
Chill touch. Chill touch.
yes, it's chill touch. Yes, that one.
Ah.
That one is named so badly. It really
No,
is.
it's called chill touch, but it doesn't do any cold damage.
It does no cold damage.
Yeah, it does no cold
Yeah.
damage. So I mean,
Basically, I think it was like something did like an AoE circle, and I wanted it to do a cone because it was. I think it was called something breath. So you would think that it would be like a conal, like a breath attack, but it was
Mhm.
actually a circle that didn't come from the origin point. And I was like, then
Oh.
why is it called a breath? like
because
then it's not a
you're-
breath attack. Breath
Because you
attacks in
spin-
D&D are a
spin in a
cone.
circle. You go,
Or
Yeah.
they're a line. They're not a.
You
They're
know?
not a. It was like a fireball, and I was like, "That's not what a breath is."
well, you know what?
Yeah. So it was weird. It was really weird. It was one of those like I feel like this is named incorrectly, so I actually a little bit, and
Yeah.
but we ended up compromising with something else.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's kind of like that, right? Also, yeah, chill touch I think is also has a range. So it's like chill touch is not a touch, neither is it cold damage. So I mean, Glenn,
Yeah.
why is it called chill
Yeah.
touch, dude? You ain't touching shit.
You ain't touching shit. Exactly,
You ain't touching shit.
dude. If it was an Akmorn, that'd be really cool. That'd be cool.
we gotta move on to the next topic, or we're never gonna leave.
We
the
don't have to go
TTRPG
through all of
space.
these.
True. It's true. It's true.
What emote of yours is your favorite?
Whoa!
Whoa.
I did throw in some VTuber stuff in here. Not much, but I did.
Whoa.
What is your?
Whoa.
That's hard, dude.
Yeah, what
I
is
know
your
mine-
favorite?
It's like picking one of my favorite children. Like I love them
Exactly.
all.
It's
I
a
have
difficult
one.
question.
I use
Yeah?
it all the time. Yeah, I literally use it all the time.
Is it the?
Dude, it's this one.
Yeah, I knew exactly which one it was going to be. I was like, keep yourself safe one. Yeah.
Keep yourself safe one is insane. That's
Oh no, wait. I was thinking of the other
No,
one.
it's, no,
That was the other one.
It's my 3C, dude.
Oh yeah, the
Okay,
3C one.
3C.
dude, the 3C, man. Okay,
Yeah.
keep yourself safe is also that's my second.
Yeah,
top.
that's your yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I think of when I think of you.
Yeah,
True.
that's the one you think of when you think of
You use that one all the time for me.
Yeah.
Huh.
I do feel that every streamer has like that one emote that is like the quintessential emote of theirs.
Mm.
For me, for Aiko, it's definitely the keep yourself safe one, or it's the 3C one.
3C, dude, the
Yeah.
evil ones.
Mm. I like
Yeah, the
I
evil
like all
ones.
of them. I don't know.
Aw. What's yours,
I think-
Amalia?
I
What's
don't
your
know. I do love. Let me look at my own emotes. What are my own emotes? I do
Looking.
love the. Oh, God, they're all so good. I do love the look one with the magnifying glass. I also love.
Ooh.
I feel like this one has become like such a
I
staple.
love that one.
I feel like that
That
one's
one's
such a
really good.
staple. It's
I
me
use
every
I
time.
use that one a lot, honestly. Especially in like
It's-
Discord.
It's such a vibe. It can be so many things. It can be
It's so,
like,
I spelled it wrong.
yeah, there's 2 S's. Because it's Amalia. It's supposed to be Amalia S for Solaris, but I think a lot of people call it Amalia's, like possessive.
Amalia's small.
Yeah.
Amalia, dude.
Okay, Orb is really good. Orb was like the funniest accident I've ever had.
I like the Amalia small one because I remember making a crazy joke and you were like using it to tell me if you should laugh or not.
Yeah, I was like, do I laugh at this? I don't know if I'm allowed to laugh at
Am
this.
I allowed
Am I
to?
allowed to laugh at this? And it was so funny. I thought that was the funniest moment ever. Holy
Love
moly.
mouth.
Yeah, dude, that's the Amalia's small. Oh, the Eve City is so good. It's so good. I
Oh my
fear
God.
Doobie Peak.
It's
I love
pretty
that
good.
one. I think the one I use personally the most is Eep So Cute.
That one's really
Mm.
good.
I do
I
see
think-
that one the most from you.
I think that one's really good. I think Blankies is very iconic.
Also very
Mm.
iconic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, recently Eeb Eepy is new. We've been calling it Eep you say it really
EBB, that's
fast?
precious.
If you say it fast, it sounds like Eep
EBB. I do like this one. Eek.
The Eep. Yeah, Eep
Yeah.
is good too.
Eek is really good. I really like that one.
Yeah, I asked Lemmy. She was gonna draw Floof,
Mhm.
because this emote is based off like a cat going.
Mhm.
"Eep."
Yeah.
But I was like, actually, can you draw me on all fours? I think it'll be stupider. And she was like, yep.
It'll be stupider. It's
Pretty
crazy.
So I think all of those ones are good. I don't know. I
Yeah.
love all of them.
Yeah. It's so hard to pick one. I love that it feels like there's like that one quintessential emote for every streamer. Feels like
Mhm.
it really feels like there is like Merp. I can tell you right now, it's like the Merp eyes blush for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Mhm,
sure.
mhm.
Yeah. It's like there's just that one that I think of every time with each person.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you think is Okay, I'm trying to think like what is Amalia to me?
Oh. Ooh. Oh,
Ooh, which
boy.
emo is
Ooh. Oh
Amalia?
god. Hold on, I have an Amber alert going off. Ah. Ooh. Ugh. Okay, BTS is alive again. Monka.
I think Amalia Small is Amalia to me. But
Yeah,
let's-
it's just so iconic.
it is. Let me see what Eve is to me.
Ah.
Dude, it's still, I know, to me, it's still Eve Pog, dude.
Yeah.
That's
Dude.
Eve
you,
Pog is
dude.
really good.
Yeah.
That's like big Eve
Yeah.
energy.
That's Eve energy.
Yup.
That's why. That's why that's Eve to me.
People
Hmm.
happy, dude.
People happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cute. Yeah, that one's so cute.
I think it's kind of telling when you guys think of keep yourself safe as my emote. That's crazy. That's a little crazy. but
It says all
also-
right there. What do you mean?
Yeah, it says all right there. Like it's not keep
I
yourself
also, you know what? Bit of a maybe slight hot take. I really like this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a great one. That one's really,
Actually-
really good.
I see people use that one a lot.
Yeah.
That particular one, dude.
And the
Do my
mod check
popcorn
one is also
watching?
great.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, classic.
mm.
Shut up, Spano.
Spano, oh my god. Waka.
They say that this looks like me. They say that
It-
Waga looks like me.
It
bro.
does. I fear it do look
Don't
like you.
agree with
Does
them!
look
It looks like
it
you.
does look like
When
you.
Poi Poi put it in my chat, I was like, oh, was that an Eevee mode?
That literally does look like Eve, actually.
I legitimately thought it was like something you had like edited. And I was like, oh, is that like an Eevee mode?
Shut up! It doesn't look like me.
It does though.
It literally,
It literally is giving Eve.
it's giving Eve. Dude, wait, no, the Eve Peak. Eve Peak is so good.
Man,
It
It's so
the
it's so
Waga
good.
gives Eve peak. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah.
Except instead of
it's
except it's not peak.
It looks like you. I'm sorry.
not the first time, Chad. No, Jimmy, come on, man. no.
Oh my god! You know what it looks like? This is the Waga is Eve when she's like, I use Minecraft videos to sleep.
Shut up! Shut up! That's so evil. Shut up! I hate you guys, 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 I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm never coming back. This is my last Yapcast. I fucking hate Kisa. I'm leaving.
Dude, you see it though, right, Amalia?
Yeah,
Waga.
dude, I
use
wrote that as a
Minecraft videos
note.
to sleep.
In my mod chat, this is gonna be a new command. Exclamation point Eve. Waka.
No!
I use Minecraft videos to sleep. Waka.
I use Minecraft videos to sleep.
Bro.
Every now and then, I'll just
So
like
mean
drop
to
in my
me.
mod chat like add to do list this, and like I give no context, and my mods are just like what. Sometimes
I'm gonna be
it's-
thinking about that one.
Yeah, sometimes it's some crazy
Please
stuff.
don't. You have
I
other things
will.
to think about.
Dude, when I lay awake in bed, then I just think, Waga? I watch Minecraft videos to sleep.
I just think Waka. Next one. What was your favorite game that you played in 2025? Does not have to be from 2025, but you played in 2025.
Mm.
Do I have to answer this question?
Is it
Did
Final
you
Fantasy
finish
14?
Any games this year?
What?
Miss
Oh,
P?
She finished this one game. You might have heard of it. It's called Just Chatting.
Ah,
You know?
Oh, we're done making fun of Eve. We're making fun of Eiko now.
Yeah, dude, it's my channel. I get to make fun of you too.
I see. Oh, we're done.
Yeah, it says played, not finish.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I did finish some games in 2025. So actually, Twitch Wrapped said so.
Okay, what's
She
your
doesn't
favorite game
remember,
you
but Twitch
played
Rap said
then,
so.
Miss P?
I think it's Nine Souls.
Nine Souls. Name 5 games you finished. It's like, oh yeah, you finished games? Name 5. Crazy.
Easily.
Did I finish 5 games? Oh shit! Oh shit!
I fear she be cooked.
Well, technically, I finished Monster Hunter Wilds, right?
Does anyone
have
ever finish
100%
that?
on it? Well, I mean, I have 100% on it. Steam says so. That counts, right?
It says Beric von Zeeks does.
Yeah.
You finished Portal 2 because
That's
Bro,
true.
we did. We
kidnapped
finished
you for
Portal
that.
2.
Mm-hmm.
True. So I mean, I did finish some games after all. You guys can't say that. All right, what
Yeah.
about you guys then?
But you didn't even say which one. No, you said 9 Souls. Never mind.
I said Nine Souls.
I'm thunking.
Honestly, I played Dishonored for the first time this past year, and holy moly, the
Yeah.
first Dishonored game is so good. It's so good. It was one of those. I was playing it the whole time. I was like, why didn't I play this sooner? It just hit. It's such a fun game. Such a good concept. E33 is the obvious answer.
Yeah,
I
E33 is
adore
obvious
that game.
answer. Yeah.
But I'm going for second pick here. A little more indie pick, I guess, versus Mr. Game of the Year.
It was clearly custom robo. Oh my god, that was an experience. For me, obviously E33 and Bonanza are up there. I loved both of those so much. I guess I did play Balan Wonderland, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I played that. It's so bad. Honestly, it's not Bubsy 3D. I think like Paper Mario, like I was saying, the first Paper Mario I played it. God, it was so charming. And like I put it on Sundays, and every Sunday I was just so excited to play Paper Mario. It was just like a vibe. And
Aw.
I was like, man, I'm kind of sad I didn't play this sooner, because like I had it on cartridge, when I was a kid. I just didn't get really far, but it was just so charming and like cute. And I don't know, it was just a vibe. And it cracked me up that one of the characters was named Twink.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there's like a cute little
That's a
star.
choice.
Well, they didn't know. It came out like what, 2000? Uh-oh. Well, that tracked Spano. That tracks. That tracks.
Oh.
Yeah, Paper Mario was fantastic. We beat the game and we just sat on the end screen for like an extra hour and a half talking, because they do like a little fireworks show. And we just sat, me and chat, we just watched the fireworks for like an hour. It was so cute. But yeah, I like Paper Mario. Paper Mario
yeah.
64. That was a great one.
Oh, you know what I played this past year for the first time is Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Yeah, great game.
Never played Twilight Princess before, and I think it might now be like in my top 3 Zeldas of all time.
It's so good.
So good.
So good. I'm going to play it. I think that's going to be the next 3D Zelda I play, unless I do like a rando of something. But that's going to be Twilight Princess. Really good time. I feel like we were talking about this on my stream the other day. I was like, if someone were to ask me what Zelda, like 3D Zelda to start with, I'm like, Twilight Princess feels like a good suggestion. I feel like there's a few you could suggest, but I feel like Twilight Princess, the only really downside is that the ending or the beginning is a little slow. I think like comparatively, but I think it's still like a really good time. And to me, it's like, yeah, it's a little slower, but it's like, I don't know, it's got good build up.
Mm.
I need to play Spirit Tracks. I did not play Spirit Tracks. Twilight Princess is good. All right, next one. What have you been playing or doing for fun in your non-stream time? We have that, apparently.
This is a crazy question because literally my roommates the other day, I was like lounging on the couch being a little whiner, and I was like, I don't want to watch anything, but I don't want to work on anything, but I want to relax, but I can't, and they're like, you need a hobby.
Yeah.
You need a hobby.
Yeah.
That's insane, dude.
So like I don't. They literally were like, "Bro, you need fucking hobbies." I was like, "I know," but they're like, I was like, "Well,
Damn.
I would like want to do that for stream. Like if I got it, like if I'd want to do like a hand cam stream of like they suggested a bunch of things, and I was like, "Oh, but I'd want to do that on ham cam." And they're like, "Well, you need something that you can't turn into content."
That is true. That
That's
is
so
true.
dude.
That is true.
So yeah,
I
I get
definitely get
nothing.
that. I
Damn.
definitely
don't
get
do
that.
anything.
It's like you get into that like little corpa mindset and you're like, yeah, but like if I do this on stream, it stonks. You know, like
Yeah.
right?
No, I'm literally content pilled. I can't. My hobbies are making content for my job.
Yeah. I feel that. What I've been doing one short every other day for going on 3 months. I definitely feel that.
Jeez.
Yeah. To touch grass.
I live in Canada. It's like -17 outside right now, bro. There ain't no grass to touch out there.
Yeah. Have you been playing something off stream? Animal Crossing update Night Rain?
I haven't been night raining as much because my night rain partner has been stuck in Final Fantasy hell. But maybe I'll
wonder.
play more. Maybe I'll play some
wonder.
more. I would
Yeah?
happily play some more Night Rain. I've been playing Power Wash Sim 2. That's been my like off stream game. I've been playing that with Citrus a little
Mhm.
bit. But I have my little puzzle games I play offline
Good.
sometimes. Yeah. Let's play Ebert. Okay.
Yeah. How about
Okay.
you, Aiko? I think we know the answer for the last week.
I mean, unlike Eve, I am a healthy person with a lot of hobbies, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are your hobbies named M9S, M10S, M11S, M12S? Is that what your hobbies are named?
Hold on. Okay. I only do that like once every 8 months, okay? You can't even say that. You can't even
Okay.
you literally can't even say that. I only do that like once every okay, well, I do ultimates too. So, okay, once every like 6 months, okay? Like you can't even say that.
Is there an ultimate for this
There is an
expansion other
ultimate this
than
year. Yes,
lesbian
there-
extreme ultimate?
Yes, it's coming out this tier.
Wait, what is it?
So- I don't look. Do I look like
Have
Yoshi?
they announced it? Oh, they haven't
Like,
announced it.
Hello, like, do I look like Yoshi P? What is it?
Please look forward to
I
it.
don't know. I mean, even when I was on my week 1, I actually went to a K-pop concert. Like, I do like,
Wow.
yeah, I sometimes, learn some K-pop dances. I watch like dance videos. What else? I read. I don't know. I feel like the thing is that I'm not like you guys. I don't like put out a lot of shorts or anything, right? Like I don't do shorts editing and stuff like
Mhm.
that. I just spend like my free time like I don't know, doing a lot of different stuff. Sometimes Final
Mhm.
Fantasy 14 rating. I mean, obviously, clearly, one of my biggest things is tabletop for me for my hobbies. But besides that, like I don't know, art. I guess these days too. Art, dancing,
Mhm.
going out. I don't know, normal
Fun.
person things.
You are
I'm a
probably the
normie.
most normie of us, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, I'm like Giga Normie, dude.
Giga Normie, John Normie.
I'm John Normie.
Normal.
John Normie.
Dude, yeah. What about you?
Well, a certain Jim Golem has abducted me lately for Final Fantasy
Ah.
casual rating, mostly teaching, on Friday
Mhm.
nights. That has been a thing lately for the past couple of weeks, which is funny because she's like, we need a melee. I have not raided on a melee like ever. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing either. But I've been doing that, I guess, for my off-stream stuff. I started journaling. I don't do it every day,
Oh.
but I got like stickers to put in my journal.
Cute.
And sometimes it's like, I'm really tired. I'm just going to write like bullet point what I did today. And it helps me like remember like, oh, I need to do this tomorrow. I need to do that tomorrow. I'm writing a book.
Yeah, I
That's a
remember you
lot.
telling us
Oh my
that.
god, you guys are so put
It's a lot.
together.
I'm not. That's the thing is like, I had like a crash out the other night because I hadn't been able to work on my book in like 2 weeks because
Mm.
I'd been helping people troubleshoot stuff for their streams. I had been Dragon Council did like another wave of applications, and I did all the preliminary checks for like all 100 applications. So I had to do all that. I was
Holy
like, I've
moly.
not had time to like work on my book in like 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm gonna work on my book this week. I'm gonna if anything's on fire, then people can deal with it. I'm done. So yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of that. Writing, world building. World building
I just
hard.
want to point out that it's really interesting that you're making fun of me for playing Final Fantasy 14 off stream when literally the first thing out of your freaking mouth was Final Fantasy 14. So like, learn.
Listen, it's Fasani's fault. It's Fasani's fault. I'll show you the DM where at midnight 30 she'd be DMing me like, let's do Doom Train. Let's do Doom Train EX. I want to do Doom Train. She's getting addicted to raiding. I can see it and I'm smirking.
Buddy, Miss.
I'll throw Fasani under the
What
bus.
are
She
your
knows her
hobbies?
crimes.
M
She admitted
M9,
it.
M10. Oh, but it's Fazani's fault that I play Final Fantasy. It's Fazani's fault. Okay, it's someone else's
I also
fault.
been
Alright.
playing a little bit of BG3 here and there, and I have logged into Animal Crossing a little bit since the update. Just to do the new like hotel, like design hotel rooms. I love that stuff.
Mm.
I love that stuff.
Oh my god! Speaking of Animal Crossing, dude, Ken showed me this video where it was like, I think it's an old video, but it was like basically like the worst possible things happened to this one Animal Crossing player. It was like the video starts with them like pole vaulting over the river, and then I think they catch like there's like something that they catch, and they hit a tree instead. So, but the tree, the hive falls out, and then a wasp nest comes out, and then they try to catch the spider, but then the did you see that video? It's so sad. Like
No.
everything, like the worst things, they like missed a spider and they catch the wasp,
Oh no.
and then like they immediately fall over because it gets stunned, and then their net also breaks. Like it's literally like everything bad happens, and I'm just like, what am I watching? Yeah, I was like, what is this
Oh,
tragedy
no.
unfolding? Right
I
can
need to see
picture
that.
it. That's so funny.
That is so cute. Yeah,
It was so sad.
the new update is pretty good. I did fork over the $5 for the Switch 2 update because the graphic improvement is actually substantial. I did notice it.
Mm.
I was like, wow, this does actually look pretty good. And, you know, it lets you have like more people over to your island and stuff like that. So, yeah, I haven't done any of the dream stuff yet.
I want to, but unfortunately, before any of this news came out, I like just reset my island.
Yeah.
So now I've like lost motivation a little bit because to get to the point that I could like interact with the hotel stuff, I would need to get very far in the game.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute because the Kappas are the ones running the hotel, and there's like little Grammy Kappa.
Yeah, it
She's
reminds
so
me
cute.
of New Leaf, and I
Yeah.
loved the island part in New Leaf so much.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's very New
Yeah.
Leaf core.
Wah.
You know, I've dunked on Eve a bit for playing Minecraft in a friendly way. But I think it's friendly. But
Do you hate Minecraft?
I
Amalia
don't. You know what I
Solaris?
was about to say? I looked at my Switch recap for 2021, and Minecraft was my third most played game on Switch.
On Switch?
Yes. That is how I started Minecraft, was on Switch, because I played with my two sisters who only have Switches. They don't have well, my little sister has a PC now and she's addicted to Baldur's Gate 3 as well, which I think is really funny. but they only had Switches for a while. They weren't PC gamers until recently. So I wanted to play with them, so I got the Switch version for lockdown because we got burnt out on Animal Crossing.
That's
So
fun.
I have a lot of Minecraft experience, but only in the non-Java version, the Bedrock version, which is the bad, the bad version or whatever. I do have
Oh
Minecraft for
my
PC,
God.
and I will say,
Bedrock.
chat doesn't know this, but I did suggest we do a Minecraft collab for Kisa.
I would love
Even-
that.
I love that.
Yeah, we might have to do it in the future because there's some like packs you might have to buy them, but it's like you
Dude,
go to like
please,
Disney World.
Please let me
That's fine.
host the Minecraft collab.
dude, that would be
Yes,
fun.
there you
I
go.
love
You can
it.
do it. I'll have to find my. I have
Yay!
a Minecraft skin, but it's for my 1.0. But that's fine.
You know, like, okay. I also only have a 1.0 skin, but dude, okay. So my Japanese siblings, they started a Minecraft server, and then I look at it. Bedrock. Like I literally felt like
Really?
my soul leaving my body, dude.
I thought Bedrock was like console only. Like,
Oh.
I didn't think people played it unless you were on console.
I don't know, man.
That's
Like,
crazy.
literally got a ping. I was like, oh my god, Minecraft, we don't have to speak the same language to build
Mm.
houses and give stuff to people. Bedrock.
Ugh. I do kind of want to try Hytale.
I was,
Oh,
dude.
I
I
have
want to
it.
play it. I want to play it.
I want to play
Like,
it too.
I was playing Minecraft the other day, and I kept having people come in and be like, "Oh my god, is this Hytale? Is this Hytale?" And I'm like, "Is this the new thing to do?
Yeah, it's
Is to
the
come in
the-
into Minecraft streams and be like, is this Hytale?" And that
Is
makes
this
me
Hytale?
like think of it in a stinky way a little bit.
I raided into someone playing Hytale the other day, and I watched them, and they're like, "Yeah, there's like dinosaurs you can like ride and stuff." And I saw pictures of like you can ride like a Velociraptor and stuff. I was like, "That's so fucking cool!" Like,
I kind of want to play it.
I kind of want to play it too, dude. If you play it, I'll play it. We can play it together.
me and Chen are gonna play it together. Hee hee. I mean, we
Tee-hee.
can play it together
Yeah.
too.
I might be able to
Happy-
convince Cap
Happy to
to
be
get it.
second second choice, Miss P. Thank you.
I'll play it with you,
Yay.
Eve.
She said, "I guess I'll play it with you."
Damn.
Thanks, Miss P. Oh, it's an honor.
I'll play it with you guys too. I can play.
We don't want to play with you, Aiko P.
My bad.
So the funny thing is I do like Minecraft. I play Minecraft in a very like, I don't know, little bro kind of way where I mostly use it as like a canvas for adventuring. And I just be like, I'm going to make my dirt house and
Yeah.
I'm going to
blow
like,
up Eve again.
Dude, join my SMP.
I thought about it, but I
gonna
I
blow
don't
up.
really know like how a lot of Minecraft mechanics work. So I'm like, I don't want to blow things up. But then like,
Dude, what's the big deal, Amalia? Just
It's okay. you can
blow it
things
up. Yeah, just blow things up.
I do want to
You
do a
have flam.
Minecraft stream.
It's fine.
The last time I did a Minecraft stream, a bunch of people came in and called me slurs, so that was like,
Oh.
yeah, oh boy. But I thought about doing a rage bait Minecraft stream
Oh.
where I play and I go, this is why you guys don't want me at your SMPs. And it's gonna be, I know exactly what it's gonna be, and there's probably gonna be tequila involved.
Let's go.
Oh, fun.
Lerm. Oh, yeah, it was great. I got called lots of
Ooh.
derogatory words, probably by children.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well-
I love exploring. I love like diving into caves and stuff. I think it's fun.
me too. I love
Mhm.
diving into caves.
Yeah.
I really like cave diving.
Yeah.
You know?
Everything I do, everywhere I go, I see her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, smile.
Yeah.
Love cave diving with Miss Eve too. Smile.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna bring that up. I knew you were gonna bring that up.
Yeah. I do remember
Yeah.
you two doing a Minecraft collab. Way
Oh,
before
yeah.
Kisa.
That was like one of the first collabs we ever did.
Yeah.
And I killed her.
Yeah.
And Aiko
I remember that too.
Killed me immediately.
Was that before? I was at night, so I think that I might be
It
safe now.
was deep into the hours of night, yeah.
It was fucked up hours, and I did fucked up things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's the best way you can describe it. It was fucked up hours, and I did fucked up things,
We
but
love
it was
some fucked
memorable.
up things. We love some fucked up things.
Mm. How come I feel like my deepest friendships are always formed after I do fucked up things to people? Why is that?
You know, that's fair. I recently made a friend in the last year, and almost immediately he bullied the fuck out of me in Mario Kart. And I was like, what is your deal? It was one of those like, what the heck, bro? But then
Well?
now we're homies. And he's even done commission work for me. So it's great. It's great.
There you go, dude.
Yeah, trauma bonding. Yippee.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Get the worst out early so you know if you can handle me at my worst, you know. You
Yeah.
just
I knew what I was
survive.
getting myself into.
Yeah, exactly. So it's fine, right?
This
Anyway, what's the next
question
question?
came up in my brain. Again, not on the toilet at 3 a.m. If Kisa
Uh-huh.
got action figures that said pre-recorded lines, what would you want your action figure to say? Yeah?
Probably. Right?
Mm. That would be pretty good. For
Eve's
for-
is literally just noise. But it's true.
I was gonna say Monka. Yeah. Lexi got
Wonka's
it.
good.
Monka.
Wonka's good. Oh, having to choose one for me is really hard, dude. Peepo.
Glurm.
Yeah.
People, hi.
Lame.
People,
Dude, I
glurm.
I feel like I can like pick any one of my random vocal stems, like Gloom. Jump for the beef.
No, yours would be babe.
Babe.
Babe. Or troop.
Babe.
Troop.
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 Troop. Troop.
True. You gotta do that little chirping true, dude. I love that one.
True.
True. And then
I
there's
know.
there's
Glurp. At the Paya, yeah. Just insert those sounds I made during Hat in Time during that one part where, dude, Hat in Time, first of all, Eve, you need to play it. You would love it. You would love it. It's really good. Hat in Time has a Resident Evil level
Huh?
where you're getting like
What?
hunted by this freak lady, and I didn't know until I was already in the level, and it was terrifying. And I was
gee.
like, it was scary, and I made a lot of sounds. One line rage baiting Deagle specifically. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, but yeah, Hat in Time's really good. Really good. I've been enjoying that one a lot. I made lots of sounds. Yeah, there were a lot of clips from that. Thank you, Sylvain. I saw them last night. Yeah? Why you look so sad, friend? Friendo? Buddy? Pal?
I don't look sad.
You're thinking
I'm-
thoughts. I can see it in your eyes.
What do you mean you're thinking thoughts? Look, I'm being
Me when I think thoughts.
Me when I'm thinking my thoughts.
Why are you doing it? Why are you guys judging me?
I'm never judging you. Okay, sometimes I'm judging you, but not right now.
What?
Does
Why
that
are you?
help?
What? No. I'm mad now.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh.
You're not
Oof.
mad. I'll send you some, like, I don't know, Yuri later.
Yeah, promise? Promise?
You know, I did find this one. It's mostly spicy.
You know, I'm okay with spicy, non-spicy.
You know,
Dude, just give
I
me the
found one the other day.
love.
Yeah,
Give me the love. Yeah.
give you the
yeah.
love. Yeah,
Yeah. Wait, that sounds like I'm asking you for love.
I was about to say you want me to do that right now.
Oh, yo, so what was that about touching my gay bulge? Bulge
Yeah,
until-
yeah. Oh my God. Glurm.
Glurp. Ga, 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 ga. You know what? That's actually something that makes me think of Eve.
Oh, ga ga
Ga,
ga
ga,
ga ga
ga.
ga.
Ga, 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 ga.
Ga 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 ga
Ga, ga,
ga.
ga, 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 ga.
That makes me think of Eve, dude.
Hmm.
You ga, dude.
Dude, ga, ga,
Ga
ga.
ga ga. Okay.
But okay, I feel like I do the ga, 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 but she does the ga ga ga. Oh my god, that's so funny. Like I always hear it when she's responding to some like crazy chat message. She's like ga ga ga. You're so funny. She's like,
I do be saying that. It's true.
you do, and that's what it makes me think. Is this?
Okay. So I'm gonna send you guys a song. I'll play it for
This?
chat too. I want you guys to know, or I want you guys to tell me if you think the song is bad. Okay. Okay.
Waiting.
Oh, okay. The song
Waiting?
has been ingrained in my brain for the last month.
Waiting.
It is a song from an old platformer ? And I think it's a banger, but some people think it's horrible. So I want to see where you land on the spectrum, because a lot of people think it's a banger, but a lot of people think it's horrible.
It's loading. Hold on.
You gave us a song? Oh,
It's in the
here.
Yapcast.
Okay. Okay. It's
I want to play this game actually. Echo, your face.
I mean, I kind of like it.
You kind of like it? Isn't it? It's kind of a banger. I kind of love it.
Yeah, I feel like I could totally see like this could
Dude,
make like
Eve
a
is
wicked
grooving.
sample. Like actually a genuinely wicked sample.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
It
I think it's a
kind
banger.
of a banger.
I think it's a banger. Like, you're never going to believe where I discovered this song.
What is this from?
I have a friend. I'm going to be on his channel this weekend. He does a Patreon submitted like the Patreon submit like what they think the worst video game song is, and this was on there. And I was like,
No
no, this is a
way.
banger. This is an
This is a
absolute banger.
banger.
Like, I was like, how could you say this is the worst video game song ever?
Dude, this
It's
is a
been,
banger.
like-
No way.
Yeah.
This is a banger.
This is a
This
banger.
is this is a banger. No, dude. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Like, just imagine a song, like even a totally like a pop song, like a
Yeah.
hip hop song, sampling this. Like
Yeah.
it starts out like, yo, it would go so hard, man. Like I
It
feel like,
would.
dude, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of banger, dude.
It's kind of a banger.
I'm vibing.
This
This is-
oh my god, Donut's like, why are you playing the fucking Buck Bumble song again? I've played it so much for stream. They're probably sick of it, but it's so good.
Nah. This is a banger, dude.
Yeah, it's a banger. So I think Eve likes it. Eve was jamming.
It's all right.
It's all right, yeah? Yeah? Yeah, dude, I think it goes hard. I was like, dude, how could someone think that's like the worst video game? I'm like, I know we all have our
Nah.
preferences, but like, apparently the game is very like mid or whatever, but I guess they use the whole budget for that one song.
Yo, whatever, man. This kind of got a good fun beat to it, dude.
Nah, I fuck with that heavy. That's so
Yeah,
good.
that was so
It's
good,
a
right?
it's
I was like, damn, this song is
it's not a
great.
bad song.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you guys agree with me.
There
But
you go.
because there
You
are
got
some
your answer.
people, when I played it, they're like, this song is awful. I was like,
Dude, there are some people there's some people with like italicized on the some, you know.
some people.
Some
This game
people.
sucks. Is why. Listen, I mean, Argonaut. What do you mean? They made bangers like Croc and Star Fox 1.
Yeah.
They
Some
also closed
people.
down after a while, but then they revived themselves recently. I have opinions.
Yeah.
No, we already saw that one. No, stop asking that. No, stop asking. No, stop it. No, we've okay. No, it's all the ones we've. Okay, what is your most anticipated game? Doesn't have to be for 2026. Can be for all the years to come.
Resident Evil Requiem is my most anticipated game right now.
I think
wanna
that one's
see
the
his
one
arms.
for me right now too. Requiem is
Yeah.
probably the most anticipated.
Requiem.
I'm like,
Requiem.
in terms of like, I love Leon Kennedy, Requiem, definitely. In terms of like what I'm gonna play and be like, yes, Okami 2.
Oh,
Okami too.
yeah.
I've waited so long.
forgot about that.
It turns 20. The first one turns 20 years old
Holy
this
shit.
year.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's Capcom year.
Oh.
Holy moly.
Capcom year. I
Ooh.
guess is Clover. I don't know if they're like actually part of Capcom, but I think Capcom is like helping them make it or something.
They're
don't
like
remember.
the distributor of it or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's under Capcom.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like Okami 2 and Resi. Yes.
Who's excited
Please.
for Code Vein 2?
Oh yeah, Code Vein 2. That's like this month.
Coding too.
Wait, that's this month. That's
Yeah.
literally
It is,
like
it is.
in,
It's-
like a little over a week.
Comes out on my birthday, dude.
It does. It does.
Yippee.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Waifu
excited for
Souls
Code Vein 2.
Yeah.
I feel like Code Vein is one of those games that I prefer watching other people play and not playing myself.
That's fair.
There's also Reanimal that's coming out, which I'm excited for.
Reanimal.
Same
Mm.
developers that did Little Nightmares 1 and 2.
Oh.
I'm pumped for that. I'm gonna play that with Ivy.
Oh my god. I just looked it up and there's like a goat. That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's like a goat.
There's a goat.
And
Yeah,
I
is
think
that
it's
the
got a
goat?
really
My
big
goat?
butt. And there's like a like
My goat,
arms.
dude.
That's crazy.
Dude.
Oh my god.
That's goat.
Mm-hmm.
That's a goat.
Let's go.
That's goat.
That's a goat. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, yes, Deagle CCTV at Libra. That's goat.
That's goat.
That's goat.
Oh, this is a good one. If you were to be kidnapped and forced to stream, how would you signal to your chat that you were in danger?
Well,
Oh,
streaming is my hobby and my job and everything, so I don't know if it would really be like any. This is my only personality, apparently, according to my roommate. So I don't know if you'd be able to tell, really.
You wouldn't try to like do something in particular on stream that's
I'd be
like,
oh yes, dude, I can't wait. Oh, sick. Yeah, how do you
Ooh.
know?
yeah. True. Maybe she's already in my basement, you know? Thoughts?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be in mine, but
Maybe.
it's kind of occupied with King Arthur.
Dude, I mean, didn't you see both me and Eve blipped out of Amalia's stream earlier at the same time? So, like, I mean,
Oh,
True.
She was
Start-
so good. Not being funny enough.
Start the
Get
game,
outta
no
here.
yap would be really funny.
That would be such a tell. Chat would
Mm.
be like, "Are you okay?"
Asking Hoso to draw you with bangs up, dude. Embrace the Jimmy Neutron
Oh.
head.
Oh my God. He's a menace.
I love you.
He's a
I love
fucking
your little
menace.
5 head, dude.
Dude, don't talk about it.
5-story head.
Love your little 5 head.
I've wanted a little like bangs up onion toggle for so long. I think pinning your bangs up is so cute. And then it also has been drawing me with my hairline all the way receded.
Yeah.
And now I can't. I don't want the toggle anymore. My dreams have been dashed. My dreams are ruined. They keep drawing my hairline way too high up. It's so messed up, dude.
Love your little 5 head, dude. So
No.
That would definitely be a way to be like, something's wrong. I've always told my chat, if you see me playing Five Nights at Freddy's, I am under duress and you need to call the police immediately.
Oh my god.
I am in danger and you need to come help. Call the cops. Save my life, please. Save my life. I am a massive, like, everyone has their things and I shouldn't dunk on what other people like. However, I'm a hater of that series. Like a certified hater.
Mm.
What about you, Aiko?
Wow. This is a hard one. Mhm.
Oh, yeah. I love Puppy Playtime Chapter 3. Or
True.
4. I don't remember. I saw there was a trailer for a new one. I thought of you. But you
I
said
will
you're
not
going to
be
play more
playing it.
Slop this year. So
Yeah, you
I will
play
not be
more
playing.
slop,
I will not be
dude.
playing that kind of slop. We did get Battery and Battery Hole out
That's
of
true.
the Poppy Playtime series, so at least there's that. But
That's
no,
true.
I'll be playing good slop this year, dude. Come to my
Good
stream
slop.
for good slop.
Good
slop.
Mhm.
I'm changing my intro from like variety streamer and Souls like gamer to like slop enjoyer.
Slop,
Serving you slop.
duper, dude.
Come eat, dude.
Dude,
Come eat your
pigs
slop.
when they see their lunch be like, ooh, good slop.
Slop. I feel
Yummy
like
slop.
I don't know what would signal to my viewers that I'm under duress. I feel
What is
like
something you would not ordinarily do, though?
a lot of stuff.
Well, what is one off the top of your head?
I feel like you can not make fun of Deagle's insane.
You'd be playing a game is also crazy.
You'd be playing a game is insane too. I play games all the time.
I play games. Can't even name
play
5 she
games.
beat in the last year. All right, buddy.
Okay, all right, buddy. Listen, I just
That
tend to play.
made me choke on the chip I was eating.
I play games. I play games.
Play E33.
Play E33
that's
is insane.
crazy.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I guess I'm getting kidnapped, dude.
I guess you're cooked.
Guess I'm cooked. Oh yeah. I mean, but I say that sarcastically all the time. Like I'm like, oh yeah, I love the gestuals. Like the gestuals are my fucking favorite part. You know, like I feel
Yeah.
like I could totally see that. So I guess I'm just cooked. Guess I'll just get kidnapped, guys. See ya.
And they'll bring her
I
back.
think any of us going straight into gameplay is probably like a call for help.
Yeah, probably.
Mhm.
Like unless
True.
it's, I mean, even the collab I had last Saturday, I did chatting for like 20 minutes beforehand.
Hmm.
You gotta get a little chatting in there.
Little bit of
Yeah.
chatting, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I got to do the leaflet wrap.
That's true. If Aiko's pregame has less than an hour, she's been okay. There's been times where I'm like, oh, I'm kind of tired. Should I just open up the game? Dude, you guys are gonna. I'm gonna get like cops called to my house.
Oh no.
I'm gonna
They're
get
gonna
cops called to
get
my
a
house for
wellness
being
check.
tired.
A wellness check for being tired.
I know. I'm gonna get a wellness check for
That's
being
crazy.
exhausted. That's true. Something like I think like maybe being like you see like multiple streams of gacha slop. Oh my god, that's
Oh, if I'm playing
that.
Genshin Impact, dude, somebody
Oh,
somebody
if
check
I'm
on
playing
me.
Genshin Impact. Yo, somebody please check on me. Holy dude,
Oh,
Genshin
no.
Impact?
Genshin
No.
Impact.
No way, dude.
Wait,
Yo.
that reminds me of Game Awards, right? You guys know the drama stuff or like the crazy stuff that's going on with that game that was like the last one shown on the Game Awards, that like
the
generic
game I
hero
forgot?
shooter, generic hero shooter number 305. It's supposed to launch in a week.
Oh, yeah.
There
yeah.
has been no posts about it since
yeah,
the Game
I know.
Awards.
Oh yeah, right.
People
right,
are
right.
thinking
What's
it
that-
might be a fake game, and it might not have
What-
even been a real one.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
That's
But
wild.
but
What's that one that got like shut down? That like
Concord.
lasted for a few. Yeah,
Concord?
Concord. The new
Concord
Concord.
lasted. Yeah, dude,
New
people were saying it was going to be the new Concord. But
yeah,
like,
I remember.
there's not
Yeah.
even been like a single post on their social media. It's supposed to launch in like a week.
That's
It-
wild.
Yeah,
What
not since the
heck?
Game Awards. And
Yup.
even Jeff Keighley's like, yeah, it launches in a week. And everyone's like, are you sure it's real?
Are you sure?
Is it a real game?
Yeah, it's crazy. It may not even be real.
They're just doing like a VTuber debut. They're just like saving all their posts until like the week before, and they're gonna drop
Yup,
like a
yup,
debut.
yup.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's the VTuber debut. Reveal, guys! Surprise!
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 It is
Oh my
generating.
God.
I don't know if it's generating hype. I think it's generating like, is this like real or is this a scam?
Oh my god! You know what? You know what? Yeah, that's true. What if all three of us were playing League of Legends, dude? We've all been captured.
Yeah, for sure.
Or we've all been captured specifically by Creature.
True.
We've all been captured by Creature, and he is making us play League.
We've been
Floof would
forced to
help,
play
right?
League of Legends, dude. That's
Floof would
crazy.
help, right?
Yeah.
No.
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 What if we do if all of you are kidnapped? Who do we call? The authorities?
The authority.
Like if Eve's kidnapped, what do you want me to do? She's in the clouds or whatever. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do.
dude. Call Deagle?
We'll call Deagle. He's crazy. All right, Deagle, have fun with that. Have fun with that. Yeah, have fun with that.
Good luck,
True.
Deagle.
All right,
Um,
Deagle. You're gonna have to go on the freaking hunt, dude.
Deagle's
Figure
gonna
it out.
turn into Liam Neeson from Taken.
Yeah,
I have a special set of
exactly.
skills.
Yeah, you're a
Ignite rain.
Good luck, Deagle. Good luck. Good luck.
What do you feel is a
Ooh.
toggle that all VTubers should have?
This is a good question.
It's a good one. I've been thinking about this.
Dude, hot take. I think majority of VTubers don't use half of the toggles they have.
True. That's true.
I think the best toggle is something that you can use a lot and
Mhm.
frequently, or link it up to like Mix It Up bot to have trigger when something happens.
Yes.
I think like one of my favorite toggles is when somebody subscribes to me is my tail wags. I think
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Mhm.
I think you need something that is like interactable
Yeah.
in some way, whether that's like a wave toggle or like you have hearts come out when someone follows or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hmm.
I agree. I think like something interactable is really good. Like if people, I don't have it turned on right now, but if people do the throw a bike thing, my eyes go to like the smite mode or whatever.
Hmm.
Stuff like that.
Like
that.
I think your smite eyes is so iconic to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm. I like my hair toggles.
Yeah, the hair toggles are so
Hair
good.
toggles are fun.
Yeah. I
I
kind
like
of
your cinema hands, Miss P.
Cinema.
my-
Oh my god. Absolute
My cinema.
cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Cinema. I do like them too. Okay, so they were supposed to be wave hands, but then they did the both hands up, and I'm just like, yo, caught.
Caught.
Cinema.
Cinema.
You
Yeah.
like my tooth?
Yeah, your little snaggle tooth.
Everyone needs a
Yeah.
big tooth.
Yeah.
toggle.
I think like
Oh,
like,
glasses?
glasses are good.
Glasses
Oh.
is a good toggle.
I feel like
Glasses
it's like
are
a
good toggle.
an upset face.
Mm. A cry.
Yeah.
I like my this one, but I don't use it that much.
Oh.
Oh, the
Scary.
raised brows
No, it's
and
It's her- it's
the
her
eyes.
Eyeballs.
my pupils.
Her eyes.
You know, it kind of gives an unnerving stare, doesn't it?
I'm so fucking scared right now.
I also feel like this one is very dual use. The shadow over the face, because it's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you in Minecraft, or it's like,
I'm going to kill you in Minecraft.
I'm gonna die in Minecraft. You know, it's like it can be a lot of things.
Mm.
There's one that Corone has. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, where it's like it just removes the it like changes the shading of her eyes and she looks insane. It's like it removes
Oh.
like it's kind of like Aiko's eyes right now, but without the shadow. It's like very like there's no
Oh.
light. It's just like,
I have that.
do you?
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. It's like a little bit psychotic. Yes. Yes. Yes, like that. It's a little bit psychotic and I love it. I love that.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Dead eyes.
sometimes I just feel like my chat thinks every single one of my faces is just this. Like I'm just like totally normal, and they're like, "Oh my god, she looks so scary, dude." Like, you know, the blanks. I mean, yeah.
The
Ooh, that
This-
one's
this
a
is-
good one. I
That's
like that
cool.
one
I
of my
like that
favorite
one.
ones.
I do like
Location
your. I
confirmed.
do like that
Sending
one.
supplies.
My
I mean-
eyes become like slits when I move my brows.
My personal favorite is this one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Sparkles?
Yeah.
Sparkles.
Dude, look at the little Kira Kira in my eyes, dude.
Kira Kira.
People sparkle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some sort of like dude, blush. I'm like blush and upset. I feel like are iconic for like VTubers.
That's
Because you're gonna end up in a
true.
situation where you're gonna want to have a little blushy.
Oh my god. People need more
Yes.
blep.
Little blap ones.
I think I can set. I'm trying to remember. I think I could set my chibi to blep. I need Fisani to show me how to do it again.
What's your most stupid toggle you have? That you're like, I don't use this and this is so dumb.
Dude, bald, 100%.
It's particularly the
Oh.
jiggly forehead or the jiggly
jiggle
scalp.
is
I am the
The
awful.
jiggle is really bad.
The
I
jiggle is
freaking hate
awful,
it.
dude.
Rhea did it because she was like, I did this because I can, you know?
Ew.
It's like
what
a
is
peeled
wrong with you,
Pokemon.
Eve?
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta be the bald one. I hate it.
Where's your ball, Deco?
Oh my god, let's be bald together.
Show
Nope.
us.
Nope. It doesn't exist.
Show us, Miss P.
My favorite
Sorry,
is
I'm very
oh, do I not have it set up for this
bullheaded.
one? I don't know if wait, hold on.
No.
When
I'm
I do
very
this and
full-headed.
people go, "Oh my god, it's Pitbull."
Okay,
Every
Pitbull,
time.
can you give
Oh
me
my
a
God, guys.
dolly?
Oh my god, Pitbull's
Oh
on
my
Amalia's
God.
channel. That's crazy.
Can you give me some
Wow.
dolly? Can you sing that my favorite song, Hotel Room Service?
I'm at the hotel, motel,
Motel,
Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn.
I'm at the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
I look like a DBZ villain. One time, I did put a filter on, and I did turn myself blue, and I was like, "Fuck, I look like Mega Man."
Dude.
Mega Man looking ass. Thank you for the gifty. Oh my goodness.
Balding Legend. Wow.
Balding
Balding.
Legend. New ultimate title just leaked.
Balding Legends.
Balding
I will not-
Legend.
It sounds like a Splatoon title.
It kind of does. It kind of
Balding Legend
does.
Squidling, dude.
Balding Legends, dude. Oh,
Oh yeah, unfish your fish,
My
girl. I had that for my
hairline.
1.0. Undragon your dragon. I could look like an elf, but I had fangs. It was kind of cool. I don't know if I can turn off my horns on this.
I actually don't really have that much of a 5-head. It's just that when you have these bangs in real life, the hair goes really back. It starts
How-
with the back of your head.
How is it that both of you are showing more forehead than me, and I'm the one who gets like chastised about forehead things?
Because it's like it's hidden territory for you. It's hidden, so it's more
Bro.
intriguing.
Ew, put
Yeah.
those things away, Eiko.
Yeah, I'll
What-
put my real ears away.
Ew, gross.
Dude, I was
Ugh,
thinking about
I'm
how
gonna throw up.
Inohoso drew a human ear on Eve. And it was
It's
like
so
listening,
bad.
listening,
It's so bad. It's so bad.
listening.
Dude,
It's
I'm just-
awful.
I'm just a human girl, dude. Just a
Just a
Should I
girl.
should on stream? It's
You
awful.
should.
Yeah.
You should share with the
Your
class.
little, show your little
Dude, look, it's terrible.
Dude,
The
you have
ear
a little
gets me
5
every
head.
time.
Why?
Like
Why?
it's like you're listening.
It's so bad.
You really
It's
do
so-
look like you're from Code Lyoko.
Dude, you do kind of look like it.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
What's
get this
crazy is
outta
there's an Amalia in Code Lyoko.
Dude.
There is.
here.
Yeah.
Kind of
Ew.
go crazy.
Ew. Yeah.
Ew. I don't look like
Ew.
that.
Ew.
I don't have human ears.
I have elf ears.
I like
I-
elf ears.
I like elf ears too.
Yeah, you don't like my human ears, my human form?
No. Give me
Clink, clink.
fish.
Clink, clink.
Plink, plink, plink.
Where's my
plink.
fish? Where's
You're
my
like my-
fish?
It's I don't mind it. I
Uh.
actually don't mind my my normal ones. Just
Oh my goodness, we got a hype train. Have we gone through everything? We might have. We might
so
have.
happy.
I think we did, yeah.
Mm.
I know it's randomized. Hold on, I'll unrandomize my randomize.
Yeah.
There we go. I think we did go through all of them.
It looks like it.
It does kind of look like it, eh?
Oh wait, no, we didn't even get this one. What is your favorite TTRPG class or class archetype? Which we kind of talked about, but just like, what do you typically like playing the most? Like paladin, wizardly fellas, magicy fellas, bit of bofa, unga bunga
Archetype.
barbarian.
That's not like class. That's like what does archetype mean? In this
Archetype is
context?
like trope. You know, what kind of, like if there's a specific trope you like to play as. I know Cap, for instance, he ends up playing a lot of the like inadvertently, I feel the like logical, the like what is it? What is it? When, like everyone's kind of like doing funny little bits, but then there's the one like guy who's like serious. It's like the straight guy or whatever. Not straight heterosexual, but like straight, you know?
Yeah.
The straight man. I feel like he ends up playing that character a lot. Even if it's like a barbarian or like a... Right now he's playing a warlock. Yeah. The student council VP. Yes, he's the student council VP with his warlock. Sirius McSeriousson. Is there any classes you guys tend to play?
Druid.
Druid is such a good choice. I love Circle of Spores.
I love Druid.
I made a
I'm
druid
kind of
lizard folk.
I play everything.
You are in a lot of games. So that makes sense.
I like playing everything because everything has a place, and I also like playing different kinds. I mean, that's kind of like the joy of TTRPGs for me is that I play people who are not me, right?
Right.
So I like playing like you know, people who are, you know, like right now, Farron is someone who sleeps around a lot.
Right. I think I
Right.
remember we talked about our OCs one
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, she sleeps around a lot, and she's kind of like she's kind of like the roguish kind of like charming kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And then but I also like playing like, you know, more quiet types too. Like I also have a more quiet type character, like almost like why are you talking to me? You know,
Yeah.
that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. And then I also play another character that's like, you know, she's just she's a wizard. I mean, I guess like I don't know. I just like to play everything, but I think I like playing casters the most just because of their like in terms of action economy, I like turns in combat. I really enjoy D&D combat, but I like turns in combat where it isn't just hit and I hit again. I really enjoy playing my Bladesinger wizard because it's like, well, I start casting my mage armor and then I use my bonus action to enter my blade song and then I blah 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 and then I'm doing like a whole bunch of stuff like and then I
Yeah.
buff my this, I buff my that and then I do so I like playing casters because there's like a little bit more of tactics to it.
Mhm.
Whereas I feel like a lot of times marshals just tend to be hit.
Yeah.
Hit. But I like the martial idea. I like the vibe of marshals, but I like the play style of casters.
I think I kind of prefer to play a support character
Mhm.
in both like the healing kind of aspect and like the action economy kind of aspect, but like also I prefer to let others stand in the spotlight
Mhm.
and support them in D&D.
Yeah.
I don't like being the main character of the story.
Yeah, I feel like face of the party is something Cap usually ends up doing for some reason. It just always ends up that way. But I've noticed I tend to flex. I tend to make my character last. So if I see that we need like a tank, I'll make a tank. If I see that we need a healer, I'll make a healer. I'll make a,
do that too.
Yeah, I'll just kind of like be like, okay, what are you making? What are you making? And then I'll be like, okay, I can build almost any character that I like, I think, from any sort of class. So I just kind of flex. So I'm like the flex person, but the deal is because like in my group, if you run a campaign, you get first pick of like your class. Not that we don't run like dupe classes or anything. We have 2 fighters in our current one, but like I think I'm gonna do wizard next time. I think I'm gonna be a wizard.
Dude, wizards are so fun. They're one of the most fun support classes, I think, because there's so many options.
Yeah. I have a little menace to society I want to make. That's a wizard.
Okay. Here's can I ask a question? A spin on this question?
Sure.
Do you choose your character based on based on do you like pick the class first, or do you pick your character's personality first?
Ooh. I've definitely done it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. I was telling people kind of how I build characters. I feel like I come up with a concept and I feel like the character starts telling me what they're like, which sounds kind of
Okay.
psychotic, but I swear I swear I'm okay. I swear I'm not crazy. But like, yeah, I feel like when I made Scree, for instance, I was like, okay, Drunken Fist Monk. I want to play Drunken Fist Monk because that just seems like really fun. I was like,
Mhm.
oh, but like if I pair that with Flight, he has like super good movement. It was like a little bit of a meta choice, but then I was like,
Mhm.
a bird that punches people and drinks, what would he be like? And then it just kind of went from there. But there's sometimes where I'll have an idea,
Mhm.
and I'll just kind of build it from there and be like, I feel like this character would probably most likely be a paladin or a druid.
I think I do class first because I don't get to play as many TTRPGs, so I pick what I would really like to like play, and then I build the character from there.
I'm a class first kind of person, so I'm like, I really want to play a paladin, and then I'll build a paladin from that, right?
Mhm.
And then like I'd be like, well, I want my well, I'll have like certain traits. Like I really want to play a paladin, and I'm very currently inspired by whatever. So
Mhm.
and then I'll build a paladin like that is kind of based off of that. So my character, Emlyn, my paladin, she is based off of Alida from Elden Ring.
Okay.
And but I wanted to play a paladin.
Mhm.
So she's based off of Elden Ring and also one of the Hell Knights in one of the Pathfinder campaigns. In like a the Steam game the Pathfinder campaign.
Mm.
Um and yeah. So I mean I think of I mostly build off of the class, which is why because like I think a lot of people build like they're like, oh I really want to play like a face or I play like I want to play like a certain thing and they build like the character or the personality or the theme and then they pick a class for it, but I kind of pick the class and then I go into it and then I do their backstory.
Yeah. I think I do that with most of my characters. Every now and then I'll have a character idea. But for the most part, I'm like, okay, I want to play this. What could I build with this?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yup.
Had a shadow sorcerer who was
Ooh.
also because I wanted to play a sorcerer because I've never really played a sorcerer. Wanted to play a shadow sorcerer and I was like, well, like these like skills are also shadowy, so like reading the lore I'm like, oh I can make a lore from that, so I did. That
Yeah.
was fun.
Yeah. And then it all comes together and you're like, yes, I have made my new Blorbo. And I think they're great.
Pretty much.
I love making my little Blorbos. My little fellas.
You
I
know,
forgot-
really
I-
off topic,
Yeah.
but I realized with the new kind of like not really new track, I guess it's new tracking because it's the new iPhone, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see me stim.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Wait, really?
Like when my model is jittering, it's because I'm actually fucking stimming my mind out.
You're just like,
Also, my iPhone just disconnected for it. Literally just disconnected because I was stimming so hard. My bad.
yesterday, my phone randomly was like, black screen, no working. And I was like, excuse me? And I was like freaking. I was like, please don't do this right now. Please don't do this. Don't make me go to the Verizon store tomorrow before the collab.
Aw.
But it turns out it decided it was going to update, even though I told it not to. And it was waiting for me to plug it in.
Bruh.
Thanks for that. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, sometimes it just do be like that. You know?
Exactly.
when you bounce around the screen, that's not me bouncing. That is literally me bouncing in real life because I'm stimming my brains out. Okay.
Well, part of it is digital puppetry. That's a technical name for it, right? Like puppeteering. Because what we do is a form of digital puppeteering. So what that entails is like I'm moving my head a lot more than I would normally. Well, sort of in real life, in order to, like, I don't know. I feel like it's more interesting to look at. And that is something that I've seen a lot of, bigger VTubers talk about. I think Eve has even talked about it as well on social media, puppeteering, and how it's like it's a lot more interesting, I think, to look at. I think VTubers, it can be kind of hard because sometimes you have to lock the fuck in. And sometimes I look back at my clips, I'm like, oh God, I'm way too locked in. I'm just kind of like John staring, going like, okay, yeah, but I'm moving, I'm doing this, that kind of stuff.
That's how like majority of people are though when they're playing games, like whether you have the camera on or not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
like
True.
locked in phase.
Yeah.
When we're like yapping like this, it's more chill though.
Yeah.
So
but I
feel the
have
need to be like, wow, welcome back to the stream, guys. Kia! Whoa! What's going on today?
welcome back to our Minecraft Let's Play. Today we're gonna try making some redstone golem factories or whatever they call them. I don't know. But yeah.
Feels targeted.
I'm sorry. I was inspired by someone I watched recently.
Mm.
So the thing is like with puppeteering, and because I do this so much, whether it's streaming or like, I don't know, recording even, because I still puppeteer when I record. I've noticed in real life, I have become way more bouncy when I talk. I am way more animated. I have obtained idle animations in real life, and it is crazy. I'm like a little character. I start like moving around if I am idle for too long. It's crazy.
Oh, it goes stimming.
It goes stimming.
Why are you watching me?
It's okay.
You're like-
we all have our thing.
You're like vibrating.
Dude, it actually is me stimming.
Yeah.
I can see
I feel like I don't know, have you guys noticed you've gotten more animated? I feel like I've gotten more animated. I can definitely project my voice a lot better.
No, I'm a pretty
I'm so shy. No.
activated talker.
Really?
I don't think so.
I think
What do you think, Echo? I mean, we met up. I
Yeah.
don't think you didn't look like a TikToker moving around or anything that I can remember.
No, I'm worried.
didn't
Do
look
I
like
look
a
like a TikToker
TikToker
when I
moving
move
around. As Ivy literally just recalled me going to the aquarium, seeing a mirror, and just suddenly started dancing in front of it.
Well, you're a TikToker in other ways, not in like the dang it,
Hey,
grandpa
guys!
like dances, movements.
Yeah.
I think I'm a pretty animated person just talking IRL. Like, I've literally seen people eavesdrop on my conversations in real life because I'm so animated while talking.
Yeah.
So, this was not really when I was streaming. So I've just always been kind of animated. In fact, I feel like I don't puppet much. So you just see me often like kind of sitting there quietly, and then you see my model vibrating because I'm stimming.
My stem tuber. My stem tuber. Yeah, no, I definitely am pretty animated. I feel like I've definitely gotten more animated. I think people noticed the last time I was like around family that I was like, yeah. So what do you just kind of like tilt the head, wah 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 wah, tilt the head, mouth movement, And I have noticed I do puppet different models differently. That is something I've become very aware of. Like, because I was Mini Malia on a collab recently, and I was like, I realized I'm moving way differently than I would with like Main Malia. Huh. I don't know.
Mhm.
I just don't really.
Heard of- I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Ghost comment.
What?
You've heard
Girls
of girls in STEM. Now get ready for girls who STEM.
I'm pinning that. I'm pinning that.
It's
That's
okay.
incredible.
That's a good title. Like a stream title.
Exactly. Exactly.
It goes cracking me up, dude.
Yeah, what?
Oh my god.
Dude, my non-stop stimming today.
Non-stop,
moly.
non-stop.
we gotta get the game in here.
We gotta get to
With the
gaming.
streamer.
We gotta get to gaming.
Listen,
Oh, that was it twice. Yeah, I think we went through them all anyways.
I'm on that pussy illness, okay? So I need to stim to prevent
That's
myself from
crazy.
screaming.
Let her STEM.
Wait.
Dude.
We have
Let
almost
me
synced up. That's
stim.
crazy.
I'm gonna start screaming if I don't.
Sometimes you just have to scream a little bit. I've learned that as a streamer. Sometimes you just have to scream a little bit. That's okay. Not like on stream. Sometimes you just have to like have a moment where you walk into your bedroom in the dark and just like scream into a pillow and then be like, okay, I'm good now. And then you,
Oh.
I don't know, go eat pancakes.
Well, it's not like if it's even I'm like being in a bad mood, you know? It's just like I'm uncomfortable in like some way,
Yeah.
Oh,
like physically
yeah.
uncomfortable. So
Right.
You
yeah.
have to like distract yourself from it.
Distract. Okay.
Mhm.
That's something you have to do as a normal Oh. Oh. That's normal? Okay. I feel like I didn't scream into a pillow early, like before. Like I thought it was like a new thing. Journaling does help, especially stickers of dinosaurs. Little-
Sometimes you just gotta blah, 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 get out of
Yeah.
your system.
True.
I feel that.
True.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So do you guys want to move on to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Dude, I'm always happy to
Oh.
answer
Yeah.
I've
questions.
turned off the
Well, I
US
feel
based
s-
questions. Smile.
Dude, actually,
Yeah.
if you turn off the US based questions, it would actually make it a little harder. Cause like we're all kind of like near or from near the US. So
I can turn them back
Like,
on.
US things. That was my out, Amalia. I was saying this before stream started. Amalia was like, "Don't worry, if I turned off the US based questions." I'm like, "Bro, that was my out. That was my oh guys, I don't know US stuff. I am smart, but I don't know this answer because I'm
Alright,
Canadian."
buddy.
Well, I can turn them back on if you want. But I want it to be fair.
I mean,
And I
you can keep them
know
off.
that I'm the only John US here, so
John,
Excuse
US.
me, I'm
You're
from Southern
like
California.
John halfway US.
Dude, I'm literally Pitbull, dude. I'm Mr. Worldwide.
Aiko should just know
Oh my
everything.
God. I thought I was Pitbull, dude.
Mr.
Will the real
Worldwide, dude.
Pitbull please stand up?
Dude, I'm the Pitbull's I'm Pitbull's conscience, dude.
I was gonna say his armpits. I was like, excuse me.
His armpit.
His armpits.
Dude,
All right.
oh my god. That reminds me of I was talking to my friend about my chair and like ergonomics. And
Yeah.
then he asked me, "Oh, dude, does your chair have armpits?" While trying to say armrest, and I was like, "Does the chair have
the
what?"
armpits of the chair.
The armpits of the
Does my
chair is
chair have
crazy.
what?
That's crazy. Okay, I don't know where I need to put us. I also don't know. I guess we could listen to the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader music. It's got to be
Oh my
banging,
God.
right?
Yeah,
Are you gonna screen share?
Yes.
Yeah, are you gonna screen
Oh
share?
yeah, I'm gonna screen share it because it was $30 to buy this game. Smile.
Oh, expensive.
Expensive. I was like, I'm not gonna make you guys pay $30 for this. I'm gonna see where the best place for us to be is. I don't know if it's like it might be over to the side. I don't really know. I don't really know. We'll see. Wait, I hear no music. Is there no music? Oh, now there's music. Yeah, it was $30. It was actually $37 because I bought the DLC too. Because it was
Oh my god.
Because Amalia
was
really
like-
wants us to be really hardcore.
well, if you look, it says educational tag on my stream. And we take our
Ah.
education seriously.
Because Amalia wants to be really hardcore.
I'm
yeah.
hardcore parkour.
I see, I
Ooh.
see.
So as you can see, we have an accessibility area, and I've turned on the US-based stuff. Wait, is it not sharing? Share your screen. Fool. Give me the screen share. There we go. Okay. It should be up
I'm
now.
excited.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Back.
I'm scared.
What is this? What are these? I just want to play the game. What is a classmate?
Dude,
Where
what's your
are
permanent
classmates?
record, dude?
What's my permanent record? Hold on.
Wanted in 50
Alert.
states.
150 states is crazy. Hold on. Am I too big? No.
Dude,
Eight
I'm
is too
excited.
big.
Can't wait to show the world how stupid I am.
No.
Dude,
We're fucking
scared.
geniuses.
I know how stupid I am.
We're geniuses. We're
I'm not
geniuses.
genius.
Hello.
I'm
So,
too
how many are we today?
We're one player. It's the collective of Kisa versus the game.
Kisa versus 5th graders.
Kisa versus
this
fifth
figure is
graders. It's
insane.
crazy. Why does
Oh,
it sound like we're
boy.
gonna beat them up?
They're gonna beat us up, dude.
There
We're
was
gonna
also a
lose.
game that was like this, but it was $2 and it was like us versus chat. And I was like, tempting. However, chat will beat us up in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Why are you always no, you here. Okay.
Please pick yourself a nice avatar.
Oh.
Ooh, a nice avatar.
Are
Are
is your
we
avatar
nice
a
moms? no, I hate that. Are we a
Were you
free
free
range
dad?
dad?
Oh my god. Older sibling at the school?
Dad?
What the hell? You see this? That's crazy.
Why is the oldest sibling dead? I
At
don't like that.
school. Dude,
Bro,
they're
I-
old.
I don't like that. Why?
Dude, the fussy baby one is so good. Actually, the emo.
Dude, this is
Fussy
Aiko.
baby.
Fussy baby.
What?
Academic
True.
figure. No, we gotta be fussy
So
babies.
true.
That's not me.
choice.
What the
Let's
hell?
see what we can teach you here. It's Are You Smarter Than a Fifth
No
Grader?
way.
Yeah, we get like a Pixar
I'm Teddy,
Pixar
one of
Jimmy
your two
Neutron
hosts
looking
of the show.
guy.
Let's quickly go
Wait, what
over
is
how
this?
the game
Why
works.
is this guy?
We're
Why
going
is it
to-
cut off? It said it wasn't gonna. It said it wasn't gonna. So why is it? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Why are you cut
Dude.
off? You have to be able to see
No.
the subtitles. Smadge.
Ask you 11 questions in increasing difficulty. But you'll get to
Oh,
pick a
Increasing
subject every time.
difficulty.
You'll have a
Ah.
classmate to help you out.
I'm so
and
fucking
3 sheets
scared.
you can
You're
use during the
fine.
game.
It's gonna be fine.
I'm ready.
You
I'm
can
ready.
either copy your classmate's answer, see how the whole class would answer the question.
Oh yeah, there's like
or just discard this question
lifelines,
and get
like
a new question
millionaire.
entirely.
Like, who
No
wants to be a
cheating allowed
millionaire?
On that new question though, you'll get points for each right answer.
Yo,
But
can't
just
wait
one
to
wrong
forget
answer,
everything I learned
and
in
you're
school.
out.
Hell
And
yeah.
for the last 6th grade question, you'll be on your own. No cheats, no classmate. Let's see if
6th
you
grade
can prove
question.
that you really are smarter than a 5th grader.
I'm not.
Let's go. It's time for 1st grade. How lovely
It's time
to
for
have you
first
today.
grade, guys.
Every question here is worth 100 points.
What were y'all even
Yay.
like in first grade?
And helping you out for this grade is
Fussy baby, apparently.
Fuzzy baby. Wait, look at the LGBT pin in the back. Hell yeah.
Dude, slay.
Slay.
Oh yeah.
Yes! Hey, my name's Haley. My specialties are in reading and spelling.
Hi,
tasks.
Haley.
Hi,
Fussy Baby. Go ahead and pick a subject.
Oh
And
god.
Did he call us fussy
math,
baby?
Reading, social studies, measurements.
I can't do any of these.
What are we? Oh, this is DLC. Surely social
Holy
studies will
shit.
be fine, right?
Social studies?
Right?
Surely.
Oh, measurements? Oh no. Canadian moment.
Oh.
Canadian moment. No. Okay, social studies. Okay, social studies, we got it.
We love people watching in this social studies question.
Yeah?
In the United States, which of these phrases is often used to refer to Mexico?
I thought you took
Oh
out
no,
United
I'm
States.
scared. What kind of...
Mexico.
South of the border.
Oh.
That's
west
a
of the
restaurant.
border,
Yo, it's the west of
northeast
the border.
West of the border. Okay,
Fussy
okay,
baby.
Eve, what do you
Pick
think?
the right answer.
He is calling us fussy baby. That's crazy.
Cheat.
Yeah?
Cheat.
Yeah?
Cheat.
Yeah? Fussy
The fussy
baby is
baby.
crazy. He's really... He could be calling us free range daddy, but you know, I guess we're a fussy baby.
Yo, fussy baby, then.
Okay. I mean, y'all know, right?
Yes.
Yeah, y'all know,
It's
right? There is actually a restaurant.
I can help you if you want.
Yeah, because it's gonna be
Called south of the
northeast of the border. It's gonna be called northeast of the border. Northeast of the border? Like, what is that even? The Atlantic Ocean? The Arctic Ocean? Like, what's that, dude?
Yeah.
Cheat.
There's
Answer
literally
is
a
locked.
Mexican restaurant called South of the Border.
Cheat.
And
You
the
guys
right
didn't
answer
know.
is
We're
South
not
of the
cheating. We're gonna
border.
need those later.
You're right. You
We're gonna
get
need those
100
lifelines.
points.
Does it get removed?
100 big ones, dude.
I think it does.
So,
Yeah.
Haley, thank you for attending today. Why don't you tell us a good
I
fact
think
about
you
yourself?
guys live in northeast of the border.
My favorite art
No, I
style
don't.
is Impressionism.
Oh.
Very good fact.
We get to learn
You gotta
about
check the
each of
next
them.
Question.
Oh.
Yay.
Hey,
Fussy
hey,
baby.
Haley,
Let's pick a
congrats.
subject for the question.
Okay.
He is calling
They
us
are
fussy baby.
Vocabulary.
Fussy
life
baby,
science,
dude.
Dude, we're
spelling,
fussy baby.
measurements.
What do you guys think?
I feel like I could do vocab.
Yeah, vocab's
Dude,
probably
why
good.
does vocabulary have 2 Chinese words over an A?
I don't
Put
know.
away your dictionary
I don't think they're
for a
knowers.
vocabulary
You
question.
know?
True or false? The antonym of listening is speaking.
No.
Fussy baby. What's the answer?
How is the audio chat, by the way? Let me know. Oh, hold on. Let me know if I need to.
Fussy baby.
If you're not hearing fussy baby loud enough
Dude, fussy baby.
Oh God, it's kinda
What do
loud.
you think?
for you guys. Audio's good. Okay.
Dude, it's so good. Fussy baby.
Fussy baby. Okay, but like, isn't
It's
the antonym like not listening?
Well, like yeah, it's just the opposite. An antonym is the opposite of
Yeah.
what it is, right? But like,
Yeah.
is speaking that question mark? Like it kind of is, but like it wouldn't it
Yeah.
be like
Okay, but what would a
staying
second
silent
grader think?
instead
Well-
of speaking? Am I overthinking this?
I'm like,
What would a second grader think?
it was a first
I'll say
grader
the
still.
question
That's the sad
nicely.
part.
Wait, shit.
We're
True
stuck
or
on the
false?
first grader.
First grader.
Antonym of listening is speaking.
You know, I actually do think that like some of the questions are hard because it namely is supposed to be like how would a kid
How would a
think,
first
right?
grader answer this?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm being like
Um,
OCD a little bit.
I mean, like personally, I feel like I would just say true because I think that's, but I don't know.
It's like
I
not,
guess it
but like
It's not, but like it probably is for like a first grader would probably because like in classes in first grade it's like okay, no talking, we're
There's no
listening,
timer,
listening
so
ears.
take your time.
You know, right?
Yeah, you gotta wear your
Like,
listening
I
ears. Did you
wouldn't
guys
say,
have to wear
like-
yours?
But it's not technically like a perfect antonym to listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I think
like-
too.
I don't think it's like I don't know. I would also agree that like ignoring is probably a better antonym, but I mean
True.
I think that
I'll say the question again. True or false?
shut up, Theodore.
The
Shut up,
antonym of
Theodore!
listening
Nobody
is
likes
Yeah, we
you.
know.
You called us a
Shut
fussy
up.
baby. Ragey.
I mean, I don't know. In this context, I'm not sure, but I would just say true, just for the sake of answering.
Let's go
I
true, let's
think
go
true because there's like a listener and a speaker. in a conversation.
Yeah, that's true. That's also something like you have a listener.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna try true.
When you're wah wah wah
And the
instead
answer
of
is
saying.
in.
Woohoo!
Well, the answer is false. The antonym of
what?
listening is not listening.
What?
Or ignoring.
I think that's. I feel like that's just a trick question, though.
I was right to overthink it.
Unfortunately,
Okay, so now we know.
not smarter than a fifth grader. But we'd love to give you
Feels like a
another
trick
chance.
question, though. That's
Let's
like
take a
not
look at
really
the
like
final
a.
scores.
Like I
hope you've
guess.
learned a
I
lot.
I
mean,
can't believe
Have a
we
lot of
failed the
fun.
first.
I failed first grade.
Put those points into your record.
first grade,
Bro.
That is poor wording. I think it's poor wording. That's like
Oh.
that's
I
just
agree,
a trick
I agree,
question.
I agree.
I agree.
End of the
That's
show,
that's like a
folks.
trick
That's
question.
it.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again soon on Are
You gotta go
Smarter Than
again,
a
dude.
Fifth
Round
Grader?
2.
Dude, not the dude.
Thanks
we
to
speed
Fussy
ran the
Baby,
credits.
bro.
We speed ran the credits. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I think the game does hinge on poor wording.
Rematch.
I hope you're ready for the pop quiz. It's Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Skip the intro.
It's time
Skip
for
the intro.
first
Shut up,
grade.
Theodore.
Where is it? Where is it?
Failed on the
oh.
second question. You totally got your
Every
like
question
$37 worth, right?
Yeah.
Yes! Hey,
They just slid
come
those
here.
children right back
I'm
out of
really
there.
good at reading and spelling questions.
Fussy Baby. Let's see what subject.
Fussy
God
Baby.
damn it. That's gonna get me every
English.
time.
Math.
Fussy.
Reading.
All right.
Life
Math,
science.
reading,
Spelling.
life, or spelling? Life sciences. Life sciences could be easy. Maybe it's like, I don't know, what does a caterpillar
It's
turn
first
into?
grade. How
It's
hard
first
could it
grade.
possibly be?
It's
Yeah.
first grade.
Life sciences.
No weeds in the garden of this plant's question.
Dude, what is
Plants.
the powerhouse of the cell, bro?
True
Yeah.
or false? An orange is
Yeah,
a
this is
citrus fruit.
easy. We have a friend named Citrus.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, so it's,
Fussy
yeah,
baby.
an orange
Pick the
is a
correct
citrus,
one.
yes. Yes.
We got the answer.
Dude,
Did we
that
just find a
freaking
new rage
face,
game
the
after
Fussy
agreeing?
Baby
The
is like,
is
it's so good.
true.
Yeah,
Nice work. You get 100 points.
we got 100 points. Okay, we're already back to where we were before.
Wow.
Let's go.
So, Haley, thanks for being here with us. Can you tell
Get
us
out of
how-
here.
Get out of here,
Fussy
Haley.
Baby. Here's your
Okay.
subject
Fussy
for this
baby.
question.
Measurement,
It's
math,
between
reading, or spelling.
measurements, Math, reading,
What
spelling.
if it's how do you spell this word, but then it's like it says the word?
I'm more confident reading spelling than I am measurements and math. That's for sure.
Okay, let's do reading. We can read,
Yes.
theoretically. We
can
read
read.
chat.
We read all the time.
We read
Chat?
chat all the time.
Cut.
Which of these pronouns is typically used when an author writes in the first
Oh,
person?
okay.
I. You. He.
Do you guys know
Fussy
the answer?
Baby. Choose an answer.
I know the answer. I'm actually writing a book in first person right now.
First person.
First person? It's I.
Yeah, it's I. Yeah.
This game has
I.
me second guessing everything. I'm like,
We've got it
Dude,
now.
it's.
You is actually
So the answer
you is actually second person, but second
I was
person
like,
is
is that
not.
not second
I.
person?
Yeah,
You
second
got
person is
this.
not very common.
You get
a lot of
100
books
points.
are first person or third person.
Dude, but a lot of AO3 picks are second person.
There's a
Thoughts?
lot
time
that
we
are that is
swap
second person
hosts.
because it's
Say
like
hello,
your
Claudia.
name.
your name slash yeah.
Your name slash.
Your name slash verso.
Hi, I'm Claudia, your other host for the show.
Hi Claudia. Bye
Let-
Claudia.
It's time to
Hi,
greet
Claudia.
Okay, we're in second
Hi,
grade.
Claudia.
We're in second grade. We're moving up in the world.
we made it. New PB.
New PB, new
PB.
PB, new PB. This is the
Yeah.
craziest
Oh,
roguelike I've ever
Your
seen.
classmate for now will
Dude.
be.
Be gone. We don't need no
Yeah.
classmates. Get out of here.
I'm Halima, and I'm
Hi,
very
Halima.
good with health and life science facts.
That's great.
Health and
Hi,
life science
Holly.
fact.
Pick a good subject for yourself.
Whoa!
It's
What kind of
either
color does this make you
spelling,
think? What kind of emotion does this
measurements,
color make you
math,
think of?
Rage right now. Rage. Rage.
Great.
Rage. So, what are we thinking? Are we thinking spelling, math, measurements, social studies? Like,
Right now, I'm thinking that the backing track sounds like meow 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 meow. That's what I'm thinking.
math? You think math? Chat wants
You
us
guys
to do
pick
math.
math. You guys are on your own. Meow 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 meow. Right?
I mean, I think I'm okay with any of them. Wait.
We could do spelling. I want to see how the spelling one works.
Let me spell it out for you with this spelling question.
I hate you.
How many compound words are in the
Oh,
following
no.
sentence? Someone from the classroom was playing baseball in the cafeteria.
Okay.
1,
3?
2,
3.
3.
Someone
It's
classroom
gotta be 3.
baseball.
Yeah,
Fussy
someone classroom
baby.
baseball.
What's the right answer?
Yeah. It's gotta be 3.
I think so.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
3. Someone from the... I mean, it can't be 4. That's not even an
Here's
option.
the answer.
Dude, cheat.
Cheat.
And that makes the
Cheat.
answer 3.
Yeah! We did
I'm
it!
so distracted here. It's
6, maybe
So,
7. That's
Marina,
crazy.
Thanks for being
like
here.
freaking Seabat in the background, bro.
That's crazy.
Baby, pick a good subject for the question.
Okay.
Is it
I'm crashing out,
measurements,
dude.
math, social studies?
Surely
I'm
if we
actually
do math
crashing
now,
out, dude.
we could do math late. Like, we don't have to do math later, right?
Wait.
Is that how that works?
No, I don't think so. I think it just picks
Wait.
randomly. Like,
Oh my
okay,
God.
maybe... You know what? Could it be that bad? It can't be that bad, right?
Be sure to make it count for this counting question.
Wait.
is the square root of
That sounds like a
64?
pizza time. What is the
Fussy
square?
baby, it's your chance to answer.
This is second grade question.
Wait, how do
What
I
the
confirm?
fuck is a
What are we?
square root?
It's 8.
It's 8, right? Yeah. Yeah, like that was what I was
Huh.
thinking, but I was like, is it?
Why are you doubting?
Because I'm scared now.
You know what 8 times 8
Listen.
is?
I know what 8 times 8 is, but I'm scared.
What are you scared about?
They're gonna bully us.
I'll repeat the question. What is the square root of 64?
I just didn't know how
it is.
to answer this question because I wasn't reading and I didn't see the little line that you can pull up. So I
Yeah.
was like, where do you type the answer?
I thought you'd have to type the answer too. Yeah, it's 8. I think.
And I was just
I'm
like looking
hoping.
at the confirm at like staring at it like what does that mean? What am I confirming?
We got your answer.
Woo!
So,
Woo!
I thought she was going,
well done.
Wow.
You get
Wait.
150 points. Let's take a look at the points.
I'm gonna
Amazing.
crash out.
You got everything right.
I told you if I
That
stop
is
singing, I'm gonna start
show.
screaming.
Take
It
it
looks like
away,
the song is gonna make me start screaming. No,
I can turn off the music if we want.
Hey there.
no.
It's kind
Welcome
of
to
everything
third
though,
grade.
you know? It's
Every
kind of
question is
great.
worth 200 points. It's time to say bye to our old classmate.
Okay, get out of here, get out of here. Scram! Scram!
Yeah, my name is Joaquin. And I
Hi,
love
Joaquin.
to work
Hello,
on math and
Joaquin.
geometry
I
questions.
knew.
Bye, Joaquin.
Fussy baby.
Pick yourself
God,
a
it
good
kills
question.
me.
Fussy
There are
baby.
Fussy
measurements,
baby.
Life science, social studies, vocabulary.
What are we thinking?
I think I'm good with any one of those.
This guy looks like a math guy. What do you mean by that? We can do social studies. But no, vocab scares me now. That is not Milo from Atlantis. Atlantis.
Take in the view of this landmarks question. True or false? Rotorua is a national park in New Zealand.
Oh, we're fucked.
Fussy baby, which is the answer?
This has nothing to do with people. This is geography.
Dude, it's social studies.
Cheat? It's time to cheat.
Yeah, I have no idea. This would be a 50-50 for me.
We could just get a new question, right?
I don't know. I've never played this game before.
I'm assuming we
Cheat off
if we
me
use
if
one of
you need
these.
to.
Okay. Didn't ask.
Yeah, right, dude. He's
And
backseating.
first, okay.
He's
chill.
backseating.
Dude,
What
he's hitting
does
us with the
copy
eyebrow
mean?
raise.
What does copy
Oh,
mean?
my bad. Oh, I think copy. We pick like a. What's it called? We pick a student and we're like, we're gonna copy your answers. We have to hope they get it right.
Yeah, once you use it, it's gone like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. That's what I assume.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You've been there? Rotorua.
Ask the classes, just ask the chat. We can save it
Yeah.
and just ask the chat.
Ask the chat,
Ask
dude.
the chat.
So take your time.
Ask the
Do you
chat.
guys know Rotorua?
Y'all know Rotorua?
I mean, I would say I think it's true, but
I
I'm
think it's
not
true
certain.
too.
I think it's true, but I am not certain. So I mean, I would just, because one wrong answer just ends the thing, right? So I don't know.
You know what? Chat is saying true. New Zealand isn't real. Chat's also saying New
I
Zealand
can help
isn't
with this
real.
question.
What do we think? Are we gonna go true?
I have no thoughts. I
I
have no idea.
already answered my
Okay, true.
My
Let's do it.
Your
Commit.
answer is in. The actual answer is true.
Yeah.
You get 200 points. So, Joaquin, thanks for joining us here.
Thanks,
Can you tell us
Joaquin.
a fun fact you learned recently?
Scram! Scram! Your fun fact is
Fussy baby.
scram!
It's time to pick yourself a
Pussy
subject.
baby.
We've got measurements, life science.
Dude, let's do some
vocabulary,
life
reading.
science.
Life?
People
I'm
like
like,
science.
I got a
Become
plant
one with
tail. How
nature.
bad could this
In
be,
this
right?
plants question,
Yeah, you should.
Dude, I want
true
to
or
eat
false?
spinach after
Wheat
looking at
and
that.
barley are edible grasses.
Yeah? Isn't this true? I mean, we eat wheat.
Fussy baby.
Do we
What's the
eat
real
barley?
answer?
Do
Isn't
we
wheat,
eat
like,
barley? Or
what?
do cows
Isn't-
eat
are you-
barley?
What are you smoking, Amalia?
Do we
What?
eat barley?
Yeah, you can eat wheatgrass. You can eat barley.
What is in a barley? I've never had like a barley
It's
sandwich.
a grain. Barley is grain. Yeah.
Okay.
You've never had barley before?
I don't
It's
think
like,
I've ever
uh,
had barley.
I've only ever had like beer. Like I've heard of barley beer.
Yeah, barley,
It's
okay,
like
barley
a
beer.
fat. It's like a fat, like. Yeah, I guess it's like a fat oat.
So this would be true.
Isn't it? Isn't it not good to eat these if they're not like processed though?
What? What do you mean, dude? Barley's delicious. Bellissimo.
Can you?
I love barley. I love barley.
All right, Aiko says true.
You know what? I
dude.
trust
Pearl
Aiko.
barley and soup. Oh, mwah, bellissimo. Oh,
Look, if it's a
it's
Campbell's soup, it's
yummy.
gotta be edible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make bread out of it. You
And
can
we've
make
got your answer.
Yeah.
Yay!
The right
Hello.
answer is true.
Yeah.
That means you get 200
What's an
points.
inedible grass? Like
Bruh,
technically,
I guess you're on the grass on your lawn. It's not very
But it's
digestible
time
for
we
you.
Yeah.
swap hosts. It's yours now,
Yeah,
Claudia.
I mean, you could go out there and munch on the grass like a cow, but you'll probably throw up.
Excited! Let's step it up. Let's greet our new classmate and say bye
Fourth
to
grade.
the old one.
Monka.
Peace out.
Monka.
Peace out.
Yeah.
Dude, we're
so
fine.
cool.
We're almost to 5th
And
grade.
helping you out for now is...
Easy baby game. We're almost in
Ava.
college is
Watch.
crazy.
A-
Yeah, it is Ava.
I knew it. I knew it.
Dude, maybe
Yeah,
she'll be helpful.
I knew it.
We're still skipping our
Do
dialogue.
I get a point for that?
Fussy baby. Let's see what
Fussy
subjects
baby.
There
Fussy
is
baby.
measurements, vocabulary, reading, spelling.
Ooh.
I'm so scared of measurements. I'm gonna be so honest.
Maybe we do vocab redemption.
Dude, I'm terrible
Oh,
with
God.
vocab. Okay, but the vocab is I'm terrible with it
The
because
wording
it's like,
is weird.
Yeah.
the wording's so weird. I'm like, I don't know.
We could do reading. Reading's fine. Reading
I mean, like, I'm
rainbow.
usually good with vocabulary, but I just think that like their
We
vocab
have an
questions are
epic
weird,
tale
man.
in this
Yeah.
literature question.
We can read.
True
Yeah.
or false? If you directly reference a topic when speaking about it, you're making an allusion.
No, that's false.
An illusion.
To allude to something means to
Fussy,
speak
you're
about it,
alluding
but
to
not
sleaze.
directly.
Pick an answer.
Yeah. No, you're
Yeah.
talking directly about it. No.
Yeah. If you directly reference a topic, you're making no. It's false.
False.
Oh, sorghum is toxic.
It's
That's
now
right.
Locked in.
I forgot about sorghum.
Ew,
So the
so
real
goosey.
answer is false. Good
Yeah.
job. You get 250
You
points.
guys read, guys? Chat room? Chat room? Certified readers?
So,
Dude,
Ava,
we're
us.
thank
readers.
you for
We're beating the
Fussy
allegations.
baby. Here are your choices
Fussy
for this
baby.
question.
Fussy
You
baby.
have measurements.
It's the way they
math,
say fussy
social
Yes.
baby.
I'm scared of all of these.
Me too.
Dude, you
which
know,
one's
these
social
are
yours?
studies
not my-
question is gonna be like talking about freaking like in the first World War, blah 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 blah, who blah blah blah, and you're gonna be like, what in the motherfuck?
Do
These
you want
are
to do math?
all of
then?
my not strongest subjects, Smile.
Do you want to do math? Measurement scares me, like really bad.
It's on you guys.
I mean,
Let's
it's
do
on
it.
you,
We
then.
got this. I believe in
My
Aiko.
brain is literally not built for this.
How many factors does the number 33 have?
What's a factor?
Well, there's at
Fussy
least two.
baby.
It's
Which
11
is
and
the
3,
right
right?
answer?
I'm sorry. What?
What? I just told you. There's at
it-
least 2. It's
there's at
11
least
and
2?
3. And is 1 considered a factor? 11, 3, 1, 33?
Is that how many things to multiply to get to that thing?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a really tough one.
Yeah, you don't say.
I think it's
So
4,
be-
but I mean, I don't know.
Wait, why would 1 and 3? Oh, that's wait.
1 and 33 because 1
1
times
33, and then
33 is
ele-
33.
Oh, okay,
and then
okay.
11 and 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it is 4.
Mm.
Yeah, prime is like 2 factors. Jesus, I've not thought about this in so long.
This question sure is difficult.
It's definitely not prime.
I think it's
so-
4. Yeah, we're gonna go with 4. I believe. Ahina.
And it is locked in.
Yay!
That means
Yay!
the answer is
Yay!
4 factors.
Yeah.
So smart.
Good work.
Should I run a poll?
You
Is
get
it gonna be if we're actually
250
smarter than a
points.
5th grader? Hooray!
Let's give the scoreboard another
Yo,
look.
fussy
You're doing
baby.
amazing. Well
Fussy
done.
baby.
But it's
Fussy
time we swap
baby.
hosts. Say hello, Teddy.
Oh, is it Mr. Theodore again? It won't let me skip.
Look
It
at
won't
the
let me
time.
skip.
It's time to say bye to our old
Dude,
classroom.
wait, we're in 5th grade now.
Whoa.
We're about the
Hi, it's
Wow.
I can help you with vocabulary.
vocab and grammar.
Fussy baby. Here is your choice
Oh
of
my
subject.
goodness.
Baby.
Pick between
Hi, Mad.
measurements.
Welcome in,
Hi,
Raiders.
Raiders.
How was stream? What were you guys up to? Wait, were you playing? Oh, you're playing Donkey Konga too. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD.
Ah.
Oh, did you get the hand cam working for that? Because that would have been so funny. Hello, hope you're doing good. Welcome in, Raiders. We're finding out if we're smarter than a 5th grader. We have already failed once. We failed on a 1st grader question earlier.
Dude, I am avoiding all vocab questions because
It was
so
worded
hands
badly.
hurt.
It
Oh
was
my gosh.
worded badly.
It was worded really badly. Ooh, yeah, I'll check the VOD. That sounds like a fun time. Well, welcome in. You guys are more than welcome to join us on this lovely trivia. What a category do you guys want to go for?
I'm okay with anything. Dude, I'm John okay with anything, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe we're good at spelling. Are we good at spelling?
Sure. The dyslexic? Sure, yeah, why not?
I don't know. I'm kind of nervy, you know?
Well, we're not doing measurements. Measurements is scary. Vocab.
I'm more confident in spelling than measurements.
I'm not
The
gonna
measurements
lie,
category
you know
really
what?
scares me.
Why? It's gonna be something like how many meters are in blah 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 or something.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
believe in us. I believe in us. I believe
Be
in us.
sure
I
to
believe in
use
us.
it in a sentence for this spelling question.
Oh
True
my
or
god.
false? The following word
What?
is spelled correctly. Medieval.
No.
Glurm.
Fussy
Door.
baby. Choose us an answer.
Right?
Glurm.
That's not right.
No, dude, it's false.
It has my name in it. Wait, I like it now. Never mind. That's how they should spell it.
Yeah? Yeah, yeah? Yeah?
That's not right. I think.
It's.
But now that I'm sitting here
it's
staring
not.
at it, I'm
It's-
like,
it's
are we
not.
sure?
It's not right.
I'm
Well,
just
guys,
second
I-
guessing
guys,
myself,
guys,
man.
True or
please,
false?
don't do this
The
to
following
me.
word
It's
is
false.
spelled
It's false. It's gotta
correctly.
be. It's gotta be false. It's gotta be
I'm
false. It's
getting
gotta be
nervous,
false. Right?
guys.
It's like it's so false.
Answer the
Actually, it's gotta be
question.
right.
Answer is
Right? It's gotta be false.
False.
Yeah, there's an
It
A.
has an A in it.
Yeah, it has an A. Yeah. I was looking at the
Scaring me.
edge and I was like, it's gotta be. It's gotta
You
be.
guys are scaring me.
Dude,
So,
I would know
I
this.
said it was
Thanks for helping
false,
us
but I
today.
want it to be true because it has my name in it.
It's true.
Fussy
True,
baby.
you did, you did.
Go and pick one of
Fussy
these subjects.
baby.
Fussy
So,
baby.
it's measurements, vocabulary, social studies.
Dude, do you think you can do life sciences at a 5th grade capacity?
Dude, I can do. I took AP
We'll
biology.
meet
This
some
should be
fun
fine, right?
guys in this life science question.
That should be fine, right? I took AP
True or
bio.
false? A rough endoplasmic reticulum has ribosomes on its surface.
Bitch, huh?
Oh fuck! I
Huh?
don't know.
Hello,
True.
Miss
Baby.
AP
Give us
Science.
your answer.
Hello. What are any of the words?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
A rough endoplasmic.
It's
rec-
like.
what?
I did pass AP biology. I did not pass the AP exam though. The AP exam was awful that year.
I already said the answer, so I'm just gonna stay out of it.
Yeah.
do you
No.
know
Wait. What
this?
did you say?
Take as long as you need.
I said it's
She said
true.
true.
Is it
I
true?
said true
know
like
this.
instantly.
Yeah.
Wait, explain
Because.
it.
Yeah, it has.
That's why it's called the rough endoplasmic reticulum. It's because it has ribosomes on its surface.
Yeah. That sounds
The
familiar.
ribosomes are the little black dots.
What the F is a ribosome, bro? Hello?
It's the ribs of the cell.
What?
I'll read the question again.
It's the ribs
True
of
or
the
false?
cell, dude.
A
again.
rough
The ribosome,
endoplasmic
the
reticulum
ribs of the
has
cell are
ribosomes on
the it's actually the
surface.
ribosomes. They got some ribs. That's why it's called that.
Dude. Do you not trust me?
Yeah.
It's now
I
locked
do.
in.
Ah!
Well, the right answer
Why did that guy
is
just
What if I'm
scream?
wrong?
Why is he screaming?
true.
Yeah.
You're correct. You get 300
The
points.
There is a
ribosomes,
sound
I'm pretty
in this
sure
that
they
sounds like
make,
a Tears of the Kingdom
I
sound.
think I believe they make proteins, but
I
But
think they
enough
do
from
make
me.
proteins. Yeah.
Take it away, Claudia.
This is it.
Baby
We're
back
at
ribs.
sixth grade.
So sums.
Oh my
I
God,
hope you're
oh my God, we're
ready
gonna
for
do it.
this. There's only
Wait.
one question, but it's worth 500 points. We'll say goodbye to your classmate now.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Pussy baby. Here's
I
your
read that
choice
as
of
pussy
subjects.
baby. I was
Now
like, what
it's
the fuck?
Measurements, vocabulary, social studies.
Okay, I don't trust
reading.
these
Final
two.
question.
I don't think I trust this one because it's gonna be like, whose mustache did the guy? I don't know.
Do we just go reading?
I think we go
all
reading.
the
I think
memes?
we're actually really good at reading. I think
It's
we're good
all
at reading. I think
classes
we're good at
here
it.
In this famous works question, it's the final question. You can do it. It's time to see if you're smarter than a 5th grader.
Dude,
In the
it's time to
Virginia
see,
Hamilton
dude.
novel MC Higgins, what does MC stand for? Maya
I don't know.
What the
Cornelius,
fuck is an MC Higgins?
Stressed.
Huh?
Minty Conductor,
Minty conductor is insane.
Dude,
Fussy
Minty
Baby.
Conductor.
Guess
Do you have the answer?
2, but you got a dyslexic guy and an ESL guy on your team.
Listen,
Wait, but in Husky,
listen.
I think I've answered every question correctly.
Aiko has been right. Master Chief,
Master Chief.
Mariah
Higgins.
Carey, Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Okay.
I've never read the Virginia Hamilton novel.
I've
I'm
never
sorry.
read this. Are they like MC? I think they are. I'm gonna go with 2, but it's like straight up just we can't even cheat.
I'm sorry, I don't know this because I've never read Virginia
I've never read
Hamilton.
this.
Me
I've
neither.
never
Neither have I
this.
read it in
Dude, sounds
6th
like
grade,
a
dude.
real name.
2 sounds like a
Mayo-
real.
It's
feel
gonna
like
be
it's
like
gonna-
1 though.
It's gonna be 1. It feels like it should be 2, but it's gonna be 1.
Dude, what do you mean? It's
No.
not. What if
1
it's Minty
feels
Conductor,
right.
bro?
Minty,
Minty
there's
Conductor
no
hit-
way. There's
Minty
no way.
Conductor
no way.
Higgins.
There ain't no way. Okay, I'm going Mayo Cornelius because that feels like the right answer.
Your
Dude, I
But-
love that
answer
fussy
is
baby
A.
emote
The real
popping up
answer
every
is
single time, bro.
actually Maya Cornelius.
See?
Wow.
See?
Mayo?
Mayo.
Rose
It's not
named
Mayo?
Mayo.
Rose dead ass named mayonnaise. That's crazy.
Let's take a last
Dude,
The cum of
Are we
condiments.
quite literally smarter than a 5th
Congratulations.
grader? Holy
what a
moly.
great score.
We collectively
got it
as
on a
Kisa
guess.
are smarter
We got
than
it
a
on a
fifth
guess.
grader.
Does it count?
It's true.
Listen,
No.
that's all standardized testing is about, man. It's just how
Dude,
I-
good yam
can you
cast.
win the
I can't
50-50?
wait to see what
Yeah.
you've unlocked.
Speaking of
A new
which,
classmate is joining.
I actually got a 5 on my AP bio.
We unlocked the child.
We've unlocked a whole child. That's insane.
We got a new
I don't
child.
like
For
that.
your avatar.
Wait, we got a little guy.
Aw,
Octopus
cute.
sushi desk. Oh my god, I love it. We gotta get it. We gotta
Cute.
use it. We gotta use it. We gotta use it. We gotta use it. Please let us use it.
Let's look at what you've unlocked.
Wait, we got Eli's experiment. What is?
Oh.
Do we get Fortnite skins?
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
they have
god, we get
different
Fortnite
skins.
skins for
Do we get
them.
Fortnite skins?
People
That's crazy.
happy.
This one
I got a
sucked
5
ass.
on 2 AP exams.
Okay, this one's kind of cute. I kind of like it. I love
I
the
kind
colors.
of
on
okay.
this
That's
desk.
cute. Yeah.
I'm kind
I
of
like
into the colors, you know?
that. New icons.
Oh my god, the
Cute.
new icons! They're cute.
Wait.
AP Bio is one of like the hardest AP exams.
And we'll
AP
have to
Bio
show
is
for
like
now.
stupid hard. I did not
See
pass
you
that one.
soon. Thank you for joining
I-
us on
maybe.
Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader?
I really like the AP Bio exam. It was a fun exam.
It was brutal and awful.
I never took AP. I
Do we
almost I
want
got a
to?
C
Wait, hold on.
in science and I failed math.
Give us our cool school desk. Give
We have
us
to
our
be
cool school
fussy
desk.
baby. Okay, so
Give
we have a
us
new
our
desk.
cool school desk.
Okay, so we have a new frame.
Can I have the cool one, please?
Which is the cool one again? Is it
I want the
Is it this
sushi one. Oh, that one's
That
really
one's
cute.
cute.
Wait, the sushi
I
one?
love this one. The sushi one's cute,
No,
but actually the white,
plants.
yes,
Okay, the
that's
plants.
so cute. I
Plants.
Do you have any?
Oh my god, graph
Graph?
paper.
Graph paper.
Graph paper
Why
goes
is it
Why
crazy.
is there blotches on it? What the
Oh,
hell?
it's
You
like
spilled
it's
your
like
paint.
tile. It's like a bathroom tile.
Oh, it's
Oh.
not
It's not
graph
graph
paper.
paper.
It's graph paper in my heart.
Glam.
Do you want the little guy?
The octopus is really cute.
Oh, the ring,
the little cloud.
Oh, that's cute.
Cute.
Cute. Oh, that little app.
The little worm.
Dude, would you love me if I were a worm?
Dude, he like heavy. He was like heavy breathing when he came in.
Yeah,
Just got to it.
he has like jiggle physics. Libra.
Oh, Libra. Go.
Libra.
I kind of like the rain cloud.
The rain cloud's so cute.
Like, yeah, I think we're gonna wait. I can hold on. I have a button.
You can poke it. Dude, there's a stim button for Aiko.
Dude, this
There's
is,
a
oh my
stim
God.
button for Aiko. That's insane.
Dude, you know if I've been controlling that shit, you'd be like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait.
yeah.
Icon. We have the meow. Wait, we can change our name.
Oh my God.
But Fussy Baby is
Oh.
eternal. Do we wanna?
Dude,
I kind of like Fussy
I
Baby
kind
though.
of fussy baby, dude. Fussy,
Fussy
baby.
Fussy Baby.
Fussy
Okay.
baby.
Wait, should we be a fish for Aiko?
Oh my
Someone
God.
that actually has her icon.
That's true.
Dude, wait, we can pick. You don't want to be a turkey?
I was like, wait, that's a dolphin. Oh yeah, there's a yeah.
The dolphin. True, it is a dolphin. You fussy baby.
Fussy baby.
Cute.
Fussy baby.
I have a fussy baby. Yeah, I have a fussy baby button.
Fussy Baby.
Fussy baby.
baby.
That's
Love it. I actually
crazy.
kinda love the. I really love the way
What
he
is
says
this?
it.
Oh, that's how we unlock stuff. Oh, I
Oh
think
my
if we
God.
play more, we get more subjects we can unlock.
Yo, I want some
Oh.
geography, dude. Yo.
How many are we today?
Yeah?
It's time to
Yeah.
pick yourself a nice
Dude, I mean, I
avatar.
didn't know the Roto
look great.
We gotta go back
ones.
in.
I hope you're ready
No
for a
fussy
pop
yowie.
quiz.
No fussy
Are
No
yowie.
fussy
you smarter than a
yowie.
fifth grader?
Wait, boy, I
We're
used
going
to
to ask
tutor
you
bio.
11 questions
Like,
in
I tutored
increasing
people into
difficulty.
like nursing
You'll get to
school
pick the subject
when
every
I was
time.
in high
You have
school.
a classmate to help you out and 3 cheats you can use during the game. You can either copy your classmate's answer.
Yes,
see how
yes,
the
we
whole-
know.
Let's get right to the quiz. It's time for
My
first
father.
grade. It's so nice
I
to
should have
have
asked
you
you to
here.
tutor me.
Every question here.
Oh,
And
But I
Fussy
probably
baby,
forgot a
get
lot
out of
it
here,
by
kids.
now.
Yeah.
Whoa! Get out of here, kids!
Get out of here.
You can call me Kai.
Scram,
I'm
children.
really good at world.
Run, children!
Get
Ooh,
out of here.
geography is a
It's time
category.
for you
Wait,
to
they didn't even
pick
offer it to
subjects.
us.
Yeah, I think
You
we have to
got
unlock it.
Measurements,
Aw.
vocabulary, social studies,
Ooh.
spelling.
Okay. We should get over our vocabulary trauma. That's what I think.
Okay, get out of the way.
Okay.
Get it out of the way. Get out of the way.
Please
Yeah.
What about our
your
measurement
lexicon for
trauma?
This vocabulary question.
What about our measurement trauma? We don't have
What
that.
Vocab
word
and measurements
means
only
to
run.
waste time?
Okay, verb to waste time. Verb to
Lollygag.
waste time.
Efficiency.
That one is
Lollygag.
definitely yes. It's
Punctual.
lollygag.
Dude,
It's definitely
lollygagging,
lollygagging.
bro.
Dude, it's like those
yeah.
Skyrim guards.
Please
No
pick your
lollygagging.
Oh, daddy lollygag.
Yeah?
Just kidding.
Yeah?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Daddy
Oh,
lollygagging.
yeah, answer
Please
is-
lollygag me.
Ew.
Lollygag.
Ew.
You got this. You get 100 points.
Yeah?
What's wrong with her?
So, Kai, thanks for attending. Why don't you
Be
tell
gone
us-
with you, child.
Be gone.
Be gone.
Let's look at your choice of subjects.
Yo, what about measurement?
We have
You know what? We're gonna do
Measurements.
measurements.
I want
vocabulary.
to see what kind
We're
of
gonna
questions
measure-
measurements are.
Math.
I'm scared.
I bet the answers are gonna be something like, I don't know, 6, maybe
Let's
7.
See how
I
you
don't know.
size up in a measurements question. In terms of size, which of these U.S. coins
In terms
is the
of
largest?
size.
Nickel, dime,
Not dime.
quarter.
In terms
I
of
think
size.
it's a quarter.
Pick an
How
answer
big
for
is
us.
mine?
Wait,
I
Is it
think it's a quarter,
different
but
from
I feel
Canadian?
like nickels and quarters.
Guys, do you not look at your coins?
No, you think I carry money
I
on
know,
me?
I know Canadian coins. I know it's quarter for Canadian.
They're about the same. They're about
It's
the
gotta be
same.
quarter,
That's what
right?
I'm assuming.
What?
Amalia.
Well, you're in the U.S. You're supposed to know.
Amalia.
You think I look
How do the
at
Canadians
money?
know?
You look at
Amalia,
look at-
please.
Here, let me grab
Please
my
tell
ball.
me, is this a bit?
Grab
Take
my
as
ball.
long
Is she
as
doing
you
a bit?
need. It's just
Is this a
you
bit?
and us.
It's gotta
Oh.
be. It's
Is
gotta
this
be.
a
It's
bit?
gotta be a quarter. It's gotta be, right? I don't even think I
Why is
have
she
like
questioning?
money in
Is this
here.
a bit? Is this a bit?
It's gotta
Eve?
be, right?
Is this a
Like
bit?
quarters are pretty big,
Bro,
right? I think
is
it
this
is a
rage bait?
quarter. It's
This is
gotta
rage
be.
bait. This is rage
I-
bait.
This isn't real.
It's definitely a quarter.
Is this rage bait?
Amalia, pick
Let's hear it one
three.
more time.
Wait,
In terms of size,
it
which
says
of these
size, but
US
what is?
coins is the
Is it like
largest? Nickel,
thickness or is it
dime,
like
quarter?
diameter?
Oh
Because
my-
it is
I'm gonna
different.
take
You
it.
are
I'm gonna
supposed to
take
pick
it.
it.
Pick a quarter. Pick a quarter. Pick a
Your
quarter.
answer is locked.
Yay!
So,
Dude.
the correct answer is quarter.
Yeah.
She successfully rage baited us, Eve. She successfully
Yeah,
It worked.
I-
It worked.
it
I'm
was
so
a bit.
pissed.
It
I'm
was
so mad.
definitely a bit.
But it's time we
Yeah, it
swap
was a bit.
hosts.
It was a bit. It
It's
was
It
rage
was a
bait.
bit. Yeah, it was a
Go for
bit.
it.
It was a bit. It was a bit. Dude, is there a way I can like get rid of the host
Hi,
swap?
I'm Teddy, your other. Let's say hi to a new classmate.
Get out of here.
It's not.
It's not a poor word. It's literally the. Oh my.
Fussy baby. Choose a good subject for you. Now it's measurements, vocabulary, social studies, spelling.
You know, I gotta listen to the song to enter my Zen state.
Dude, I think social studies. Do you think social studies? It can't be hard yet, right? It's
It
gonna
goes
be
through this,
like.
right?
We all live in a society with a social studies.
We all live in a society. Hello.
North American
say we
language
live in a
is commonly abbreviated ASL.
Oh, okay, I know this one.
Eiko, you know this.
Armenian Sign Language.
Yeah. Armenian
Anglo-Saxon
Sign
language.
Armenian Sign Language is crazy.
American Sign Language.
Yeah, it's Anglo-Saxon language. Don't you guys know that?
Fussy baby. It's your turn to
Anglo-Saxon.
answer.
English.
Dude, it's definitely Armenian. We
That's
live in a
crazy.
society. I don't think Teddy's
we live in a
okay.
society,
I don't think
guys.
Teddy's okay.
Dude, it's age, sex, location, bro.
Age, sex, location, dude.
Age, sex, location, dude.
And the answer is in.
Yeah.
And the actual
Yeah.
answer is
Yeah.
That's insane.
American Sign Language. You're right.
Dude,
You
it's
get one point.
I
Armenian
know
Sign Language, bro.
how to. I used to know a bit of ASL, not a whole lot though.
I think the craziest question was in North
So,
American
Joaquin,
languages.
Thanks so much for being
No,
here.
it's
Can you
Armenian.
tell us a nice fact?
Yeah, it's Armenian. It's definitely
Fussy
Armenian.
baby. Pick yourself
We live in a
good
society,
subject.
guys.
It's either measurements,
Oh no.
social studies.
Surely math can't be that bad, right?
We'll split up for this fractions and percents question.
Yeah, surely.
What is 30% of 30%? Fussy baby. Pick out your answer.
Guys. My brain was like, it's 10. It's not 10. There's no way. Right? No.
It's percentage.
I don't know what a percent of a percent is. That's insane. Like, why would you need that? Why would you need that?
Guys?
Why would you need a percent of a percent? Just 1%, please.
Guys?
No one's keeping time, so take it easy.
Thank you, Teddy.
Well,
If half is 15%. Wait. No, guys, I'm too stupid for this. But then, like... What's 1/10 of... No, I don't
Let
know.
me read back the question. What is 30% of 30%?
you don't know what 1/10 of 30 is?
No.
What's 30 divided by 10?
3?
Okay.
I think. Yes. Oh my gosh. Hi, Jin.
I'm sweating.
What is
Jin
30%?
Flaxa.
Jin.
Jin Flaxa, help. Jin, help. I can't
Yeah,
do math.
Okay, Amalia, how many 10s are 30?
3,
Amalia?
right?
Huh, what'd you say?
3.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
3 is if 1/10 of 30 is 3.
It's just you and us. Take as long as you need.
Fuck them in, Raiders.
Amalia?
Yeah? Why are you doing that? Eve isn't giving an answer either.
Girl, I can't do math. My brain ain't built
Yeah,
like this.
but like, my brain ain't built for this. Why are we bullying me?
Cute and funny and quirky, hee hee.
Girl, I failed math in high school.
I'm pretty sure I did too.
Let me
Oh,
repeat
host
the
privilege.
question.
Miss Kitsu.
What is 30% of
Is
I'll
it
say with my full
9?
chest, I don't know the answer. I'm a VTuber. I don't need to.
Is it 9?
Amalia, why are you second guessing yourself?
And it is locked in.
Am I cooked? Are we cooked?
And the correct answer
Yes,
is
you're cooked.
9%.
Oh God. Jesus.
I'm so proud of you, Miss Amalia.
Welcome in, Raiders. Like I said, if you guys got a rated ready, it's super look, do what you gotta do. But if you want to join us for
Great work. No
they
wrong
keep
answers so
they've
far.
been calling us
That's
Fussy
enough from
Baby,
me.
and it's been killing
It's
us.
your
Fussy
turn,
Fussy
Amalia.
baby.
We did win
Baby.
once.
Hello
But-
again. Let's keep going. Welcome
We're-
to
we're running it
third
back.
grade.
We
Every
won it on a
question
50-50.
We are.
Actually, it was like a
200
30.
points. Let's greet
3,
our
33,
new
33.
classmate.
Yeah,
Let's
it was
say
a 30,
goodbye
30.
to the old one.
Take care.
Yeah.
Oh, get out of here.
Dude, I was sweating a little.
Yay!
I was sweating a lot. I was
sweating a little.
I'm glad I put on
Subject.
deodorant today.
There are
Like-
measurements, vocabulary, spelling, social studies.
Dude.
Which one do we want?
I'm okay with anything. Ding 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 ding
I wish there was like Twitch integration and chat could pick for us.
ding ding ding
Yeah.
ding ding ding
Wait.
ding ding ding.
No, I don't think there is for this game. I think there is another game that has some
Look
sort
it
of chat
up.
integration, but
Dude, I mean, Miss
Measurements?
Kitsu picked measurements.
You'll be a
okay, here we go.
convert here in the measurements question.
measure the size of my?
Yeah.
True or false? A car
Yeah.
traveling
No,
60
this
miles
is
per
fucking
hour
math all over
is
again.
traveling
What is this?
88
This is
feet
just
per
math.
second.
But
This is just math.
Fussy baby, choose the right answer.
Fussy baby.
Actually, don't remember how many feet are in a mile though, because this is American systems.
I don't even know.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. I
car
actually don't remember
traveling.
how many feet are in a mile. I can't help you.
Fussy baby.
Baby. Is it 5,280
Let's
feet?
read the question again.
How is
True
that
or
hard to
false? A
remember?
car traveling
Well,
60
considering
miles
the
per
fact that
hour
we use
is traveling
kilometers.
88 feet per second.
well,
Well, considering the fact that we use kilometers,
I hate
You'll
I
learn.
hate the mile system. I hate it. It's so dumb.
Well, so how many seconds are in an hour? So 60
Yeah.
minutes in an hour, right? And then
Don't
it's
worry.
another
Take
60
as long as you need.
seconds per minute, right? So 120 feet, 120 times 88 times is gonna give you this hour per hour.
Are you yawning or are you just
I'm
really
thinking,
happy?
I'm activating
Oh.
my frontal lobe.
I can
Uh-huh.
help if you want.
It's not working.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me bust out the pencil and paper, bro.
Oh my god, she's got the pencil and paper. That's crazy.
Well, I can't keep track of all of this, right?
That's crazy.
So, you know,
I can't keep track of it either. You're like saying words, and I'm like, I'm the little.
are we allowed to
loading.
use calculators, or are we? Do we have to use like pencil and paper?
I would say
I can help
calculator
with
is
this question.
fine.
Because it's just it's.
Fingers only? I don't have 88 fingers. How am I supposed to do this
I'm
without
just-
88 fingers?
I'm just
No,
thinking
yeah,
of that
yeah,
one.
three-
That one
Wait,
TikTok
why
that's
is
like,
it-
nah, you'd need a calc for that. Calc is
Oh, right.
slang for
16 times
calculator, by the
60
way.
is-
Calc is slang for
360,000.
calculator.
Yes, and
That's
also
crazy.
literally.
That's crazy.
That's literally what I'm thinking
As
of.
long as you need.
In
You got
third
this.
grade, they didn't let me use
Holy
a calculator. Well, we always have calculators in our pockets, right? I mean, you can just multiply. Yeah, you just multiply all
Wait,
these
my
numbers.
bad.
I'm not gonna
Yeah, I
multiply.
try using a calc, bro. Calc's short for calculator, by the way.
Yes,
You
you
know.
dude.
He knows
Yeah,
when I was
okay.
so fucking brain rotted. Oh my god.
What? Why is it telling us like to calculate this
We're
on
not
like?
keeping time, so take it easy.
Is it really 5,280 feet per mile?
Feet. Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the imperial
She's
system
looking
is
something
great.
up.
Okay.
She's cheating. She's cheating. She's cheating.
No,
She's
it's gonna be a bunch of
cheating. She paused the
pings.
game. She's cheating. She's
I'm just
cheating.
getting
She's
pings.
looking it up. She's looking it
I
up.
can help if you want.
Wait, where did you get Where'd you get 3,660? Where did the extra 60 from?
Not even cheating. I was looking at my messages because I realized I forgot to send a message to somebody today. I went, oh shit. I didn't reply to that.
Where did you get the extra 60 from? Is it not just 3,600? Typo. Where did you get the 60 from? Where's this extra 60 from? You just typed it. Oh my god.
Math with chat is so fun.
It shouldn't be faster. It's the same, no? I'm gonna double check.
I love how the game NPCs are like, hey, buddy, it's okay. We're all just waiting on you. There's no timer. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't
People
worry about
stare.
it, buddy.
Hey,
People
pal.
stare.
Dude, they
It'll
gave
be
her kind of
okay.
thick
It's just
thighs.
you and us today.
You
It's
know?
just you and us today.
Mm-hmm.
What if we play Roblox? Dude, I saw that chatter come in not yesterday. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. Hi, Eve. And it was like, play Roblox. You see that person? That was crazy.
Guys,
Oh
you're
yeah, I didn't even.
overcomplicating this.
I didn't even address it. I don't think.
Yeah.
Cheat off me if you need to.
Cheat off me if you need to.
He's
Chill.
saying that he's gonna help us cheat.
Well, it's so I think it's 316,800 feet in an hour, right? Is that not it? So you divide it by 316,800 divided by
Take it easy.
what was the number?
It's just you and
2
us today.
5280. It's equal to. It's equal to. Oh, it is traveling. Okay, so that means yeah, it's true.
It's true. Okay. I believe.
We've got it now.
I believe.
And the answer is true.
Yeah.
You get 200
Dude, the little like you got it right sounds like something from like Tears of the Kingdom. It really does. Like it's like
So,
activating my
Lisa,
little neurons.
Thank you for joining us.
True, a little
Can you
bit.
tell everyone a nice fact about yourself?
No, go away. Go
Why
away,
not?
child.
My question is,
Please
why
pick
did
a
you guys
good
just wait for me
subject.
to calculate it?
It is vocabulary.
I don't know how to do
I
it.
ain't doing no
Measurements,
measurement stuff
spelling,
now. What is
social
this?
studies.
I feel like this one's such a gamba. The like social studies one is such a gamba.
Dude,
No,
It's gonna
I'm
be
not
like-
doing more measurements. My brain hurts.
dude, we
got
gotta.
spelling.
You don't want to challenge
Let's take a
ourselves?
letter at a time with this spelling question.
I
True
love
or
group
false?
projects.
The letter H appears only once in the following word, which is a conjunction. Weather. Weather.
Oh. Weather. It appears
Fussy
once.
baby.
Oh,
Choose your
The
answer.
conjunction word, whether, like whether or not, right?
Whether or not.
Oh, it's
Whether.
It's
I thought it was weather. Like,
no, it's the conjunction.
oh. So it's
Chat?
two. Yeah, it's two. I thought she
Yeah,
said
because-
weather.
No,
Like,
the
the
conjunction.
weather
She
outside.
says the
The
conjunction.
conjunction.
Okay,
The
okay, but
conjunction.
I didn't process that part yet. I'm still buffering from the math. Okay, I'm buffering. I'm like
Oh
Internet
my- You didn't even
Explorer.
do the math. You let me do it.
I'm Internet Explorer. Okay, call me Microsoft Edge because I be edging you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you say
So-
Microsoft Edge.
Okay, Microsoft Edge. Can you answer the
Kisa
question,
Kisa with
Microsoft
Echo
Edge?
P, Kitsune Eve, and Microsoft Edge.
I cannot believe that.
False. It's false.
I can help
Yeah.
with this question.
We got your
I can
answer.
help with this question.
Well, the correct answer is false.
Yeah.
Too easy. You get
It was
Too
easy.
easy. It's
Too easy, guys. Too easy.
It's too easy.
Too easy.
But you've had enough of
I'm ready
You've
for
had
some-
enough.
How exciting.
You've had
Don't
enough.
don't you know it?
Challenge your We'll say hi to our new classmate and goodbye to the old.
Yay!
Yay!
Good
Yay!
Ich heiße Ava. I love to practice my foreign languages.
She was speaking
Fussy
German.
baby. Pick the subjects you're good at.
Okay, chill,
We
Ava. No
have
need to flex on the rest
Yeah,
of
she's
it.
flexing. dude.
Measurements.
She's flexing.
Social
The
studies.
little
Math.
humble
Math.
brag from
She
Ava. Hi,
is
Bron.
mugging, dude. Holy.
Okay. Vocab? Dude, Eve's good at vocab.
No thesauruses
I
allowed
love Ava.
in this
Yeah,
vocabulary.
you wah wah wah.
Which of these best expresses the same meaning as the phrase, it's in the bag?
Oh, like put the fries in the bag.
Yeah, yeah.
It is
like,
certain.
Right in the bag.
It is over.
It is certain.
It's over. That's
It is
crazy.
upside
It's
down.
so
over.
over.
It's so
It's
over,
one.
chat.
Fussy
One.
What's your
So
answer?
over.
Oh
chat
my
room.
gosh. Hi, Perry. How are you today?
Hi, Raiders.
Welcome in,
Hello,
Raiders.
Bug.
Hello,
It's so
hello.
over.
We're finding
Hello,
out if
bug
we're
buddies.
smarter than a 5th grader, and it has been
Oh,
Peglin.
you're playing Peglin.
Is
That game's so
one
fun.
of those games you were talking about earlier?
It's like Peggle, but you fight goblins.
Oh.
Or you are a goblin and you need to like make your way through dungeons using Peggle
Oh.
tactics. It's really fun.
I'll say the question again.
Cute.
Which of these
We're
best
playing
expresses
a
the
game.
same meaning as the phrase, it's in the bag?
We're playing a
It
game.
is certain.
We're playing
My-
a game
Over.
of all time.
We've had to
It is
do
upside
math.
down.
It's been
We're
torturous.
finding out if we're smart.
We're so smart, though. We're doing great. Thank you guys so much for reading. And if you guys got to read and run, eat, sleep, or lurk, do what you got to do. We are vibing. We're hosting Yapcast today. This is a monthly podcast that we do. We did some yapping
Let's hear
earlier.
it
Now
one
we're doing
more time.
trivia and
Which
learning.
of these best expresses the same
our
meaning
strengths
as
and
the phrase,
weaknesses.
it's in the bag. It is
Yeah.
certain.
It's fun.
It is over.
Roguelite. Ooh.
It is upside down.
It is upside down. That's crazy. So
know-
we know this one, yeah.
Yeah.
It is
It is
certain.
It is
It
certain.
is certain.
What if it was
And
it's
we've
over?
got your
It's in the
answer.
bag.
It's
It's
over.
over. It's
That makes
Jover,
the
dude.
answer
You know, I'm still thinking
It is
about the
certain.
endoplasmic
Right
reticulum
word.
question because
Yeah.
every time
250
Yeah,
points.
because every time I think of ribosomes, I think of black beans. Because that's what they look like in the science
So, Ava,
in the science
thank you for
I
diagram.
guess I
being
kind of do.
Can you tell us a
Yeah,
fun
and they look
fact
really
you learned
delicious.
recently?
Since the U.S. taxes income and
No, don't talk to me about
Thank
taxes. I have to
you,
do taxes
buddy.
stuff after this
Pick
stream.
a subject for the next question. It's between measurements, social studies, math.
Yo.
We're cooked. We're so cooked. We're so cooked.
Pick
Yeah,
one,
these are
pick
my
one.
two. These are my two business partners, Eve and
Hmm.
Aiko.
Hi, I'm Aiko.
Hi, I'm also Aiko.
What? You're also Aiko? We're both
Hi.
Aiko?
We're Aiko.
I'm also Aiko.
Holy moly.
We're
are we
all Aiko.
We're
all-
Aiko.
I'm
We're
Aiko, you're Aiko, he's Aiko, she's Aiko, they're Aiko, we're
Aiko.
all Aiko.
Aiko, Aiko.
Aiko, Aiko.
Aiko?
We haven't done social
Pick one.
studies in a while. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Put yourself on the
Social
map
studies?
with a landmarks
No,
question.
okay, we're cooked. No, it's landmarks. Okay.
If Selena wants to visit Waikiki Beach, she should go to what capital
Where
city?
is
What?
Waikiki Beach?
What?
Fussy baby. Pick out your
Fussy
answer.
baby.
Is that in California? It's not
You have to
Oklahoma.
pick on
I'll
the
tell you that
map.
much. It's not Oklahoma.
You have to pick on the map.
What was the
Oh,
question? I forgot
God.
already.
It's if you want to go
It's
to Waikiki Beach, what capital are you going to? Is it Hawaii?
It probably, right?
Like it sounds Hawaiian.
It's a Hawaii.
It's definitely
Hawaii.
not Oklahoma.
What?
Let's read the question again.
In
If Selena
Kansas,
wants
yeah.
to visit Waikiki Beach, she should go to what capital city?
GeoGuessr.
It's. Why are you hesitating?
Cause I'm scared. What is it from California? I don't know.
What?
There's a lot
Hawaii.
of beaches in
It's
California. In fact, there's
It's
like
Hawaii.
you can say a lot of California is a
Hawaii.
beach.
I'm just surprised they made you pick on the
Listen,
map.
listen. I keep second guessing myself. It's like
now locked in.
you could ask me if my name's Amali, and I
That
would be
means
second guessing
the
it.
answer is Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah. Does it? I don't know. I don't live in California.
I was
Sorry,
worried they were gonna make you like
chose the
pick
wrong
very
answer.
specifically.
What?
Unfortunately, you
Wait.
are not smarter than a fifth
They
grader.
did make you
told
pick
me.
really specifically.
They did make me
Really
pick the
soon. It's time to check out the
Wait.
final scores. You've done well, but you can do better.
You had
next
to place the capital location. I thought it was just
time. We'll put those points
selecting
into your permanent record.
the island, like selecting the
They did
state.
say capital. Though. They did say capital though, so I was a little confused.
I was,
Enough
I
to
was.
unlock
That's what I thought as well. So I was like, damn, this is kind of hard.
I thought it was just pick
It
the
is
state.
GeoGuessr.
Oh,
Nope, you got to pick Honolulu. Honolulu, bro.
We got a paper plane bobblehead. We got foreign languages, I think.
And that means the end of the show. We hope you had
Honolulu,
fun.
bro.
Thanks again for joining us on Are You Smarter
I
Than a
can't
Fifth
believe they
Grader?
made me. They made me like put the exact locate. That's insane.
That was a little crazy.
That is like
That is-
do you
that
think
is
I know the
pretty
exact
impressive.
location of
Hope you're ready
every
for the pop quiz.
goddamn
It's
capital?
Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Unfortunate.
Welcome to
I
first
mean,
grade.
okay, I kind
How
of know
lovely to
where
have you
the
here. Every
approximate
question here
location
is
of most
worth
of the capital
100
cities
points.
are, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's say hi to your new classmate.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately this doesn't have
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think Twitch
Yes.
integration.
Hi, the name's
There is
Kate.
one we
I
could
like
play
answering reading and spelling questions.
sometime. That
Okay,
is
Kushida,
Pick a subject
I
you're
play
good
Final
at.
Fantasy 14. I can't freaking
You
read.
have measurements, vocabulary, math, life science.
It's probably on the Big Island. The Honolulu
It
is
probably-
not on
it
the
is-
Big Island.
Is it not?
No,
I do not think I've
no,
been
it's
there.
not. It's not. It's on like the 4th island or something like that.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
for okak. Or okay. I don't know how you say it.
Okak, dude.
Okay, okay, Ak. What did you say?
Okay,
Okay,
I don't know who.
okay,
Okay, Ak.
Okay.
okay,
I'm sorry. I'll say it like Eve says it.
Okay,
Okak.
Okay, Ak.
Thank you
is
for the
wild.
okak.
okay,
Okak.
okay,
Okay, Ak.
We've failed a
Okay.
vocabulary from the 1st grade one, but I believe in us.
We have a tongue twister.
It's
Sometimes,
okak,
I mean,
bro.
sometimes I see a cock and I say, oh.
If Jen was dismayed at missing the field trip,
Jin,
what
like the
word would
Plaxa?
also express how she's feeling.
Jin Plaxa?
Like the
Jin the
Plaxa?
Plaxa?
Reappointed.
The Plaxa?
Disappointed.
Dude,
Fussy baby. What's the right
Jin
answer?
is
Reappointed
really
for sure.
really Plaxaing at missing the field trip, dude.
Hey, why is it called disappointed? But then appointed is something like different.
Oh yeah, it's completely different, eh?
Yeah.
English moment, dude.
Like, I don't cancel an appointment and I don't go, I'm disappointing. You know, like, I'm disappointed for other reasons.
But we should. But we
We
should.
kind of
As long as you
should,
need.
shouldn't we?
I'm calling about a disappointment.
I'm going to disappointment, you know, yeah. Okay, dude, blocks, that's crazy.
Dude, are you dismayed
We
at
got the
missing the
answer.
field trip, Miss Plaxa? Are you
And the
Plaxa?
answer is
Poor Jen Plox.
disappointed.
Jen
Yes.
Plaxa was
You get
Plaxa about missing the
Jennifer
field trip.
Ploxa.
Jennifer Plaxa was
Jennifer Plaxa is
So,
crazy.
Haley, thank you for coming. Can you tell us a
Did
fact
you,
about
the
your
Plaxa.
Plaxa.
fussy baby? Take
Fussy
a look
baby.
at these
Fussy
subjects.
baby. Don't
We've got
Plaxa.
measurements,
Bossy.
vocabulary,
Fussy baby, dude.
math, life
Dude, I
science.
believe in life
Go on a field
sciences.
trip.
I
No
wanted to
need
go
to
into
leave.
field trip.
What do we have this
I wanted to go on
question?
the field trip.
Aw.
Like a
Plaxa.
birthstone. Which of these is a birth month
Why
flower?
would I know
for
that?
December?
Oh,
Who are
no.
you? It's poinsettia.
Zinnia,
Oh, it is, isn't it?
holly,
I don't know.
begonia,
I'm just made that up. It's
Oh,
probably
no.
holly.
fussy
But
baby.
is holly
What's your
a-
answer?
A flower? Holly's not a flower, is it? I mean, Holly is my cat, but like,
I mean, it's in quotes, so you know, it could be like, you know, it's the birth month flower. I mean, maybe zinnia, but why would you need to know this? This is like, what's your freaking astrological sign? Like, this is
I
stupid,
think it's
man.
Holly. But
do you think the pussy flower is like a birth month flower?
What?
You know the pussy flower?
The what?
The
I can
pussy
help you if you
flower?
want.
What's
The-
the pussy flower?
We talk about the pussy flower all the time, Mango, please.
What's the pussy
You know,
flower?
the one that's like, it smells really bad.
You mean the jizz flower? How
I
did you
don't
get
know.
that fucked up with pussy, dude?
Oh,
Holy
that's
literally
where the
opposite.
jizz
I need to-
goes.
I think technically, what are they called? It's like a stupid flower called like paper white.
me repeat the
Paper white
question.
flower is
Like
like
a
December's
birthstone.
flower, but I think it's
Which
Holly.
of these is a
I'm
birth
gonna
month
pick
not
flower?
here,
Holly
so I'm
because
gonna say
you
it's
I
deck
don't
the
know what a
halls with
birth
that,
month
right?
flower is.
Begonia.
You deck the halls with it. So like, why would you be decking the halls with like not?
Go Holly. It's Holly. It's Holly.
It's gotta be.
Just go
We got your
Holly,
answer.
dude.
Yes.
So the answer is holly. Good work.
Dude, this
You
is the
get
stupidest
100
question of all
It's
time.
all
This
for
is
the
the
horrors
question.
of the real world.
It's
Now
not
you
really a
guys
smarts
know.
question. It's like
Yeah, this
it's
is like-
on
But
the
this
same
is a
range of like
two-host show.
astrology.
Take a
Yeah,
look,
exactly. Like, what is an astrology question, dude?
I know
That's
there's a birth
insane.
stone
Hey,
for every
I'm
month, and I know
Claudia, your
mine,
host for the show.
but apparently mine got
Thanks for joining
changed
us
somewhere
in
recently.
The second grade.
It's mine is supposed to be
This time,
aquamarine.
each question is worth
Thumbs
150
down.
points. We'll say hi to a new classmate.
Oh no,
and
get
bye
out of
to the-
here.
Yes.
Yeah, they're yapping, dude.
They're they're
I'm Halima, and my favorite subject
that's great, Halima. Anyways, get out of here.
Fussy Fussy baby. Let's take a look at the
Fussy
subjects.
baby. Oh my
Chat,
god,
what are we
look at
doing?
all our
Got
favorite subjects.
measurements,
Measurements, vocabulary, math, and spelling.
Math, spelling.
I believe in us, guys.
Yeah,
Guys?
yeah, you can add that. You can add Echo, please. I don't mind. We already have Waga, so we have an Eve emote.
Dude, Waga. I bet Amalia is
I
secretly go to
waited.
that math.
I waited to see the little like airplane in the corner of my
Bro!
eye, and immediately I see the airplane, and it just makes me happy. It's like
Waga.
there it is. So if we do
Amalia
Echo,
secretly go to that math. That's why she makes me answer all the math questions.
I'm secretly what?
She secretly go. You're secretly go to that math. That's
Yeah,
why,
you know
That's why you make me answer all the math questions.
Yeah, you know
because
what?
you're
Answer this
secretly
one too,
goated.
nerd.
Get your graphing calculator
What?
out for this
Answer this one too,
equation.
nerd.
No, but you're secretly goated.
I love
Those
Kisa
shoes
Kisa.
are each 8 inches long, and Jans are each 7 inches long.
That's insane. That's insane.
How long is the
That's
line?
insane.
That's crazy.
15 inches.
Crazy.
30 inches.
You're gonna come for me, I'll
56
come for you.
inches.
That's so funny. I can't even be mad. I can't even be
crazy.
mad.
That's crazy.
Oh, man.
Holy moly. What is going on?
Wait, I just looked up and I see 8 inches. That's all I saw.
Yeah, dude. Hey, baby,
I'm
I got
like,
eight whole inches for
whoa.
you.
Joe's shoes are
whoa.
8 inches? Oh,
Wait.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait.
hey, you know what they say about big feet?
Wait, is that big? For like shoes? For shoes? For shoes?
Actually, how big is 8 inches long for
shoes.
shoes?
For
Take as
shoes!
long as you
For
need.
shoes!
Actually, how-
I meant for shoes!
How big is 8 inches, dude? I wouldn't know because I'm 9 inches.
I'm dying, bro. I'm dying, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think that's like a women's like 7, like size 7.5.
Wait, I used to have a.
Genuinely.
Wait, I have
Okay.
a ruler on my desk. Hold on, I want to measure my
The
feet.
answer is
I'm
is
measuring my
2.
feet.
Let's repeat
But
the question.
I'm measuring my feet.
Joe's
Hold on.
shoes are each 8 inches
What's a
long.
that's a size
and
8?
Jan's
Is
are each
it?
7 inches long.
Holy.
If they line up all 4
Wait.
shoes end to tip,
Wait,
how long is the
my
line?
Uh-huh.
foot
15
is
inches.
8.5.
30 inches.
It's 8 and a
56 inches.
half.
Okay, well, if you line up 2 of your shoes
I
and
have tiny
with
feet. Joe got
Jan's
baby feet.
shoes, how many? How long is the line? You know, thoughts?
I'll say the question once
Good
more.
for you.
Joe's
Good
shoes
for
are
you.
each 8 inches
Be
long, and
nice.
Jan's are each 7 inches long.
Toxic.
If they
Dude,
line up
Dude,
Amalia.
I got a whole 8.5 inches. Like,
and
I'm
to
huge.
tip.
Am I pausing
How long
the?
is the
Sorry,
line?
it was a
Pausing?
misclick. It was a
No, that's
misclick.
crazy.
It was a
56
misclick.
inches.
Sorry, I actually paused it with my 8.5 inches.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Whoa, that's crazy. You paused it with your 8.5 inches? Chills.
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 So it's just 8.
Joe's shoes are
Wait, how
each
many
8
feet do
inches
they
long,
have?
And Jan's are each 7
What?
inches long.
Okay, but
If
like,
they line
what
up
if they're
all
a
4
spider
shoes end to tip,
Oh,
How
and they
long
have
is the line?
8 legs
15
and 8
inches,
feet?
30 inches, 56 inches.
Ooh. Oh, we're measuring our dick sizes. What's yours? Mine is 9.
Yeah. Oh, you just had to make yours slightly bigger than mine. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is.
Bro.
That's crazy.
You're not keeping time, so
Oh
take
my
it easy.
God.
That's crazy. It says all 4. Oh, my bad. All 4 shoes. Okay, so we have 8 plus 8 plus 7 plus 7. 8 plus 8 is 16.
Wouldn't
Plus
it be
7.
30.
Wouldn't it be
Wait.
crazy if I already said the answer like 5 minutes ago? But they totally
Isn't it
ignored
30? I told you Molly's goated with my 8.5 inch feet. Is it? It's 30, right? You said that, right? Right?
No, dude. What do you think?
Not
You're
good in the
master.
answer,
Yeah,
though.
dude.
got it
I
now.
believe in Eiko. Eiko said 30.
Well, the actual answer is 30 inches. Great work. You get 150 points.
I can do addition. Yippee!
Yippee! I can barely do
Basic
that.
addition.
Thanks for being here today. Why don't you give us a
Good
fussy
work.
baby? Let's find you
The
a good
cutoff was
question.
crazy there.
And it's measurements, social studies.
Why does it always put
math.
measurements on here?
Dude, they want you to measure, dude.
They
Just
want me
like
to
I
measure
measured
my
earlier.
To measure your gay bulge. You cannot buy me shoes. That's true.
Dude,
Fine.
what do you think?
We'll do
Turn down
measurements.
measure it?
Chat
This
loves their
measurements
measurements.
Yeah, I like measuring too.
Sasha just poured 3.5 gallons of water into a jug. How many cups
Dude.
of water is that?
U.S. moment. Glare.
US moment.
U.S.
Fussy
moment.
baby.
I only
Please
know
give
quarts.
us
Fussy
answers.
baby.
I only know quarts.
Fussy baby.
You told
Fussy
me to put on the
baby.
US questions.
Yeah,
You
so
both
that I can have
did.
this moment. where I have
U.S.
my
moment. 3.5 gallons of water into a jug. How many cups of water is that?
4 quarts are in a gallon. But how many quarts are
Okay.
in a?
How
How
many-
many
How
cups are in
many
a
cups
quart?
to a quart? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 per pint. 2 pints per 16 cups per gallon.
I
Is
can
it?
help with this question.
If it's 16 cups per gallon, then it's 16 times 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't doing that mental math. You no. There's no way. No.
What? No?
I hate the imperial system.
I'll
Why does
repeat
Sasha
the
care?
question.
You know?
Sasha just poured 3.5 gallons of water.
I heard the
into a
question,
jug.
Claudia.
How many cups of water
Whoa.
is that?
I heard it.
Whoa.
Chat says 56. Do we believe chat?
Well, do you?
I trust chat. Yeah.
And the answer is in. Well, the right answer is 56 cups.
Yeah.
Wow.
You
Wowie.
got this. You get 150 points.
Dude, U.S. moment. Glare.
Glarm.
I'm just like,
It's
well,
time
okay.
to
I'm
check
just like,
those
how many
points.
cups are in a gallon? Like,
job.
actually,
You got
like,
them
what's the
all right.
measurements?
Yeah, dude, I
But
don't. I
that's
can't.
enough from me.
I just read my
Your
funny little
turn,
recipes
Teddy.
and then I Google it if I need to like.
A U.S. moment.
Back to me.
Yeah.
You're doing great. It's time.
You're
Thank
doing
you.
great.
It's time for a new classmate.
Woo!
They just
Yay!
yoinked that child
My
away.
name's Kat.
Woo!
I can help with any world geography.
Yo.
Fussy baby. Pick a subject for this
Fussy
question.
baby. Yo, foreign
They are.
language. Yo, that's a new one.
Let's do it.
Yo.
Watch for this
Yo.
foreign languages question.
Yo, foreign language.
True or false? Turkish is the official language of Turkmenistan.
Yo.
Fussy
Is it?
baby. What's the answer?
Is Turkmenistan a country? I feel like this is false. I feel like it's because isn't Turkish the like official language of Turkey?
Yes.
And I feel like, oh, is Turkmenistan real?
I don't
Is that a
know
real
what their
place?
language
Let me
is
read
called,
back the question.
but
True or false? Turkish is the official language
is real?
of
Okay.
Turkmenistan.
I'm like,
Turkish
Central
is the
Asian.
official language of Turkeys.
yeah. No wait. Oh god. Okay. I think it's false.
well, I don't know what language they speak in Turkmenistan.
I
That's
don't
the
know.
I don't
thing,
know what
though.
language. I don't think
I
it's
don't know.
Turkish though.
I don't
It's
know
north
what they
of
speak.
Afghanistan. Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
And we've got your answer.
Maybe français.
Ah.
And the real answer
y'all do
is
français?
Yeah, français.
false.
Français?
Well done. You get 200 points.
Okay, well, we know it's false, but what do they speak?
Yeah, wait, what
I
do
don't
they
know the
speak? I
language
want
they
to. I want to
speak.
be a
Wait,
knower.
tell us.
Thank you for
Tell
being here with
us,
us.
chat.
Why did
Look it up. What
Yeah, what
do
do
they
they
speak
speak?
there? They
Let's
speak
take a peek at the
Turkmen.
subjects.
Turkmen.
So,
Okay, we got
it's
another one. We gotta do it. We gotta do
We
it.
can do. We gotta do it. Foreign
We
language.
gotta do it.
I
We gotta do it. We
foreign
gotta do it.
language.
We gotta do it. We gotta
Full
do
safe,
it.
full
I kinda
safe,
love
full
the-
safe.
Kind of love the foreign language
True or
questions,
false?
man.
Agua and O are
No.
words meaning soda
What?
in other languages.
No.
No, water.
No. That's water. Yeah.
Dude,
Water.
Dude, I drink my soda like
Fussy baby.
agua,
Choose your
bro.
answer.
Dude, I drink my delicious gamer subs that I got with code Daydream for 10% off my order like agua,
Like, oh.
bro.
Yeah.
Like
Agua, dude. Like, ew. Ew. Ew de parfum.
Here's the answer.
Exactly.
And the right answer is false. It's
Yeah.
easy. You get 200
Dude,
Dude,
points.
let me drink some eau de parfum.
I call it
I am
lava.
not smarter than a VTuber.
Yeah.
Me too, Curry. Me too.
Almost there. We're
Yeah?
already- Let's meet
Agua,
a
man.
new
How come they don't put
classmate and say,
How come they don't put no Chinese in there, man? Huh? 여보세요?
Yeah. My name is Eli.
How come they
and
don't
I
put no
like to study
Chinese
for
in there, man?
chemistry.
Ask me some Chinese
"Fussy
questions.
baby, choose
Maybe
one of
this will
these
be it. Maybe this will be it.
Baby.
Maybe this will be it.
Foreign language.
In this foreign
Foreign
language.
language.
What is the official language of the Bahamas? French, English, Dutch.
Oh no.
I think it's French.
Fussy baby, choose the right answer.
I actually do not know
Okay, but like, where are the
this.
Bahamas?
Maybe French?
Where
don't know.
are the Bahamas? Are they in the Caribbean?
English? What do they speak in the Bahamas?
Because I've been to some
do they
French
speak in the
speaking
Bahamas?
I'll read the question
islands.
Maybe it
again.
is just English.
What is the official language of the Bahamas? French,
It's off Miami.
Dutch.
Is it just English?
The official language of the Bahamas. I mean, everywhere speak a lot of places speak English though. But
They do.
I'll say the question again. What is the official language
Shut-
of the Bahamas? French,
Shut up.
English, Dutch.
Because I've been to islands in the Caribbean where it was like French is like the official language, Dutch is the official language.
Yeah.
So it's
I've
like
never been to an island in the Caribbean, dude.
Yeah. I've even been to one where it's half and half.
I've never been to a single
Yeah.
island in the Caribbean.
There are some
So-
English
Let
islands
me
there too.
read back the question.
Though I
What
know
is the
someone who lives
official
in
language of the Bahamas?
Trinidad and Tobago,
French, English, Dutch.
but I don't know that. I don't know the answer to this question.
I think it might just be English.
Let's just go with English.
'Cause-
unless we want to cheat.
I feel like it's not French. If anything,
I
it's
feel
more-
like it's also not French.
I feel like it's not French. I feel like it. Just put.
This one is hard for me too.
Wait,
Just
the French when they colonized,
It was the
It was-
British.
it was like Canada. But then didn't they colonize some places like in the Caribbean? They did.
This question is a tough one.
Yeah, there were.
English.
English. We're
English.
doing English. We're doing English.
Your answer is locked.
Yay!
So, the correct answer is English.
Hey!
You get 250 points. So, Eli, thanks for joining us here.
Be gone.
Eli.
Fussy Fussy baby. Please pick one of
I want
these
to know
subjects.
what kind of third graders going
There
to
is
the Bahamas.
measurements,
The rich
foreign
ones.
language,
The rich ones,
social
yeah.
studies, math.
Yo,
Do we want to do foreign language again, or do we want to do a different one?
dude, I kind of like the foreign languages.
They're kind of
into
good.
it. I'm
They're kind of good.
Oh, you know?
Next
I
question.
kind of fuck
For the
with
freaking
it.
math.
Aside from
Ragey.
India, the Urdu language is spoken in
Oh.
what South Asian country?
Oh.
Urdu language.
Fussy
The Urdu
baby. Pick
language.
The correct one.
Ah.
All right.
Oh,
fussy
not this
baby.
again. I guess I gotta
Holy
pick
shit! How do you see?
people. Oh, I guess I can
you
zoom in.
Oh,
Oh my god, guys.
can you at
I
least mount?
can't
Can you
get
at
that.
least put it over Southeast Asia instead of Central Asia and Europe? I think it's Pakistan.
Okay, that's great. Which one is Pakistan?
The full world map is crazy.
We'll say the question again.
Is it not Pakistan?
Aside from
I think
India,
they do, right?
The Urdu language is spoken in
Which
what
one is
South Asian
Pakistan?
country?
Which one is Pakistan? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
which one is
if they both
Pakistan.
speak Urdu, they should be next to India. Do you know where India is? It should be. I think
this is
Pakistan
India. This one's
northwest of
India. I know this one's India. Okay, but India's by a lot is right now. Like, which one is it? This one? This one is Pakistan.
One.
Yeah.
This one. Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Someone get Kisa a map. Someone get Amalia a map. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I would think it's Pakistan, but I don't know for certain. By the way, guys,
Your answer
I don't
is
know.
in.
I would think it's
The actual
Pakistan.
answer is Pakistan.
Yeah, dude. We did it.
Pangea, yeah, where the Raptors are from.
Correct. You get 250 points.
Well, also because they have like some kind of
It's
they
time
have
for
like a lot
another
of like
look at the points.
issues going on,
You're doing
so that's
incredible.
why I
Good
know
job.
that. Evie's
But that's
bad with
enough from me.
directions.
Take it
Yeah,
away,
that's why you don't see me
Teddy.
playing this game on my stream. I don't feel like embarrassing myself for,
might-
for 5 hours
listen,
straight.
Listen,
We'll leave our old classmate for now and say hi to
I
a
could
new
do
one.
this drinking. I wouldn't win.
Yeah,
I could.
You can
I
call
would
me
not
Lucky.
win.
you would
And
be
my
able to
favorite
hit
subjects are
Pakistan
math
while
and
drinking.
Yeah. Dude,
Fussy
I'll
baby.
be
Let's pick
yeah.
one of these
Oh, they got
subjects.
rid of the
Pick
foreign language
between
one.
No, the
measurements.
foreign language.
Saddies.
Spelling.
Saddies. Okay.
Hands. Bring it back.
Vocab.
Wha-
Oh man, I'm not
Let's do
I'm not
vocab.
John
English teacher
vocabulary.
proud in this
Dude,
next question.
It's like bar trivia.
It is
do
like
love
bar
some
trivia.
Bar trivia.
Bar
But
trivia
I
is
don't
fun.
drink,
Infer
so
means to hint at something without directly saying
Yes.
True.
True. This one's a
it.
true.
Fussy baby. Give
Stop
us your
the-
answer.
fussy baby.
Fussy baby.
Is it true to?
Well, infer is like... It's one of those stupid questions again where it's like, it could work, kind of, but like it's not a perfect...
But it doesn't mean to hint at
Answer.
it. It means to if I'm inferring something from something else, it means to, like, it doesn't mean to draw, like, it means to draw conclusions. No, not to hint
Yeah.
at something. Is it not like?
This one
To
is hard for
draw
me
a
too.
conclusion. Yeah, I would say this is false.
Like I'm like making a conclusion from whatever I was given.
Okay, yeah, it's
like,
less of a hint
I'm
and it's more of
inferring-
like a definite, like a more
to
explicit
hint
with
at
how you're
something
saying
without
it.
directly saying it would be what we got before, which is allusion. No,
Yeah.
To allude
to
to.
allude, yeah, to allude
yeah.
to, yeah.
Okay,
to,
so it's
to
probably
allude.
false.
Let's hear it one
You guys are
more
overthinking
time.
this. Well, we underthought it last
True or
time and
false?
we got...
Dude, I believe. I'm a
And
believer,
it
dude. I'm a
concluded.
believer.
And the correct answer is false. Nice
Yeah.
work.
Many people use
Okay,
infer
okay.
incorrectly. The answer is very much false. How do people use infer to instead of like I inferred
So,
this from your blah blah
Joaquin,
blah?
Thanks for attending today.
I've seen people use
Fussy
granite
never
instead
used
of
Pick a
granted.
subject for this question.
Granted.
It's
Like a rock?
spelling,
Like the rock?
reading,
Like the
countertop?
rock?
Yeah, like the Rock. Dwayne
Like
the
the
Rock
whole
Johnson.
like dude, like the whole Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
The whole Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Hello.
They use infer like how
Boots into fur is crazy.
Boots
They
into fur,
implant-
into fur.
Let's do some reading. We haven't done some reading.
Don't fangirl too much on our next
Oh, I will
question.
fangirl so much, actually.
Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was written by someone who worked as which of these?
As what?
Captain,
Oh no.
mathematician, attorney.
Oh no. Who even wrote
Fussy
Alice in
baby.
Wonderland?
It's your turn to answer.
It's not
Is it
Tim
not Lewis
Burton.
Carroll? What?
Tim Burton did not write Alice in Wonderland.
What?
I think it might be attorney? Question mark.
I don't know what he did.
I don't know what he did.
I just knew that Lewis Carroll wrote it for his fucking niece or something.
Yeah.
I know the like lore of it. I'm not 100%
I don't know what he
sure.
did.
This question sure is
What job lets you take shrooms? All
Uh,
of them. Smile. If you don't tell
Smile.
anybody. A
Alice
ridiculous modern math, yeah?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, I would just say cheat.
Cheat? You know
I
what?
don't know.
Let's cheat.
Yeah, because I don't.
we haven't
I
cheated
don't.
yet.
Yeah.
Do we want a new
I
question?
don't know the
Take your
answer to
time.
this question.
We could do a new question.
We could.
New question.
Ooh.
And
Give us a new
we've
one.
Got your
No
answer.
question.
Woohoo!
You're using a cheat.
Yes.
You're using a
Specifically,
cheat.
You've chosen to
Yo.
get a new question.
Yo, why
Dude,
you
he's
call me
calling
out
us
that?
Same
out.
category.
Why can't we do this
Yo.
in school?
No more cheating.
Actually,
Good
teacher,
luck. What
I don't wanna
English
answer this
author
one.
wrote the novel Robinson
Oh,
Crusoe
fuck.
in 1719?
1719? I
Robert
was
Louis
definitely not
Stevenson.
born around then.
Rudyard Kipling.
yeah,
Oh.
no
Daniel
shit.
Defoe.
I don't think it was Rudyard
Yeah, you were
Kipling.
born around
Wait.
1719.
Yeah?
I don't think it was Rudyard Kipling, but didn't Kipling write a Jungle Book?
Dude, it's-
William Dafoe's
William Dafoe's
granddad.
brother.
Daddy.
yeah, William Dafoe's. Is that really how you spell William Dafoe? It's not William Dafoe.
It's Willem. Yeah, it's actually not William. It's Willem.
It's Willem Dafoe.
Yeah,
no, you're
it's
lying.
Willem
You're
Dafoe. Yeah,
gaslighting
it
me.
is. It is.
No.
It fucked me up for a while.
No way. It's Willem
I'll say the
Dafoe.
It's
Oh,
William.
once
It's
more.
Willem Dafoe.
What
It's
English
not
William
author
Dafoe.
wrote the novel
Wow, the more you
Robinson
know.
Crusoe in
Yeah.
1719?
Wow,
Robert
I
Louis
didn't know
Stevenson.
that.
It's Willem
Rudyard
Dafoe.
Kipling.
Yeah.
Daniel
I
Defoe.
feel like I'm being like, dude. I feel like my world is crumbling.
Because of Willem Dafoe. That's
Yeah.
crazy. My world is crumbling because of Willem Dafoe.
It's because of Willem Dafoe, dude. Okay, I don't know the
Curse
answer
you,
to this.
Willem Dafoe. Curse
Wilhelm-
you.
Keeping
Will-
time, so take it
Wilhelm
easy.
So
Dafoe.
Such a stupid question.
I don't know the answer. I never read Robinson Crusoe. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know what a
know.
Robinson Crusoe is. I've never even heard of this. I feel like I know Kipling is at least an author. Like, is it one? I feel like one is the one I'm thinking of.
I think we should go Defoe just for the memes.
I think that we should go with Dafoe also
I'll
for the
repeat the
memes.
question.
Okay, fine. We'll go with Defoe.
The right answer is
I don't actually know.
I don't know the
Daniel
answer to
Defoe.
this.
Holy shit!
So now it's just so
You
mean,
get
dude.
300 points. And let's quickly check the
You've
answer
never
to the
heard of
first
Robinson
question.
Crusoe?
It's-
I've heard of it. I just don't know
Yeah?
who wrote it. Okay, I never
Yeah,
read it.
okay,
Mathematician.
okay, gamer,
It doesn't matter
okay.
for points, but always good to know
Yay,
more.
man!
That's
Let's go, Willem Dafoe!
That's crazy! Dude,
It
never
was
mind.
Willem
Uncurse you, Willem
Dafoe.
Dafoe. Uncurse you,
Take it away,
uncurse you,
Claudia.
uncurse you.
Uncurse you. It's an old name, I guess.
It
makes
is.
sense.
It is.
Let's go. And we'll say bye to your classmate,
Bye,
Oh my god, whoa.
classmate.
All the beans.
Fussy Baby. Please.
Stop
Fussy
fussing,
Baby.
baby.
There is measurements, spelling, social
Oh, this is
studies,
the
life science.
the last one for this game.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
No pressure.
I'm scared.
Do we want science, social studies, spelling, or
I
measurements?
don't want any of these.
I don't want any of these either.
I mean, we haven't had a life science in a while.
Yeah, you know what?
No fighting like cats and dogs over this
Animals!
animals
This will be
question.
easy!
It's the final
boy.
question.
It'll be
I don't know.
easy.
You got this.
I'm animal.
Let's see
Yeah.
if you're really smarter than a 5th grader. Which
I
of
don't
these
know,
is
it
an
goes to
example
Carrie.
of a phylum?
Oh! Isn't that the penis of the
Mammalia.
plant? Oh,
What?
no, never mind. Never mind.
Panthera.
Never mind.
Fussy, baby. Do you have the answer?
Phylum, it's one of those naming things from
I don't remember. Oh fuck! I don't remember how far. Down.
I don't think it's Mammalia. I think Panthera is a
no,
genus,
I think
maybe.
it is. Chordata.
I think it's
not
Chordata.
Panthera. It's not Panthera.
I think
It's
Panthera
one
is
of
a
the
genus
bigger-
or a species.
What? No, yeah, it's that. I think it's a. Is Panthera a genus?
Yeah, I think it is.
Probably. Yeah, Panthera is
Genus.
a metal band. It's a VTuber. Yeah, very true. So true.
Oh, dude, Rubber
That
Panthera.
guy is weird
dude.
AF. Listen. Listen.
I think it's. Dude, I think it's Chordata, bro.
I think it's
Horchata,
I think it's Chordata too.
Horchata, bro.
I think it's Chordata. Horchata, dude. Let's get some horchata. Wait, can we talk about that
Whoa,
depressed
okay,
as
wait,
fuck
okay,
owl?
because-
Do you guys see
Huh?
it? That owl to the left of
one?
her
Sad.
looks so depressed.
I didn't even notice the owl.
Look at him, he's so sad. He's so depressed because he's got a bird drilling by his home. He's like, please stop.
Aw.
Is it horchata? Because dude, horchata is it means that it has it's got a spinal cord, right? So that's one above Mammalia because Mammalias have spinal cords and they're warm-blooded. They give milk to their young. Blah, 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 blah.
Are you
So-
sure? That's what Chordata
Well,
means?
it's kingdom
I'm saying it
phylum.
unironically now.
Yeah, so it's kingdom then phylum, right? So it's the second one down. So kingdom is like the animal kingdom. Plant, it's like plants versus and then like whatever
Zombies.
and then yes, plants versus zombies and then the next one down is phylum. So it should be because Mammalia is a tighter classification than
Yeah.
horchata, you know. So then it's like, you know, then that should be the phylum.
So it's Chordata?
Dude, I've said this wrong so many times. You can't even say it.
I can't even say
Anymore.
it right now. You fucked me up. You fucked me up.
Dude, what do you mean the horchata, bro?
So it's okay. It's Chordata.
Just pick it.
It's Chordata.
It's now locked in. Well, the correct answer is Chordata.
Yeah,
job.
we have tied
You
with the
get
game now.
500 points.
We have lost twice and we have won
Phylum
twice.
is not a plant. It's kingdom, phylum, then
It's
something
time for
else.
us to see
Then
the
class.
final
Yes,
scores.
that's the part of the
Congratulations, you were incredible.
Dude, you wanna suck on
Let's
my
add those
phylum, babe?
points to your permanent record.
Yeah.
Hey, babe, you wanna
Yeah.
suck on my phylum?
Ew.
You wanna suck on my xylem?
I wonder
Yeah.
what you just unlocked.
Ew. What's wrong with
Forces matter? What does that
What do you
mean?
mean?
Bye
What's
for
wrong
now.
with me? What's wrong, dude? Babe, you don't wanna suck on my xylem, dude?
Shut up!
Are you smarter than a 5th
You
grader?
don't wanna. Okay, so it's kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Oh, I see. Domain, dude. Domain expansion.
Is it time for the tiebreaker?
Domain expansion. JJK. Dude, I'm putting my fingers together. Look, I'm doing
Yeah?
the finger thing.
Let's see what
Yeah,
we can teach
yeah.
you here.
Can't see it, but I'm
banana.
doing it.
Welcome to
Are you
first
doing it,
grade.
Eve?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wait, did I
yeah,
just? I
I'm
think I
doing it.
accidentally started it.
From
Oopsies.
Are you doing the domain expansion?
Yeah,
Yeah,
What is it,
expand your
dude? I'm
domain,
expanding
babe.
my
You can
dong
call
right
it
now.
And I can.
What?
What?
Fussy Baby.
You're what?
Here are the choices for
What?
this
You're
question.
expanding your what?
There are
Tiebreaker
measurements,
time.
spelling, social studies, math.
Guys, we gotta pick social studies, right?
Yeah.
Let's wander around
Yeah.
the USA with this state's question.
Let's wander around the USA, yo!
Oh.
Is considered to be part of what region
Oh
in the
no.
What do you mean? Oh
West.
no!
US? East, South,
What?
It's
what?
the West. It's the West.
Fussy
Bro, I
Baby.
think
it's the West.
What's the real
It's the
answer?
West.
I was gonna say
It's literally
it's
part
the
of the
South,
Pacific
man.
Northwest. Yeah.
it's the South.
It's the
It's the
West.
South.
And the answer
Stop answering
is
for
A.
Eve.
Listen.
And the actual
I wanted her to answer the
is-
Oregon question.
Oh yeah, yeah. Eve knows all
West.
about Oregon.
Well done.
She's like, damn, I
I
think there's
know.
a trail leading there or
100
something.
There was a trail there,
There
and
was a
someone
trail.
got dysentery.
Yeah.
and-
True.
So, Joaquin,
True.
thank you for coming today. Fussy Baby. Let's see if there's
Fussy
a good
baby.
Fuzzy
We have-
baby.
subject. Measurements, spelling, math,
Baby.
social studies.
All right.
Actually, hold on.
She's cheating.
I'm not.
She's cheating.
Nuh-uh.
She's cheating.
I'm not.
She's cheating.
How am I cheating? There's not even a question, nerd.
She's cheating.
Okay. Which
Call
one
her
do we
out,
want
chat
to?
room.
You know what? We'll do spelling. Eve is so good at spelling, actually.
I'll cast a spell on you for this next question.
She's gonna cast a spell on
I'll
us.
cast a spell. Huh?
True or false? Of the 7 days of the week, Monday comes first alphabetically.
What?
I believe in you.
Fussy Baby. Pick the right answer.
Fussy baby.
Yeah, dude, Eve's got this. Eve's got
Yeah,
this.
Eve?
I got
Eve's
it. I got
this.
it. Hold on.
Eve's got this.
Hold on. I'm thinking about it.
Eve's got
Uh-huh.
I
this.
got it. 1 second.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
You got it?
Uh-huh.
Sure.
It's true?
Don't
I got it.
worry. Take as long
Yeah.
as you need.
What's the answer?
Cheat.
What?
What? What's the answer?
Cheat.
You can't answer the question, true or false.
Cheat. The
No
there's
way.
the options right there.
That's not an option.
That's not an option.
It is,
Eve,
but like,
answer the
girl.
question. Girl,
There's no time.
Girl.
So take your time.
take your time. What's your answer? Is it true or false?
It's false.
Yeah.
But cheating would have been so much more fun.
Your answer is in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
the right answer
I love
is
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
False.
Yeah.
You got this. You get 100 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, she was rage baiting us. I can't believe this.
But
I
it's
can't believe
time we
this.
Cheating would have been
swap
so much more
hosts.
fun.
It's yours now, Teddy.
Happy.
Hey, I'm Teddy, your
That's
other
my
hostess.
Hey.
Time to say bye
I'm
to
Teddy.
I'm home.
Fussy Baby. Pick
Content
your
farmer
favorite
of Pisa
subject.
type.
You've got measurements, math, spelling,
Dude, where's my
social
foreign
studies.
language, man? Give me some. Where is Pakistan?
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow.
What do we want? What do we want? I feel like they always do these two. I'm like, get out of here. I don't rage bait. Okay, I except for Tears of the Kingdom. Social studies.
No need to call your senator for the next question.
Oh dear.
Which of the following is a state bird for the greatest number of U.S. states?
What in the world?
What?
Cardinal,
The greatest. What?
robin, turkey.
I think
What?
cardinal.
For the
Bossy baby.
greatest
Please
number
pick
of
an
US
answer.
states? Oh, like they overlap?
Yeah.
I thought they all had different ones.
I thought we all had different ones too.
Oh.
No. This is so stupid. This is a dumb question. Nobody
This
asked
is a dumb
second
question.
grader
This is a-
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
an
Who has a
astrology
second grader
question,
this? That's
dude.
dumb.
This is dumb. You learn about your state bird. You know,
Yeah.
like you don't
It's
learn about
probably
anyone
cardinal,
else's.
but I could see it being
Like-
robin.
I'm like fairly certain. Like I know California's. I think it's the California quail, but like, why would I? I don't know. Cardinal.
I think it's cardinal.
I
They're
feel like it's cardinal.
the most. This is gonna sound stupid, but they're the most
Seen-
John
seen
Bird
them
of birds.
the
You
most.
know, like if you think of
That
John
is
Bird,
They
you think of
are
a
kind
goddamn
John
cardinal.
Bird.
That is John Bird like.
Cardinals
I
are
guess.
John
Wouldn't
birds.
it be pigeon?
Take
Wouldn't
as
like
long
a
as you
pigeon
need.
be the
No,
John
because
Bird?
everyone's
No,
like, you
cardinal
pigeons,
is
but we
like-
betrayed the pigeons. We betrayed the pigeons after the war.
The-
You know.
Mm.
The cardinal is kind of seen as like a very ornamental bird because of its bright red feathers. So like, I don't know.
I love it when people make decorations and it's like two red cardinals in love, and I'm like, oh my god, gay birds.
Oh yeah, dude. Love gay birds.
My gay birds.
And then Turkey was the one that supposedly Benjamin Franklin wanted as the
Yes.
national
Repeat the
bird.
question.
he wanted it instead of
Which
the
of
eagle,
following
the bald
is a state
eagle.
bird for the
Uh-huh.
greatest number of U.S. states?
And then yeah,
Picture,
and the
picture,
Cardinals.
cardinal,
Oh yeah,
robin,
don't the like, the
turkey.
Red Sox or something or some shit like that have like the Cardinals?
Mm.
Well, you would know, Miss P. You're
Yeah, you're
What?
like a big
the
fan of
lead
the
on
Denver Steelers, aren't you?
mascots and
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's the Red Sox, right? The Cardinals are the Cardinals. Oh shit.
The
my
Cardinals
bad.
are the Cardinals.
No one's keeping time. so
Insane! The Cardinals are the
Don't
Cardinals.
Pangea have the Raptors? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Pangea's got the Raptors. Yeah,
Sorry. My bad.
that's insane.
She strikes again. She strikes again. We thought she was done, but she's back. We're so back.
Dude,
Sorry.
let's go. Let's try Cardinal. Let's try Cardinal. I think it will
Let's
win.
go
We'll win.
Cardinal.
I think it'll be fine. It'll be Daijoke.
We got the answer. So, the real answer is
Sorry, my bad. I
Cardinal.
forgot
Exactly.
the Cardinals were actually
John Bird.
Cardinals.
150
John Bird.
points.
Yeah, dude, the Cardinals are the Cardinals.
Bro.
My
Bro.
bad.
So,
I forgot
Halima,
about the Cardinals
thanks for attending
sports
today.
team. I'm
Why
sorry.
don't you tell us a nice fact? Fussy baby, pick yourself a good
God
subject.
damn it. Okay.
Between measurements, math.
At least
social
all of us are
studies.
smartish at social studies.
Become a true urbanite with this city's question.
Oh.
The Ferris wheel was invented in the 19th century. In which
Why
Midwestern
the fuck
city?
would I know this question? Huh?
I thought it was French.
Fussy baby, pick an answer for
Fussy baby.
Fussy baby.
No, I have to do this
I
again.
do not know where the Ferris wheel is invented because nobody gives a shit about where the
Is
Ferris
it
wheel was
Chicago?
invented.
Okay, where's Chicago? is Chicago?
Is it really
over
in
here?
Chicago? Is it really in Chicago? Is that why the pier is like
How do y'all
famous?
know this shit?
North?
Is that
this
really
Chicago?
why like the Ferris wheel? That is not Chicago, bro.
Is this
This is
Chicago?
like a random ass
Is this
dad fact, bro.
Chicago?
Like,
Let's repeat
Is
the
this
question.
how do you know
The
this?
Ferris wheel was
Bro.
invented in the 19th century. In which Midwestern city?
I don't know where.
Dog. You don't know where Chicago is?
I don't know where Chicago is. It's somewhere. I've been there. That's the sad part. Is like Chicago? Is it in the like Ocean of the Lakes?
It's gotta be rage bait.
Take as long as you
This
need.
is rage bait, right?
No,
This is
Danger says I can
rage
take as
bait,
long
right?
as I need.
Yeah. Okay.
Take your time,
uh-huh.
Amalia. Yeah.
Take your time,
Take your time.
Amalia. This is
Is
rage
Chicago
bait, right?
here? Is Chicago? Wait, this is this one right here. Which one is this? Is that Illinois? I don't know which one is Illinois.
Pretty sure that's that's Ohio, no?
I was about to say, isn't this Ohio? But then I was like, well, I thought Ohio was over here, but then I was thinking of Utah.
What?
Bro.
No way!
That's crazy. Anyways, which one? Wait. These are okay. So this one's the hat, and then that one's the guy, and then this
That
one's
one's
gotta
the
be
guy?
Illinois, right? Like this has to be Illinois.
I can help with this question.
Shut, Halima. This one's the hat. See, it's the hat. It's the hat, and then there's a guy,
Uh-huh.
and then there's his belly, and then there's his pants, and then there's his boot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The hat is Minnesota.
Uh-huh.
Where's Illinois? Is it this one or is it this one?
Well,
no
do you
timer,
know
so
where
take your
Chicago
time.
is?
No.
Like, it's,
Wait, is
it's
it
on
right
a Great
here?
Lake.
Is it
It's
right
on a
here?
great-
No, that's Ohio.
What? Why would it be in Ohio? This is rage bait. This. Sorry.
Right,
What
right,
if
right, right,
Chicago
right,
was
This
in
is-
Ohio
this
all
is-
along, and
I'll,
you
I'll
guys
listen.
were all wrong, and I
I'll
was
give you a
right?
hint. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
It's close to the Ussy that you talked about before.
Is it here?
This is rage bait. This has got
Is
to
it
be
here?
rage bait. This is
We have to
got
be really careful
Rage
because
bait.
there's
Bro,
multiple
This
things
has
on
got
it.
to be rage bait. This has got to be rage bait,
Bro.
Me too.
This has got to be. This is
I don't
this is rage.
remember so it is this one. I was right. So it's right here.
Okay, then put it there.
That's India. Wait, am I on Indiana now, or is this Illinois?
Well, your circle does include Chicago.
Well, that's good. So we're good, right?
Oh, I don't know. Probably.
I don't know.
Take as long as you need.
So we're so like, do I need to move
Your
it like
circle
here?
is over Chicago. Your circle is
But is
over
the pin
Chicago.
on it? What
is.
if the pin is not? What if it's off of the pin and not the circle?
I don't know. Are you playing GeoGuessr or are you smarter than a 5th grader?
I don't know because the 5th graders are very particular.
He's very particular. 5th grade.
That's true. They are a little particular.
That's
I don't
true.
think it
it's true. But
matters.
your circle contains Chicago. Okay. Your circle contains Chicago.
Just take as long as
That's
you need.
crazy.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Holy moly.
Your pen is close enough to Chicago.
It's fine. It should be fine there.
Yeah, it should be
Wait,
fine.
is it
should
more
be
like
fine.
up here?
And she moved it.
Oh my god. I mean, it's still includes Chicago. Just put it down, man. Oh
But
my
wait,
lord.
Chicago's at the lake, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So then it's gotta be. It'll be fine, right? This one is
Yes!
the world
Help
map.
if you
That's
want.
crazy.
Chicago is the Windy City.
Here's the answer.
You have to trust your instincts,
real
Amalia.
answer
Yeah, you gotta
is
trust your
actually-
instincts,
Yeah.
Miss
Chicago.
Amalia.
You said
Illinois.
you're in the Ussy and you were right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were right. Why were
I
you
was
like so
right.
not
You
trust?
get 150 points.
Jesus. Let's add a globe too. That's crazy.
How the points
Dude,
look.
it's actually so fun watching Amalia
Great
struggle.
job.
Holy moly.
Long answer so far.
I'm enjoying myself.
I'm
That's
enjoying
enough
myself
for
too.
me.
Good.
It's your turn,
Wait,
Claudia.
I think. Did you guys know this is on the Nintendo Switch, by the way?
It's my turn.
Yeah?
Good work
I
so
found
far.
that out
Are we
when I was
gonna
getting
all
there.
get our little
Hi,
switches
it's
out
just
and then
me, and
battle
back to
against
our
each
old
other?
one.
See you later. Woo.
Smell you later.
See you later.
My name is Kai. My favorite subject.
See you later.
My
Lucky
cheerleader
baby.
Illinois
Let's pick
is today. Sorry, I'm putting that.
One for the next question. It is measurements. Math.
No, I want the foreign
Spelling.
language ones.
Vocabulary.
Dude, anyone been to the Ferris wheel on the Navy Pier, dude? Any Ferris wheel enjoyers?
I've been to Navy Pier.
Any... Yeah?
Wait, was that on the lake?
Well,
The Great
no,
Lake?
but it's called a pier, but it's not on a lake.
Then I don't know where the fuck I was.
No, you!
I don't know where the fuck
Trolling
I
you!
was.
I was trolling you!
I thought I was there.
Trolling you!
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Oh no,
Do we want
Amalia!
spelling,
Oh
or
man!
do we want vocab, or do we want... Where do piers go? They go in the pier hole.
Bring
Yeah.
out your honey
Yeah.
for this next spelling question. How many times does the letter A appear in the following word? Marshmallow. Marshmallow.
2.
1,
Dude.
2,
2.
3. Fussy baby, it's your chance.
Where would the
to
third A
answer.
go? Marsh.
In my ass.
Maloa.
What do you like? to do?
Oh, sorry. What the hell?
It's gotta be 2, right? Like marshmallow.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the third A would go. Where would the third A go?
Girl, can you spell marshmallow is crazy.
You got your answer.
Marshmallow.
The correct answer is
Marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
good job. You get 200 points.
Oh my god, Eve. What the hell?
So, Kai,
What's spelling
thank
God,
you for joining us.
She just went at me, dude. Why'd you like that?
Fussy baby, choose the right
Foreign
subject.
language.
Oh my
Foreign
god.
language. Foreign language.
Measurements.
Foreign language.
Don't mince
Foreign
your
language.
words for this foreign languages question. The Spanish
We might
word
have been
leche
good. That's
translates
crazy.
to
I love that
Mm, give me
DJ.
your leche, bro.
orange juice.
No.
Orange.
Leche.
Water.
Yo, some leches, dude. Some tres
Fussy
leches.
baby, which is the answer?
Fussy baby.
Fuzzy
You know-
baby.
I think the Spanish word leche is also the same as the Spanish word agua, bro.
Yeah.
I think that's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Yeah, the 3 oranges. The
The
tres
3
leches.
oranges.
If you drink a cold glass of leche, you're
I gotta laugh.
crazy, bro.
Hey, so I don't know what leche means.
Cheat off me if you need to.
What?
Yo, cheat.
What do you? Why does it have to be me that knows? It's a team effort. It's a team effort.
I
What's
know
the
it.
answer? What's the answer?
I told you. I told you. It's orange juice, dude. The 3 orange juices of tres leches.
No, it's not. Is it? Morning Glory Leche Farm. Is it actually
Molly,
orange
what
juice?
is the second language spoken in America?
I'll read the question again.
The
Spanish
language
That doesn't
word
mean I
in
speak
school?
it.
translates
That doesn't
to
mean I
what
speak it. Why
beverage?
is this turned
Orange
into an
juice,
Amalia
milk,
bully stream?
water.
It's okay, Amalia. You know, if you get this answer right, I'll give you some of my leche. Babe.
Wait, so it's milk?
Bro! Bro!
Is it? Bro, I don't know.
Why did you get that so fast after I said that?
Together.
Why did you get that? Why did she get it so fast after I said that?
Yeah.
You're not exactly
Chat?
like
The American schooling system has failed us.
guys.
Chat? Why did she get it so fast after I said
have
that?
like orange, but you don't. I don't think you lactate orange juice.
You got this. Take as long as you need. Your answer is
It goes pretty
locked.
orange. She
Yeah.
might.
Well,
Proof?
the answer
Yeah.
is
Yeah, dude. You know how like brown cows give chocolate?
you're correct.
Yeah.
You get 200 points.
I'm gonna cry, dude. I'm gonna cry.
But that's enough from me. It's your turn, Teddy.
Yeah. I've never had a Tres
Very
Leches
excited.
cake.
We're halfway there. We'll say goodbye.
I've
to
never
our home-
had one. That's not fair.
Yeah, don't worry.
And I'm really good at chemistry.
Why
Yo,
are there
Tres
3
Leches.
milks then?
Dude, that's my favorite
Fussy
Asian
baby.
fruit.
I
the
need to get an
leche.
alcoholic
Subject.
beverage.
And it's Measurements.
I don't think you
math,
lactate orange
vocabulary,
juice. This is quote of all
reading.
time.
Reading or vocab?
That is genuinely a quote of all time.
I don't think you lactate orange
I
juice.
don't think you lactate orange.
You know what? Let's get some. Let's
No
get
one's cooking the
some
books
reading.
on this
Not
literature
measurements. We did so much math earlier.
What
I'm
1956
useless.
novel by Fred Gibson tells the story
Huh?
of brothers Arliss and Travis and the big dog
Clifford?
who befriends and protects them?
Clifford?
I don't know.
Sounder. Old Yeller. Where the red fern grows.
It's not where the red fern grows. It's not where the red fern grows
Fussy
because I've.
Baby. Which is the right answer?
Was this
It's Old
unk-ass
Yeller.
question, bro?
This
Yeah.
is an unk ass
This
question.
is Old Yeller.
Unk-ass
I'm pretty
question.
sure because they're the two brothers. Big? Is he that big? He's just a lab, right?
Isn't Old Yeller like a golden retriever?
Yeah, he's like a lab.
He's like medium to slightly large sized dog. I
Yeah.
don't consider him to be a big dog, really. Is he a big dog?
I've never
He's
heard
a
of
big dog?
Sounder. I've read Where the Red Fern Grows, and that book made me cry. It was so
Let's read the question
sad.
again.
But Old
What
Yeller was also really sad.
1956 novel by Fred Gibson
I don't know what
tells the
Sorry, I
story of
wasn't born in
brothers Arliss and
1956.
Travis and the big dog who befriends and protects them.
He's not a
Sounder.
He,
small dog.
I mean,
He's
Old
not a
Yeller does
small
protect him
dog.
from,
Oh.
I think it's like a coyote.
I've
Yeah, he,
never
like-
read any of these
Yeah.
books. I'm not
He
gonna lie.
protects him from a coyote, and then he gets rabies, and he dies. That's to put him
Donut,
down.
I was thinking
Oh,
about that, but I didn't
spoilers.
want to. I didn't
Spoilers
want
for
to say it.
the
1956 novel by
1956
Fred
novel.
Gibson tells the story
I
of
guess.
brothers
Yeah,
Arliss
spoilers,
and
dude.
Travis and the big
Yo,
dog who
okay,
befriends
I
and
am over
protects
100. That's
them.
why I wasn't
Sounder.
born in
Old Yeller.
1956. Because
Where
I was
the red
born in
fern grows.
1926.
Gift from no, oh no, slime. What have you done? Oh no. Thank you for the gift. I'm worried. Is it a
Aw.
map?
Is it a map?
Is it a map?
It's a map, dude. It's a map, bro.
That's
It's
crazy.
got-
Easy.
So
I'm
kick it
pretty sure
here.
it's Old Yeller. That
We've got
I
it now.
never-
I
read
don't
Old
remember the
Yeller.
names of the brothers. I
So,
have seen the
real
movie
answer is
and read the book.
Dude, what about the blowjob?
Old Yeller.
Yeah.
Too easy.
What?
You get 250 points.
English to Spanish flashcard. That's so funny.
So,
That's
Eli,
crazy.
welcome to Summon in class. Can you
What do
tell
you
us
mean,
a
dude? You
fact
don't
about your
lactate some
favorite
orange
subject?
juice?
You don't lactate some orange
Fussy
juice.
baby. Go ahead and
Foreign
pick the right
language.
subject.
It's foreign language,
Quote me
bro.
the translator
Dude, your
for this foreign
favorite.
languages
Yeah, my
question.
favorite. Yeah.
The work week is over for most people on Ijumaa, which is
Oh.
Swahili for what day of the week?
I don't know anything
I don't
about
know any
Swahili.
Swahili. I don't know anything about Swahili,
Fussy
bro.
baby.
I was on chapter
It's your
24. How
turn
could
to
you? I'm
answer.
sorry.
Ask for a different question. Ask for a different question.
Oh, yeah. We could cheat.
Dude,
New
I don't know.
question.
And
I
it
don't
is
know
locked in.
Swahili. Sorry.
I don't
You've picked a
know.
cheat.
I don't know Swahili.
What day
Specifically,
does
you've
work
picked
end
to
for
get a
most
new
people?
question. You'll get a
Thursday.
brand new
4
question
days.
It
of the same
depends.
type
It
and
depends. My
category,
sister.
but no more cheating. Good luck.
Uh.
In Arabic-speaking countries, Al-Saif is a beach season synonymous with what season in English?
Summer.
Fussy baby.
I think it's winter.
Choose the right answer.
Dude, it's gotta be winter because, you know, we all love going to the beach in the winter, right? Right, chat room?
Right, Karen?
Right, chat room?
Yeah. Fussy baby.
Fussy baby.
The real answer is actually summer.
Yeah.
Summer.
Summer. Clappy.
Summer.
You're
Summer.
right. You get 250 points.
Dude.
And let's see what the answer for the first question was.
I went to the
It's
beach when I was in Cali in
Friday.
December. True. The correct answer is
Oh.
Friday.
Friday.
It's time to check out the points again.
No,
You're
we
doing
don't need to see the
fantastic.
score. We don't need to.
We don't need to see the score. I just want to answer some
point
more
line we swap
foreign
hosts.
foreign
Points don't
language
matter.
questions. Yeah. Hey.
It's so
Scram!
exciting.
I
Let's say
want
hello
more
to your
foreign
new
language questions.
Ah,
Dude, now I want some
I'm
leche
Isa,
in my
my
mouth,
favorite
bro.
subjects
Oh
are-
my god. I'm thinking about the
Baby,
leches. What?
let's take a look
Okay,
at the
dude.
subjects.
Why you
Is it
hating on my leches?
Measurements, math, vocabulary, spelling.
We can do vocab.
Can we?
Yeah.
Can we?
Get to a native
Can we?
speaker level with this vocabulary question.
I need
Alright,
some
Amalia,
leche in
all
my
you.
boca.
Why is it
True or
always
false?
me?
Something that seems specious appears true yet is false.
I've never heard of this word. Do you know specious?
Specious?
Fussy, baby.
Specious.
Please pick an answer.
Spacious? Specious.
Specious.
Specious. Auspicious? Specious?
Specious.
I've never heard this word used in my life.
Me neither.
I've actually never heard this word before, unfortunately. Usually, I feel like I remember a lot of vocabulary, but I don't think I've ever seen this word in my life ever before.
Let's repeat the question. True or false? Something that seems specious
That's
appears
speciest.
true yet is false.
Specious. Something that seems specious.
Specious.
Is it like plausible? Specious? It could have specious? Appears true yet is false?
Never seen this word, so I don't know.
Specious.
Let's hear it one more time.
We could cheat.
True or false? Something that seems specious
Let's cheat.
appears true.
We can't
yet
do a
is
new
false.
question.
This word is still used in modern day thesis papers. I actually read a lot of thesis papers, but I guess I just missed all the ones that.
Okay,
They use
we
this
could
word.
copy the answer. That way, if we get
What
it
does-
wrong, we could just blame the children.
Is he
Wait,
good
I'll
at
say the
vocab?
question.
I don't
What is it?
remember.
True or false?
I don't remember what
Something that
Isak
seems
is good at, dude. I'm
specious
sorry.
appears
Let's
true
ask the
yet is
class.
false.
Let's ask the class. Come on, class.
Your answer
We
is
won't be able
in.
to
Yeah.
get answer or
You've
copy
chosen
or
a
cheat in the
cheat.
6th grade
Oh.
anyway.
Specifically,
Inku's eyes
you've
just
picked
glaze
to ask the
over
class.
when
Let's
specious
see what
shows
our
up.
class thinks the right answer
Yeah,
is.
probably.
Yeah.
Woo!
Who thinks that the answer is false?
It's likely false.
Who thinks that the answer is true?
Location confirmed.
It's
Sending
probably
supplies.
true. Yay!
That's technically more true than false.
Fussy baby.
I'm guessing
pick
it
out
means
your
something
answer.
that is like plausible, which would suit this.
Mayhaps.
Mayhap?
So let's
So
go
true?
2, I guess. Yeah, let's go true. And then if
The
we
actual
lose, we blame the
answer is-
children.
True was 2,
True.
right? Oh yeah.
That means
True.
you get 300 points.
Mayhaps.
Mayhaps.
Mayhaps. I guess
Mayhap.
that. I
They
guess
should
I
use mayhap.
Thanks for being here today.
Oh yeah, he
happened.
was
Why
good
don't
at
you
that,
tell-
huh?
They should use mayhappened
Fussy
in
baby.
papers
Let's pick one
instead.
for the next question.
Ooh.
So
Fussy
it's
baby.
measurements, math, spelling,
Science.
Baby.
taste the fruit of this plant question.
Baby.
Science.
Ooh, taste the
True
fruit of
or
plants.
Cellular
Yeah?
respiration occurs when plants break down sugar using sunlight. Fussy baby, give us your answer.
This is false, right? I'm pretty sure this is false.
Photosynthesis?
Taste the leche.
Yeah.
False?
Photosynthesis.
This is false.
It's photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis.
Synthesis.
Yeah.
Photosynthesis.
We got your answer.
Yay!
And the
But what if it's
real
Yay!
What if
is-
it's true? That's what it
True.
feels like playing this
Oh,
game.
false.
What if?
Great work. You get 300 points.
I was gonna say, why would it take sunlight to do that?
Cellular
This is a
respiration?
two-host show. Take it away, Teddy.
Photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis.
That's it. And we'll have to say bye to your class.
Bye.
Bye.
This decides
I need
Choose
some.
the right
I need some.
if we're
You
smarter
have
than a fifth
measurements,
grader.
Math, spelling, vocabulary.
Cute.
Which one are we doing?
We're not fucking doing measurements, man. They're all fucking
Yeah, no, they're
all
fucked
fucking
up.
like, how many cups to a quart? Like, excuse
How many
me,
cups
why
are
the
in my
fuck-
balls, dude? That's what the question is. It's like, excuse me,
Yeah, like, who cares, bro?
bro.
Yo, busse, yo. Hello?
Like, if I jerk
Dude.
it 3 times a day for 20 months, how many cups to a gallon?
Yeah, too. How many cups of jizz do I make in? How many? Is it equal to a gallon of
Do
milk
you
or some
make?
fucking shit like that? Yeah.
It's crazy. Do you guys want to do
Man, fuck these
spelling or
measurements,
vocab?
man. I did that last month. Let me
Oh
check,
yeah? Oh yeah?
Bro.
Yeah. How
many cups
If I
of
jerk off-
leche will you make?
Yeah, if I jerk off every
never
day of the
had
month last month, how many
leche!
cups of leche will I make, bro? Like, shut up. Yeah, how many cups of orange juice does Aiko lactate?
Bro.
That one's so funny. I don't know
Holy
why.
shit.
That's Aiko milk?
dude.
That's crazy.
Don't worry, you can already get it from the store these days, you know? Okay, that sounds kind of insane. I'm so sorry.
Yeah?
You're not.
Dude, we got the filk, the fish milk.
Ew,
Okay,
the
let's-
milk.
The filk, dude.
Shut
Wake
up.
up, babe. New streamer challenge just dropped, the filk challenge.
Shut up.
Yo, fish leche, dude. Yeah.
Spelling
Okay,
or vocab? Spelling or vocab? I'm not
We
doing
just
no
have
math
2?
shit.
You're not doing no math?
I'm not doing no math.
Not the math? It's okay. You know what? Honestly, the math question just feels like.
Oh.
Hey, go pull up the calculator.
Yeah. Morning glory filking.
Dude, shut up.
Morning glory filking farm.
Pick something so we can end this collab. So I can get out of here, bro.
Bro,
What do you mean?
Holy
you don't love
moly.
it?
done
You don't
with
love it?
me.
You don't love
With
it?
this
You don't love
vocabulary
it?
question, it's
Talking
the
about
final
filk? No.
question. Let's
Get me
do
outta
this.
here.
It's
You don't wanna
time to
drink my
find
orange
out
juice?
If you're really
Shut
smarter than a
up.
fifth grader. If the 9 members in a student council vote on an issue, and the vote
Oh, this is
passes
easy.
unanimously, how many members voted yes?
Bro,
4.
this is a 6th grade question?
At least 5. 9.
I think it's
Dude,
4.
it's-
Fussy baby.
You know
Pick the
what?
correct
2
one.
is correct, technically speaking. You know, 2 is correct.
Is it? I thought it was like everyone had to vote the same thing, so it'd be 9.
Yeah, but 9 is at least
Unanimously.
5, correct? Oh, it's unanimously. So it is at least 5. 9 is at least 5. Technically correct, you know?
3 is the most correct.
2
Yeah.
is correct, you know?
2 is correct, but
Yeah,
3 is the
exactly.
most correct.
Yes. Well, you know what? But technically 2 is correct.
Okay, yeah, but like 3 is the most correct.
I'm literally just giving them shit, dude.
I can't.
Okay,
with
but
you.
it is at least 5. True.
At least 5. It's at least 5. It's at least
Well,
5.
the correct answer
Actually,
is
it's actually 2 is correct
9.
because it's at
Good
least
work.
5.
You get 500 points.
So we might be smarter than a 5th grader, but Amalia Solaris
Let's see
doesn't know
what
where
that did in
Illinois
final
is.
scores.
You
Congratulations!
say
You did an amazing job.
Conditions
Time to add up
necessary
all
for a
the
situation
points that were
not necessarily sufficient. It's not incorrect. It's just not the most correct answer.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
We have
Echo was hurting my brain.
Echo was hurting your brain.
What do you mean? I was
David
hurting your
and-
brain. How was I hurting your brain?
Time for the end of the show.
I was like, it's 9, and then you were
all
like,
for now.
but 2
Thank
is
you for
technically
joining
correct.
us
I was
on
like,
Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
What? It's true. Miss Eve, do you hate me?
I think Eve hates me. I suggested this and Eve was like,
I think
the
Eve
thing
hates
is,
me
guys,
too.
is I suggested a whole host of things. And I heard, oh, pick any that you want. And I was like, okay, but this would be pretty funny. This would
Okay,
be
it was,
pretty
though.
funny.
yeah, you know what Amalia asked us. She gave us a bunch of options, including RV there yet, and I said
I did.
anything as long as it's not RV there yet. And you know what Eiko said? Nothing.
Nothing.
Eiko
said
didn't help at
nothing.
all.
I was like, okay,
I
you know what?
said-
Eiko's busy doing the raid thing. You know, it's fine.
Said I was
It's
dead
fine. I'm
for
trying to
the
plan this.
raid.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
This was last week. This
was
was the
last
week that
week.
you were dead for.
I was still. I didn't clear until I didn't clear
You were
M12S
still dead
until
that
I
week.
was still aiming for the clear. So actually, whatever.
Oh, you weren't dead. It was just skill issue.
Dude, yeah, I got
Mm.
Donowald.
True. I got
I got
yeah,
Donowald.
It was skill issue. True.
I got Donowald. I gave them an assortment of things.
Okay, but I liked it.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was pretty funny.
It was
like,
fun. Okay, come on, Amalia. I did answer a lot of questions.
You did. You did really good. I think we all did really good.
Yeah.
Except for when you
asked a lot
bullied
of
me. Then
questions.
you didn't do good.
I also
I learned
just.
that Eiko's really smart.
What do you mean? I'm really smart.
Yeah, I gave them a host of things. There was one game that I was like, if we play this, Eve is cooked. It's called is it Cursed Companions? Where you have a phrase and you're not allowed to say the phrase. And if you say the phrase, you hurt your teammates. And it's like a friend slop kind of game.
That one looked fun.
That one did look
I love
fun. I was
friend
like, I think we might in the future play that because I'll like a really good
Dude,
time.
that is also a really good time.
I know
I'm
Yap
down
Yap
for
is coming out
anything.
soon. Very soon.
Yeah.
Which Keisha wants to be a millionaire, dude? I think there is a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire version of this too.
Dude, I actually really enjoy trivia games.
Me too. I
Like,
used to play Disney
like-
Trivial Pursuit a lot.
Yeah,
I don't
dude.
like trivia.
I
My
like
brain isn't built
trivia.
for it.
I like trivia.
Yeah.
It's because you just know this random bullshit, and then some of the stuff is like, why the hell would I know it? You know, like
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love the
Some-
ones in Disney Trivial Pursuit where it's like it shows you a scene and it's like, oh yeah, I know this scene. And it's like, how many buttons was on this guy's jacket? It's like, what the fuck? Excuse
How
me?
many buttons was on
Excuse
this-
me? There's ones like that. There's ones like
That's-
that. It's crazy.
I never played a Disney Trivia Pursuit, but you know the ones. Okay, so like every time I go on a flight, like there's like this trivia game that's on the flight, and I always play it as the plane is landing. Like that is like my plane is landing game. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but I always play. It's like a little wheel, and then it's a trivia game, and I love that shit.
I'm gonna
It's
move
so
us over
good.
here. I assume we're done. I assume we've been trivia game showed outed.
Dude, I'm hungry.
I also kind of figured that too. I was like, we've
I
had
ate chips and some fukami. I'm good. Nutrition. To
nutrition.
stimulate my brain.
Yeah.
Dude, my brain is so stimulated. I've been also stimulated.
Yeah. Your gay bulge is stimulated.
Yeah, dude, I've also been
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, dude. Dude, I've been stimming the entire Yap Cat.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
We know.
Her
We can see.
lactation muscles are stimulated. Gotta
Yeah,
get that.
dude, I'm producing so much
OJ.
orange juice. Squirt, squirt.
Ugh.
That's crazy.
That's why, fun
What?
fact, why she has orange streaks in her hair.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
lactation.
Yeah, it's
Self
all
dye.
lactation.
Didn't want to pay for the dye. Squirted in your own hair. Just aimed it up and
Yeah, just
Squeezed.
aim up and squeeze is insane.
yeah, just aim up and squeeze.
Yeah.
It's like a little it's like one of those like days when you go outside and play with the water hose.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
mean that comes out no pulp or pulp? Can you imagine if pulp came out? That is
Oh,
nasty.
oh my God.
That is insane.
Can we talk about
dude.
literally anything else, please?
That is crazy. That is
Hey guys, thank you so much for coming to today's Yapcast. It's
Those
been
are.
a stream of all time. Thank you, everybody.
No, what do
Thank
you
you for
mean?
being
It's
here.
been so fun. We had a great
Oh,
time.
dude, what do you mean? Eve, are you not having a great time?
Crash Out Crew? What is Crash Out Crew?
Oh,
It's
that's what Eve was doing all
I was about to say, Eve's gonna be a pro at that, actually.
Hey!
Eve was doing that all Yapcast. What do you mean? What's Crash Out Crew?
Oh,
I think
this
it's
is
the game
forklift
that
one.
the
She'll get there eventually,
Uh-huh.
guys.
She'll get there. She'll get there.
She'll get there.
I am gonna crash out. I am gonna crash out.
Yeah, it's the peak devs.
You kept
It's,
interrupting me. You kept interrupting me. I didn't get to say it.
Okay, what's the Crash Out Crew? What's the Crash Out
It's
Crew?
by the same people that made Peak.
Uh-huh.
I am gonna crash out. I am gonna crash out.
Yeah?
It looks
I
cute.
trust you, Eve.
I'm excited for Yap Yap.
Dude.
Yap Yap.
Crash Out Crew.
We're kind of like the Crash Out Crew.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Some
not
of us
crashing
more than
out.
others.
Yo,
Call
yeah,
me fussy
dude.
baby.
Dude, I was gonna say
Fussy
fussy
baby.
baby. Fussy
Fussy
baby. What's wrong? Fussy baby.
Fussy baby. I'm glad we could come out of this more knowledgeable and also, with a new bit.
Yeah,
Like
fussy baby.
juicing your puffs and
Yeah, true.
fussy baby.
And remember, these girls be squirting orange juice.
Like a lawn sprinkler.
That's an Amalia special, not gonna lie, dude. That's gonna
What do you mean
That's-
by that?
that's what you said. That's an
That's an
Amalia
Amalia
special. Is that not what Amalia said? That's
Straight from the top is insane.
dude.
Can we end
Eve's bad
now?
as hell right now. Scary.
Scowie.
Dude, scary. Dude, I'm literally the shaking dog. Scary. Dude, or what was the fucking Eiko J, dude. That's me right now, dude. Oh no. Oh yeah, Amalia is 8.5 inches long.
Yeah. Is that big?
Is that big, dude?
Is that big?
Is that big?
Is that
Amalia 8.5. Uh-huh. Yeah,
Why
but
the fuck did we
actually-
get here? I don't know.
You know what? I actually really like Do You Like Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Because I feel like the memes are endless.
The memes are endless.
I feel like the memes are
Meme
endless.
stonks.
Really. It's
Meme
true. It's kind of
stonks.
meme.
Amalia, I can't wait for your next hand cam where you show us your Spanish to English flashcards.
Yeah, that's true.
New
That's a
content?
good one. New content where you go over your
content?
Spanish to English flashcards, dude.
Yippee. Oh, I didn't tell you
Huh?
guys. I learned something
Mhm.
about myself. Not
Oh
today.
yeah? What was it? I was gonna
I
say, oh, you can't speak Spanish?
No,
You
no, this
don't
was.
know America's second language, Spanish.
I
Oh, that's
learned
true.
that I'm Dutch
Oh, then how come you didn't know the official language of the Bahamas?
because I learned it like a couple days ago.
I'm just fucking with you, girl.
Are you doing tarot card reads? I think I will. I think I was talking to my mods because we're gonna be adding a tarot card reading redeem per
Oh my
Arctic
God.
I think it's gonna be a hand cam redeem, like a special redeem for hand cam streams, because I don't know how I'm gonna do it otherwise.
Can you read
kinda-
my tarot cards, please?
I don't have my deck with me. I put it in jail.
I don't want you to cast tower on me. I'm
not
good.
gonna cast tower.
I don't need that energy.
Dude, the
I read
only
that as-
tower that you need is the one in my
Is your
parents'
9-inch?
Is your
Yeah.
9-inch
How
gay
did you
bulge?
know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we know.
How did you know? Oh my
It's literally so obvious. You just set it up that way.
Oh my
Bruh.
god.
Dude, I actually went to Barnes and Noble the other day and I forgot they like sell tarot decks there, and they had the Sonic one. I was like,
Yo,
Sonic the
tarot,
Hedgehog.
Sonic the tarot cards? Why are you spamming?
No spamming in chat, please.
No, spare me the chat, please, Eve.
No spamming in chat.
That's crazy.
You know, I feel like sometimes Yapcast is how much can we annoy you?
Yeah, it's like we're like, how much are we gonna annoy you this time? I do have a question for you guys. What do y'all got going on this week? Rest of the week.
You know, Silk Song, Smile.
Oh, so just chatting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. True.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah?
No. No. No.
No.
Sing Silk Song? Dare you say that about me?
Is it Milk Song? No, it's Orange Juice Song. Get it right.
I'm gonna drink some orange juice and I'm gonna think about you. I'm gonna one day. I'm like, damn.
Pulp or
I
no
wonder
pulp,
if this is, dude. Always pulpy. I love that pulp running down my throat. You know,
Mm.
love a little snack with my
Yeah,
my
dude,
drink.
When you get that orange meat running down your throat.
Yeah, love the way it runs down the back of my throat. Damn, I should call her.
Damn, I should call her. I miss her.
Make sure to heat up the orange juice. And I'll play like Aiko's clips in the background just to get the authentic feeling.
The authentic feeling is insane, dude.
Ew. Ew.
Eve,
Yeah.
what'd you think of me when you drink orange juice now?
I don't like orange juice.
Think
I
of
actually
me.
don't like it now.
You
Think
really
of
don't
me
like it now.
fondly.
That's fair.
Will you think of me fondly, Eve? When you drink.
Yeah.
juice.
That's crazy.
Dude, I think Eve really hates me now. Like,
What do you mean? I think you know, she's smiling
I feel like
past
she's
her
gonna
tears.
put me like her blacklist for a good like 20 minutes at least. like, like she just needs to like detox or something.
Detox is crazy. That has insane implications. Through a breast pump? You think I just have a breast pump sitting around? Those are expensive.
Are they?
I'm pretty sure they are. You don't? Why would I have a breast
Cost
pump?
of breast pump.
Oh my god.
Holy moly. No, it's okay. $20. No, it's $200. What?
Dude, I was gonna say, I ain't letting no $20 anything suck my. Never mind.
Holy moly.
It better be,
Holy
two,
crap,
it
they
better
can go
be
up-
200 minimum.
Dude, Amalia, there's one that goes up to like $500.
Wait, does it come with like massagers or something? Like, why is it so expensive?
I don't know. It says I don't know. It's got like it tracks your like your course, bro.
Oh, so how many cups is that?
How many cups is that? Dude, I can't help myself. I can't help myself, dude. Dude, I'm telling you, I actually really freaking love Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Because I feel like I just can't stop memeing about it. Like,
Oh, so we're gonna have to do this again. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Okay, yeah, Eve's gonna love that. Eve's gonna
dude,
love
I think
that.
Eve would really like it, dude. You know, maybe we should just do measurements, full measurements the entire
Full measurements run is crazy.
Dude, I can't stop memeing about it, yo, dude. I can't. I haven't found a way to fit the how many feet are in a mile one yet, but you know, I'll get to that.
You put random condiments on them, Amalia. Why are those any better? Listen, I was just curious about ranch. I was just curious if I could taste the ranch.
4 cups liquid wise, but 2 cups boop. God, dude, I can't, dude. I
This
can't.
is,
oh my god.
my face hurts. My
Dude,
face actually
I feel
hurts.
like how can it? Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader rot my brain so much? How can this be,
Have we broken her?
dude? I think we broke.
I'm smiling
Eve,
with my friends.
You're smiling
No.
with your friends, yeah?
dude. Yeah.
Oh, nice earring.
Yo, your earring's so cute. Where'd you get it? My God.
Pete dog.
Holy moly. The people are happy.
She needs some leche, yeah.
True.
True.
Dude, I'm actually craving tres leches
I've
now.
never had that. I really should go have it now that I know what it is, kind of.
I really want tres leches now, dude. Oh my god. Like, I'm feeling it.
I'm really
No.
feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, I'm feeling it. You know what else I'm feeling? The hunger shakes.
Okay. Well, do you guys wait, you said Silk Song, which is just chatting, and
yeah,
you
Eiko said what she was doing, and then you guys talked about orange juice titty milk for like 3 minutes, and we lost the plot.
we lost the
It's
plot.
okay
What about
though if you don't
Eve?
care what I'm doing this week.
I
It's
care about what you're
care.
doing.
fine.
What are you
It's
what are you
fine.
doing, Miss Eve?
I technically took off Wednesday, Thursday, but I'll probably stream Wednesday. Either
Oh,
Minecraft or I might try Hytale. I don't know. I kinda wanna
Dude,
play it.
Get
fun.
Hytale! Get Hytale!
Let me
so
know
we
if
can
you
play
like
together,
it.
Smile.
I kind of want to play it, but
Yeah.
I'm definitely back Friday, Saturday, and I'm gonna be playing what the heck is it called? Quarantine Zone.
Oh,
The-
okay, yeah.
the zombie
Yeah.
game.
I think there's a
Zombusi.
Twitch integration. It's like a little Twitch integration. I saw someone playing that where it's like you design a little
I was
fella.
there. Oh,
Yeah. You design a little
Oh.
fella. Like each chatter can like make a little fella to like go through the zone, and you like get to figure out if they're a zombo or whatever. Yeah.
Ah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
might stream tomorrow. I might not. Probably though. I can't take time off. It hurts my soul.
Yeah,
you know
I've
me
been
and my
thinking about-
hobbies.
Yeah,
I've been
your
thinking about
hobbies of streaming.
An extra day
Yeah.
off, maybe next week, but I'm like, man, but I just have a really good time playing my video games and talking to my community. Smiles, you know. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I am looking for a raid target. I got a few good ones. This is a little later that I go, so it's like, ooh, we got options that I never see. we got people. But
Then send it, bro.
I will. Any announcements from you two?
Oh, it's my
Announcements,
birthday
eh?
True.
soon.
True. February 30th.
True.
Eiko, that's so mean.
I'm kidding! Eve, I know your birthday,
Eiko.
please! Eve, please!
Yeah,
Eve,
when's
I
my
love
birthday?
you.
When is
January
it? Huh?
30th. It's January 30th. You remember it! Come on!
You know Amalia's birthday, right?
Nope.
You should, because it's also your birthday, nerd.
We have the same birthday?
Yeah, dude, I have the birthday of every woman. It's March 8th. It's International Women's Day. It's every woman's birthday.
Oh, March
Every
8th.
woman's
It's literally every woman's
Every
birthday.
woman's birthday. True.
Yeah. That's why I love women.
True.
Anyways,
True, March
I was thinking
8th.
we could raid.
Well, now I know.
We could raid Miss Moo Merrily, who's playing God of War.
Wait.
Yeah.
And it's the
Let's
Data
do
Boy
it.
one. You know? Data Boy.
Data boy.
Not a boy. But I'm putting Amalia's birthday in my calendar.
Yeah, it's March 8th. It's coming up.
I know.
Will I
Amalia.
will I take the day off finally? I've been saying for
Birthday.
2 years I was gonna take the day off and then I don't. As you do.
Repeat.
Oh wait, no, that's the normal raid. Do we want a special Kisa raid? Does anyone want to put together a little Kisa raid? Here's my socials, but you should check out the Kisa socials, which
January
exist.
30th.
There we
Ian's
go.
birthday. You know, now I will never forget these birthdays.
Oh,
Smile.
found this channel by seeing a DK64 rando clip. Let's go. I played that the
Whoa.
other day. And
People
I'll be
happy.
playing more of that with my dear friend Roxo. We're doing a double rando. Yeah, thank you for the yap. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yapcast raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out.
Yay.
Make sure you check out my 2 business partners. We're going to be raiding over to Moo Merrily, who is playing God of War. It was a great time. I hope you guys learned lots of things like where Illinois is. I know I did learn.
It's in the Uzi.
It's in the Ussy of the Great Lakes. Yeah.
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 There's some things I wish I never learned. Yeah. You know what? That's fair. That's me too. Me every
that
day.
means it's been a successful Yapcast.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. We're going to raid out, but thank you guys so much. Make sure you take care of yourselves, eat good food, stay hydrated. I'll be back on Thursday. We're going to be playing Hat in Time, which is a fun little time. We're going to go to world number 4, and I was graciously bought and gifted the DLC. So we're going to check that out too. So yeah. Bye, everybody. Have a good
Bye.
rest
Bye,
of your time zone.
everyone. We survived.
We survived.
survived.
I
Yippee!
survived.
Kisa
We-
survived
we're
another
smarter than a
Yapcast.
fifth
We're not
grader.
breaking up, right, Eve?
We're smarter than a 5th grader. Yippee!
Kisa's not breaking up. Yay.
Keisha's not breaking up. Yippee! Wahoo!
I'm forcing Eve back into the basement so we're not breaking up.
What?
Oh, and cut.